Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku found an Isekaied love interest? If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Even though he didn't often jog at night with his mentor, let alone in his neighborhood, it had a number of uses. 1. As part of his preparation to enter UA, he was getting a good workout. 2. This will enable All Might to become acquainted with his residents in case an emergency arises. And 3. He needed a good diversion because he had too many things on his mind, like his anxieties about the impending tests and how he could fit more into his schedule without worrying his mother or mentor. It didn't hurt to get some additional body buildup done, even though the exams are about 10 months away. And in keeping with UA's motto, go beyond, plus ultra, Izuku Midoriya was going to give it his all. They eventually came to a halt to rest in the middle of the park. He was drinking from his water bottle when he heard All Might, who was thin and wearing an oversized track suit that was the same shade of teal as his own, ask him. So my boy, I've been meaning to ask, how has school been? Has there been any issues lately? Capping his bottle, he automatically responded with a slight smile, trying not to show him how he truly felt about that topic. Nope, everything's fine. He smiled back at his pupil, saying, that's good to hear. Even though he was only partially lying, he detested lying to his hero in this way. Don't get him wrong, since Kachan, real name Katsuki Bakugo, hasn't gotten him into any trouble since the sludge villain incident, things at school were a little easier to handle. He still scowled at him occasionally, and his classmates still made fun of him occasionally, but other than that, he was doing well. Even so, he is still anxious because he has no idea how long this will last, when the bubble will burst, or when the other shoe will fall. Nevertheless, he hoped that his buddy was simply prioritizing the impending UA exams since he intended to attend them, and he was. It would be challenging for him to pass the physical portion of it because he lacks a quirk, but he was confident he would succeed with All Might's assistance in getting his body in shape so he could inherit his hero's quirk. He was going to be a hero who saved everyone and gave them hope, even if Kachan got upset with him, which would be an understatement to everyone else for attending the exams despite his warning. Even if it meant lying to his mentor about his academic career, just as he does to his mother. Izuku asked him inquisitively, how about you All Might, how has your day been? In an attempt to gently shift the topic so he wouldn't have to think about it for too long. The older man replied, my day has been well, surprised that there weren't any major incidents, aside from some minor issues that were easily manageable. I was able to take it easy today. Fortunately, he didn't notice, or at least he didn't seem to. Izuku nodded, feeling relieved because he knew how much his time limit affected him. Despite his assurances, he was still worried about him, but he has enough faith in his mentor to put that aside for the time being. In addition to being alert in case something happened, it was nice to know that the man finally had a day off, which allowed him to unwind. Even though he was training with his hero, learning his secrets, and preparing to acquire his quirk and enter UA, it still felt unreal. He had already pinched himself enough to show that he was not dreaming. If he hadn't met All Might that day, he wasn't sure what would have happened, and never truly desired to, as the latter would be. Simply put, unpleasant, even if that was a huge understatement. He honestly didn't think that things could get any crazier than this, even though everything up to this point had been pretty crazy. Oh, how mistaken he was going to be. So All Might, do you know if you'll? Izuku was interrupted when the two were abruptly startled by a loud scream that sounded like a distressed female cry of fear. What was that? Izuku exclaimed, startled but vigilant as he and All Might frantically searched the area for the source of the scream. His mentor yelled, someone needs help, with a determined expression on his face as he puffed up into his trademark muscular form. Help PPP. Izuku clung to his mentor in the heat of the moment as he ran to the source as quickly as a bullet, and the two headed northeast in the park's forested area, screaming the voice in terror so they could determine its source. The two eventually noticed what appeared to be a real ripple in reality, as it began to take on a misty hue of purple and black. From the appearance, it appeared as though the cut was more misty in nature rather than the result of a knife slicing through it. Help please, somebody help me. Now that the two knew it was coming from that direction, the voice came again. Izuku, who had already released his hold on his mentor's left arm, cried out, All Might. His mentor, who didn't need to be told, understood as he reached the tear and used all of his strength to pry it open, tearing like paper as the two saw the person yelling for assistance. Inside the black and purple void of darkness, they could see that it was actually a girl, about Izuku's age, with light wood-brown hair in two rather large braided buns, light uranian blue eyes, pale but otherwise healthy tan skin, and what appeared to be a school uniform. A dark teal skirt that reached her knees, black leggings, white indoor running shoes, a gray sling-on backpack that, even from a distance, appeared to have seen better days. She had the tall tale signs of having been running through a forest, with dirt and twigs in her hair, face, and clothing, especially the shoes, and a look of intense fear plastered on her face as tears streamed from her eyes as she ran like a madwoman on a mission. A dog, a German shepherd specifically, who appeared to be only a few years old and had a bright red collar with a gold medal tag hanging from it, ran beside her. They could see fear and desperation in her eyes as soon as they met, along with a desire to avoid being murdered or abducted and to find hope. As loud as her voice, she screamed for assistance. When his student swiftly reached out to grab her, she reached out to him as well, running with all her strength to reach them. Everything else that followed was equally slow motion and bullet time to the number one hero. When he saw it, his German shepherd lunged at the tendrils and bit down with all the strength and force it could muster, tearing them off from the rest of them with all its might. A scream of pain from a disembodied male could be heard throughout the void as they retreated back into the darkness. The tendrils were black with red linings, the kind he knew all too well because for a brief moment there was fear but soon it was replaced by anger. The dog continued to run by his mistress's side after spitting out what it had been eating. Eventually, the two children's hands came together as Izuku used all of his strength to pull her out of the portal. He did this by grabbing the back of her vest around her right shoulder with one hand, then yanking her out completely with her dog jumping by their side as the children fell to the ground away from the void. All Might unleashed a powerful Texas smash in the portal as soon as they were in the clear. The wind vacuum was so strong and quick that the portal imploded and closed in on itself, vanishing as if it had never existed in the first place. He didn't pause to catch his breath before turning to face the children, who were still where they had landed. The girl was crying uncontrollably and panting from exhaustion, which made it sound even worse. The boy, who was normally shy and apprehensive, would have probably blushed as red as a cherry tomato at the thought of holding a girl in his arms. The number one hero had to admit that he was shy around people of the opposite gender. He just held her and tried to reassure her, knowing that she needed this, he'd freak out later. Meanwhile, the German shepherd whimpered in concern, trying to reassure the girl that everything was okay, but he was also fretting over her. The German shepherd gently pressed its head against her face, but it was difficult to tell if this was done to get her attention or to comfort her, as the dog was panting from all the running. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she had some injuries, the majority of which were minor. She appeared to have several small cuts and bruises, which were probably caused by being pursued in the forest where she had been running before. The most unsettling thing, though, was that his student noticed it right away as well. After carefully unbuckling the backpack strap from her to remove the backpack, which felt heavier than it appeared, he noticed that a dark red color was leaking into her vest. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was bleeding from multiple places on her back, and the fact that her clothes and backpack were still intact, along with some bloodstains on them, meant that she must have had injuries before being chased that hadn't healed at all and had been reopened from this. Knowing that she needed medical attention and that they had to leave before her assailants returned, the mentor and student exchanged glances before nodding. The gang could feel the strong wind blowing against them, so Izuku held her close to him along with her backpack, which had been rebuckled, in his muscular arm. Without further delay, the number one hero swiftly but carefully picked up the dog in one arm and the kids in the other. The man was furious inside because he could see those tendrils everywhere. He wanted to deny it because he knew that the attack he had unleashed on him all those years ago should have killed him because it was far more severe than his own. However, he knew deep down that his body had never been found following their last encounter. It was possible, but he really didn't want it to be true that the world's first supervillain, the killer of his mentor and everyone who had come before him, was still alive. He soon turned to face the girl, who was still crying in Izuku's arms, trembling wildly, her face buried in his right shoulder, her breathing getting heavier. The poor thing was definitely terrified and had been through a lot. She was definitely shaking from the pain radiating from her back. Since she was the only one who saw what had happened and held the key to it all, he won't put any pressure on her because he knows that trying to get answers now will only make her feel worse. Before anything else could be said, she needed to receive medical attention and be in a calm setting. He didn't stand for cruelty or heartlessness. The keys to making this work were going to be kindness, gentleness, assurance, and patience. He was prepared to put his inquiries on hold until things had settled down. UA was their best and only option because Recovery Girl was the only person who could help her, and the school itself would be the ideal location to keep her safe in the event that something went wrong. Taking her to a regular hospital might be dangerous if he truly believed that the girl was being targeted. As he soared to their destination, he was mindful of his grip and how he leapt to avoid endangering the children or the dog. Her head was pounding, her mind was racing, everything hurt, her back felt like it was inflamed in pain, and she could feel the wave of sleep trying to take her, but she made a valiant effort to fight it off. The girl's sobbing and shaking soon stopped. Her vision was blurry, but she was still coherent enough to know who she was with and that she was safe despite everything happening so quickly. She was aware that she was running out of time before she would unwittingly give in to the darkest side of herself. Even if she only told them that this was urgent, she still had to tell them. Please. Every second that went by made her voice weaker, but she persisted in saying it with what little strength she still had left. Mr. Yagi, Izuku, the future is at stake. You need to know before it's too late. She soon found herself in a dark place after spending it all. As Izuku in All Might, in his true form, sat on the bench near the infirmary, waiting for Recovery Girl to finish and deliver the news, the hallway was almost silent. There hasn't been a single person so far. The only sound that could be heard was the dog, James, based on the English name on the tag, sitting by the door and occasionally whimpering. He wanted to be by his mistress's side but was unable to do so, fervently wanting to know if she was okay, let alone alive, and pleading to be allowed inside. They were devastated to see how much he loved the girl and felt powerless while he waited for the door to open so they could see her. Although neither of them knew how long they had been waiting for the results, they were aware that it had been long enough for the cold in the hallway to truly set in. Long enough, no doubt, for them to remember what had happened before this. Before they could even ask her what she meant by the future being at stake, she passed out, weak and completely worn out from everything. The two of them were shocked when she said their names, Izuku's first name and All Might's last name, which shocked Izuku even more. After enough time has passed, running on fumes alone can cause that to happen to a person. James started to yell in alarm and panicked as he tried to reach his mistress, but fortunately the top hero managed to hold on to the dog to prevent him from dropping him in midair. However, he couldn't hold the German Shepherd responsible because he had just witnessed his mistress lose consciousness, which was extremely concerning. The men exchanged worried but perplexed looks as they wondered how she knew their names and what she meant by the future being at stake. Could it be that she possessed a future sight quirk similar to Sir Night Eyes? Or was there more to it? They were unsure, but they were aware that they would have to wait until later to find out because they needed to concentrate on the current task. They eventually reached Ua, and as soon as All Might touched down on campus, he put down the German Shepherd that went straight to the kids. The dog nuzzled his muzzle against the girl, and he even appeared to be crying, which shocked them and made them sad. It was heartbreaking to see this dog in such a state. He was devoted to keeping this girl safe, loyal to her, and caring so much that he actually started crying, in a way that neither of them believed was possible for a dog. In order to get her to the nurse's office right away without him becoming agitated or putting the girl's health in further danger, it took some persuasion to get him to relax enough. They arrived in less than a minute because of the speed of the top hero, even though they had to avoid a few staff members who were walking by and startled them in their hurry. Later, it would have to deal with that. The elderly woman was about to lecture whoever entered after unintentionally startling the Recovery Girl by slamming the door open loudly, but she stopped when she realized who had entered and why. She instantly assumed the role of a doctor and instructed them to place her backpack by the bed, place the girl on the bed, and have her lie on her stomach. She then instructed All Might to locate Nimari and bring her there, and instructed the boy to assist her in finding some bandages and towels. While the veteran hero carefully unbuttoned her vest and pulled it off before pulling up her shirt to reveal a heartbreaking sight, James remained by the girl's side and continued to nuzzle her face softly. There were several bruises and, more horrifyingly, scars all over her back, ranging in size from small to large. Some of the scars appeared to be older, while others were relatively new and appeared to be nearly healed. Additionally, there were 4 or so injuries that were covered in bloody bandages, which the nurse hero carefully removed while wearing rubber gloves. It appeared that staples had closed the wounds, but now the staple stitches were broken and needed to be attended to before she bled out or the injuries worsened. Izuku, who returned with the supplies, was terrified to the point of tears because he recognized these signs as well, and All Might and Nimeri, who had just returned, displayed expressions of shock and rage. This only made poor James whimper and cry even more. The recovery girl was furious because she knew that this poor child was hurt and had clearly experienced a serious case of abuse. The older women eventually instructed the boys to wait outside and bring James along because they didn't want him to get in the way or have to watch this scene any longer than he already had to. The dog was hesitant and struggled to stay, but after some more persuasion, he eventually followed the men outside, leading to their current location. Nobody was more anxious or helpless than James, who was waiting impatiently for the results. The two men turned to face each other, both of them aware that they would have to assist him in some way. Find out more. Prompts for crossover stories, memorabilia from TV shows, writing guides for fanfiction, memberships in online writing communities, software for writing stories, services for editing books, books of fan fiction, commissions for personalized character art, digital art materials, books. The first person to try to divert his attention, even if only temporarily, was All Might. Find out more. Generators for writing prompts, commissions for fan art, composing subscriptions for software, shelves for books, fanfiction, IP resources and copyright, prints of movie posters, services for beta readers, guides to video games, services for hosting websites. James, he called softly, causing the dog to pay attention. His ears perked up, and he turned to face the man. He patted his knees in an attempt to entice him to approach, saying, "Over here, boy." The dog turned back to the man after glancing at the door for a short while before slowly getting back on all fours and approaching him. Before long, James was standing in front of a thin, frail-looking man who extended his hand to him while the dog sniffed it. Toshinori noticed that his expression changed from one of curiosity to depressing. Not a joke, it appeared genuinely depressing. Even more so than a typical dog could possibly convey. He began to whimper for him now, nuzzling his snout and then his head into his hand in consolation before moving close enough to rest his head on his lap and gaze up at him with empathetic consolation. He gently reassured him, "Hey, it's okay, boy. I'm fine, so don't worry about me." However, James moaned in disapproval as he more deeply admired him. The number one hero himself had a dog when he was very young, a French bulldog, to be exact, and his late parents had told him that dogs and cats could see and sense things that most people couldn't. Generally speaking, one could only tell what they could if they had a dog or cat quirk or if they had abilities that were similar to them in some way, leaving those without them with more mysteries to solve on their own. Both dogs and cats made excellent therapy pets because they could sense other people's emotions and even determine whether they were feeling well. Particularly more based on the breed in question. James might have been able to discern that he had a very unsettling injury or scar that had caused him to become so weak, and he was now as worried about him as he is about his mistress. He asks him quietly, "You worried about her?" James huffed as softly as he could, and the man wiped away the tears that were about to fall from his eyes. He can estimate the dog's age to be at least 4 years old, give or take. The dog must have experienced a lot with his owner, but he had never seen a dog exhibit such emotion. With a seemingly satisfied sigh, he rubbed the German Shepherd's ears gently and said, "It'll be all right." Find out more. Prints of movie posters, library of digital stories, writing guides for fanfiction, prompts for crossover stories, software for plotting stories, fanfiction, character art from books, shelves for books, generators for writing prompts, electronic reading devices. Izuku, who had remained silent throughout, leaned over to pet the dog. Surprisingly, this didn't cause him to wince. Instead, it made him feel more at ease. He sat on his hind legs and continued to rest his head on his mentor's lap, appearing as though he might fall asleep, but in reality, he was simply enjoying the comfort as Izuku offered him the same kind of reassurance that his hero was providing. Even though they were strangers to him, the boy was curious because he thought the dog knew he wasn't in danger and could relax in their company. Despite their brief acquaintance, the dog could tell that they were friendly. The two men turned to face each other again as their gazes locked, exchanging silent messages as they both hoped to receive the girl's results soon and realized there was more to this dog than first met the eye. After a few minutes of this, they all heard the door open and turned to face the infirmary. A recovery girl emerged, looking at them and nodding reassuringly, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. James was immediately back on his hands and knees, ignoring the fact that he startled the men and made them jump to their feet as he sprinted inside to avoid bumping into the elderly woman. This was his signal to go to his mistress. The young heroine was about to stop him when she and the others noticed that the dog had changed from running quickly to moving slowly. He eventually approached her right side and then carefully got on the bed to lie next to her while she lay unconscious on her stomach, her hair still in braids but removed from the bun to avoid discomfort. Her hair was incredibly long, as both braids were slung to the right side of the bed and tucked into her blanket, and she had an IV bag and heart monitor attached to her. To their surprise, the dog let out a vocal sigh of relief before yawning and gently nuzzling her before dozing off. He appeared to be extremely cautious, as he did well to avoid moving her and sniffed her to check things out for a moment. The four, since they couldn't overlook Nimari, also known as Midnight, who was observing the girl from the left and was dressed casually, with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, a long-sleeved dark red cardigan, dark blue jeans, and black heels, could only blink in shock. Izuku was the first to remark, "This only further proves that this dog is different from others I've seen. At this point I'm willing to believe that he might have a quirk like Nezu." All Might concurred. Considering everything he had witnessed thus far, it would be foolish to think otherwise. Though it's probably best we wait until he's awake before even considering giving him a checkup too. He's been wrought with worry all evening, not to mention that he must already be tired from running and protecting his owner. How he stayed awake after that is just a wonder in its own right. The two heroines met and Recovery Girl got the men's attention as she explained. As for the girl, she's mostly suffering from extreme exhaustion. Aside from needing to remove the staples and restitch her wounds properly on her back, she'll make a full recovery. Thankfully she didn't lose too much blood, so there's less to worry about there. Quote. Soon the elderly woman looked at them quietly. There is one other thing, however, not just on her back but also on the back of her upper forearms, everywhere but the spine and lower arms. She has numerous scars, as you know, left and right, up and down, most of which caused by what appears to be severe whiplashing to the point that they actually cut her up badly, and these latest four, unlike the others, were made by a blade. Judging by the angle and precision of them I can roughly say that they were done by a machete. The men's eyes grew horrified and they both turned pale. Find out more. A book. Tools for literary analysis. Electronic reading devices. Generators for writing prompts. Workshops for character development. Software for plotting stories. Commissions for personalized character art. Prints of movie posters. Platforms for self-publishing. Online writing community. As if knowing what they were going to ask or imply, this time Nimari answered for them, saying, her face showing more seriousness than ever, without a doubt these are signs of severe child abuse, especially as some of those wounds looked somewhat deep, while some of the others are not as deep, and are old enough to indicate that they've been there for years up until now. These new ones were only stitched up by staples no more than 3.5 hours ago. Most of her other wounds also showed that they too have been stapled shut in order to try and close them enough that it would be less concerning later. Probably not done by a doctor, but perhaps someone she knew who knew enough first aid to be able to do a quick yet efficient enough patch job until she could be seen by a doctor. Though a part of us is doubtful that she ever did get to see a real doctor, given that there are also numerous tiny scars of where staplers were for each of them. Not to mention that when we got her weight checked, don't ask either of us how we did it, we realized that even though she looks for the most part physically healthy, her weight on the other hand is less than it should be for somebody her age. Even if one her age were to attempt to go on a diet, how much she currently weighs now is low enough to be disconcerting, and upon further examination we saw that under her eyes she has some bags, indicating that she hasn't gotten much sleep as of late. The more she talked, the more shocked and worried they became. The boy was more afraid, but the top hero was furious. It was unacceptable to do something so terrible to a child of Izuku's age, and the perpetrator would undoubtedly face severe consequences. They didn't know if anyone would be searching for her, good or bad, because they didn't have as much information, but the sooner they called the police, the better. She's better off staying here until she is fully healed. We cannot risk her being recaptured by the people responsible for this. The recovery girl decided. Besides, moving her now is not an option. She's in much need of bed rest and a good meal, and the last thing we want to do is make things worse for her. Nezu, the hybrid and school principal, said, then it would be in our best interest to, in the meantime, call the police and notify them about the situation. The two men were surprised by his sudden appearance, but the woman was unconcerned because they were used to him doing that. The principal continued, I saw everything on the cameras, so I'm well aware of the situation here, and yes, All Might, I forgive you for not notifying me sooner given everything that was going on. The blonde blushed and turned pale at the same time, and then began to cough up blood at his own foolishness. The principal was already searching through the girl's backpack, and when he finally took out a passport, he opened it to see the information on it. The young green-haired boy would have been super excited about meeting the hybrid, the only sentient animal hero in existence, and the principal of the same school where his hero graduated, or he would have been shocked that the principal knew his mentor was All Might, even in his weak state, if he hadn't been so upset about the principal suddenly prying into the girl's personal information. Concordia Jaden, born July 20th, she's type O, the same age and blood type as your chosen successor All Might. He said this out loud, as if he were talking about the weather, blatantly ignoring the fact that the blonde hero spat out blood again in shock and that the boys stuttering in shock asked him how he even knew that. The principal went on, as if he hadn't heard them, this passport is relatively new given the fact that there's no sign of wear and tear and that it's too shiny to be old. I can tell that this passport was only recently validated, ran away from home most likely. If I were to wager, I believe it's likely that her uncle, Martin Nathaniel Jaden, has been abusing her since she was younger. It wasn't until the principal said this that the men stopped freaking out. Basically verifying the child abuse, a runaway, and a girl from the States who managed to make it here, even though it was obvious from what they had seen earlier that she had been kidnapped by someone with a portal quirk, and All Might himself had a strong suspicion he knew who it was that could do such a thing. Since a flight from New York to Japan would take about a day, give or take, if you were traveling on regular international flight lines, it would not have been possible for her to arrive so quickly. While all of them could speak both Japanese and English, the principal said, "Oh. It appears that under skills, among all that's listed here, she's perfectly fluent in Japanese, sign language and English, Japanese and French itself, so we don't have to worry about getting a translator for her once she wakes up." This gave the others some relief because they knew that she could do the same, so they wouldn't have to worry about a language barrier in the future. Although this does leave me curious, the principal stated as he closed the passport before returning to the group to explain, I've been recently doing research on schools in the States given that I've been given the notification ahead of time that we will have some transfers from there in the next coming year. I've only just finished looking up schools in New York and never once heard of Lotuswood Academy. Perhaps the school is off the beaten path. A brand new one that hasn't been updated in the system yet. I won't know until I do research on this. The recovery girl sternly emphasized the urgency of the situation by asking him, is there any emergency contact info we can get our hands on? They all nodded in agreement as they went about their side tasks. There is. According to the passport, there are only 2 people on it that we could get in contact with who could help us, Celine Jonathan and her daughter Ginger Lee Jonathan. With their numbers in here it'll be easy to contact them. All Might, call the police. Nimari, see if you can get in contact with the contacts in the passport. Recovery girl, continue to monitor the girl. I'll look up on my computer to see if there were any incidents that may have happened recently there. Izuku was left wondering what to do in the interim. After showing Nimari the contact information, the principal said, in the meantime Mr. Midoriya, which caught the boy's attention. He was a little taken aback, but later said, you might want to think about calling your mother soon as she's probably wrought with worry by now given all that's happening tonight. After pulling his phone out of his pants pocket and nearly dropping it multiple times while frantically trying to dial his mother's number, the boy paled deeply as he realized that he had completely forgotten to do so. All Might was able to calm him down long enough for him to do so without panicking. He was mentally berating himself for turning off the ringer because, upon checking his phone, he discovered that he had a good number of missed calls and texts from her. He was also on the verge of doing it physically because he had unintentionally set it to silent instead of vibrate. The young fanboy can only hope that nothing else goes wrong tonight while the phone rings. With my steadfast friend James at my side, I gasped as I ran, trying desperately not to look back because I knew it would be suicidal. I barely avoided stepping into a concealed bear trap by avoiding a tree on the left and a big boulder on the right. I could hear the bear trap going off from behind when a large rock fell on it. Attempting to get assistance but being afraid to do so because he would kill anyone we encountered without regret. Being aware of his identity. He was supposed to be a made-up character from a well-known anime, so I couldn't help but wonder how this could have happened. This had to be a dream, but my screaming legs and the cuts and bruises I was getting from almost falling or colliding with anything around me suggested otherwise. ignoring how my eyes began to sting from tears that were building up in them, how my head hurt from my hair getting tangled in the branches I was ducking under, and how the cuts burned from dirt or splinters. I was aware that if I didn't take action, James and I might be killed or taken prisoner. What? I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I wasn't looking around because James and I fell into a huge, seemingly bottomless hole, and my next step was my last. There was a mass of darkness beneath us, and since I was unable to scream, we had no way out. We were doomed. Ah! I cried out as I leapt onto my legs and sat up, only to experience a sharp, stinging pain radiating from my back. I instinctively curled up, trying to will it away as I hissed in agony. My body was in a panic, my heart was racing, I felt as shaky as a rattlesnake's tail, I was perspiring, and I thought I heard the sound of a heart monitor. There was also a loud ringing in my ears. I only dimly realized that someone was holding me and urging me to relax and breathe with them to avoid having a panic attack. Even though everything was still blurry and I was experiencing disorientation unlike anything I had ever experienced, I was fighting to maintain my composure while still breathing with them. My senses began to clear up. I was able to gradually calm my body as the pain subsided, and I began to become more aware of my surroundings as I forced myself to follow until I began to do so less strainfully and more voluntarily. It felt like an enormous obstacle to overcome. I leaned into it somewhat subconsciously, and even though the hands and arms holding me felt enormous, enormous, like someone had doubled the size of a large bodybuilder's limbs, they felt soft, warm, and comforting, the kind I hadn't felt in almost 10 years. Additionally, their voice sounded remarkably familiar, and I was gradually beginning to recall why. Then, as my vision improved, I could see James, and I turned slowly to the sound of the worried whimper, instantly recognizing who it belonged to regardless of my current state. I removed my right hand from my curled state and gently rubbed the left side of his face, telling him that everything was fine. He responded by moving his head closer to me so I could hold his head close to mine and nuzzle against it in comfort as my last senses finally became clear as crystal. My body stopped shaking completely, and my breathing returned to its normal pace. The heart monitor sounds were calm again after beeping like crazy before, and I could hear the person who was talking me down from my panicked state. Good, I'm glad to see that you've calmed down. Had I not come in on time you would have reopened your wounds again. Now that I recognized the voice, I instantly froze. How could I not? I turned my head to the other side and looked up, straining to meet his eyes, but it was worth it because I received my confirmation. However, it wasn't someone I feared, rather, it was someone I admired, someone from my all-time favorite anime, or at least one of them. Every might, the might of all, Yagi Toshinori. The most popular hero in Japan and a representation of peace. He was genuine. He helped me get through my panic attack, and he was there, smiling reassuringly, which I knew all too well. I gave a startled blink. I questioned whether this was genuine. As I glanced around and saw that I was in the nurse's office at UA, I continued to wonder how I got here. Then, like a lightning strike, my thoughts returned to what had transpired prior to my unconsciousness. When my uncle called me back to the mansion, I snapped and went on a violent tirade, saw Ginger one last time before fleeing from home, boarded a plane with James to leave New York as quickly as possible, and when the plane caught turbulence and crashed, we explored the forest while waiting for help to arrive, got chased, fell into a dark pit, woke up in a black void, and ran again. Izuku Midoriya and All Might. They managed to locate James and me and get us out of there in time, though I'm not sure how. Additionally, I remembered what I hazily attempted to convey to them prior to my complete collapse. I soon began to cry, clenching the bed linens beneath me in my hands. Why? I couldn't fully explain why. Perhaps I was crying because I was safe. Perhaps I was crying because I was finally free of my uncle and he and that boy would never be able to touch me again. Perhaps I was crying because I knew what had pursued me and that I might be a target. Perhaps I was crying because I was still in pain from my back, which continued to hurt like no one's business. Perhaps I was crying because I realized that I would never see my dear friend again as a result of this, or perhaps all of the above. I'm inclined more in that direction. I took a few deep breaths to try to calm myself, tried not to cry, and tried to wipe the tears from my eyes as I slowly pushed myself up. With the hero's help, I was able to sit cross-legged facing him and he gave me a handkerchief, which I accepted and used to wipe away the tears. I could feel the bed behind me give in a little, and James hopped onto the bed to try to cheer me up by resting his head on my lap, which I appreciated because I knew that crying would have to wait until later. The man asked me worriedly, "Are you okay?" Since I still had time to try to tell him a falsehood. I didn't want to. First, I'm a horrible liar. Second, being honest is the best course of action, particularly in this circumstance. Eventually, I glanced back up at him and nodded. Even though I was still in awe of one of the characters from the anime that I admired and was completely amazed by his muscular form, pictures alone could never do the real thing any justice. Period. I was also saddened to learn that beneath this incredible hero was a crippled man who had a limited amount of time left before he could no longer serve as the #1 hero and needed a successor to keep his quirk from dying out. It hurt to know how much he was suffering both physically and otherwise and what he would go through in the future. Speaking of which, in order to determine my position in the timeline, I will need to inquire as to whether anything occurred. I told him, all things considered I'm doing all right, although there's no way I can argue that I'm physically okay given the fact that I felt my back feel as if somebody was trying to rip my spinal cord out. Just then, I heard footsteps coming from the left, so I turned to see Chiyo Shuzenji, also known as Recovery Girl. She was incredibly short, too. She's about as short as a kindergartner, even though I know she's short in the anime. Fortunately, I didn't say that aloud because if I had, her syringe-shaped cane would have smashed my head. The last thing I want is to make a bad impression and be impolite to someone who doesn't deserve it. She said, half relieved, half frustrated, "At least I know you're not reckless." Then, she proceeded to the step stool, which I didn't notice until later, so she could get on the bed and examine my back. She undid the lacing on the back of my shirt, which I soon realized wasn't mine and was actually a hospital gown. This was understandable because she needed to remove my old clothes in order to examine me and make sure I was okay, given the pain I was beginning to feel before I passed out, and it's undeniable that I may have broken the stitches my friend did for me, causing it to bleed through my uniform. Her hands on my back made me shiver a little, but I had to expect that, even though it didn't alter the fact that my back felt sensitive because of my most recent addition to my collection, which ended with the backs of my arms and back. After a little silence, I heard her sigh of relief and a faint sound before I felt her gently rubbing a soft substance on the 4 areas where the injuries were. It felt really good because I couldn't help but sigh a little, and whatever she was rubbing must have been some sort of cream or ointment to speed up the healing process. Thankfully, despite that jolt, it didn't reopen your stitches. Doing so twice in a row would only make the scarring even worse. Although I can't fault you for reacting like that given the fact that you were showing signs that you were having a nightmare, she told me after quickly applying fresh bandage patches to the wounds and readying the back. As I placed my hands on top of James's head and gave him a loving head rub, I told her candidly, more like reliving a memory that happened not too long ago. I scowled before I asked her, "So what's damage, doc? Despite the condition that you were in when you were brought here last night, you thankfully did not lose enough blood to need a blood transfusion, and your scrapes and bruises were more superficial, which were easy to tackle. Although I feel a little concerned given that most of your wounds were stapled shut with staplers. I'm only going to have to guess that you weren't able to afford an actual doctor to do it but had a friend or at least somebody you trust with enough medical skills to be able to patch you up until further notice. Although given the fact that you not only have multiple scars on your back and on the back of your arms but also signs that you've already been stapled shut dozens of times over the years, I'm only going to have to assume that you weren't able to go to a doctor for a long time." She told me this with the last part having her worry much greater. There was a good reason why. I was upfront with her. If I went to a doctor then my uncle would have found out right away and it would have led to serious problems, more so for me than him, and led to another night being forbidden to eat until morning. At that, I could almost feel the two veterans recoil. Who is to blame? I understand what you guys are thinking, but no, even though my uncle is no longer in my life, that doesn't change the fact that I have to tell them about my circumstances. I truly need assistance. In addition, considering my circumstances, I want to help them as much as I can, especially in light of what lies ahead. Wow, now that I think about it, I will definitely have to prepare myself for nightmares because I know what was going to happen. In addition to the nightmares I already endure. The voice of UA's hybrid principal said, "So you were being abused by your uncle." I turned to face him as he entered the room, followed by Naomasa Tsukauchi, the lie detector police detective, and Izuku Midoriya, the anime's main character, and his mother Inko. I was relieved, but also a little shocked. Since I would prefer to meet Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye later, I must admit that I am somewhat relieved that they are not present at this time. More of the latter than the former. The mother looked at me with about the same level of concern that she would have for her own son if he were in my situation, and both brunettes, especially the older one, gave me a worried look. She is incredibly compassionate, but that doesn't mean she won't stand her ground when necessary, which is one of the reasons I adore her so much. Without pointing fingers, I said, "Yes, that's correct." Quite viciously, might I add. As he moved forward and extended his hand, which I accepted, the police detective said, "Then it's a good thing that I'm here. I'm Naomasa Tsukauchi, a fellow police detective here to help with your case." I genuinely nodded and said, "It's nice to meet you." I then released the hand I had shook and said, "Or rather, although, I only have to guess that it's more than just that." "It is indeed." Nezu nodded and continued, "When All Might was bringing you here to Ua, you knew his last name and his student's first name and said that the future was at stake." I smiled and replied, "Yes, that's correct, and there's a reason why, more than one really, which is why I'm glad that you brought your police friend here, given that with his lie detector quick he can confirm whether I'm telling you guys is the truth or not, although I am curious to why Miss Midoriya is here with us too." "That was my fault really," Izuku said shamelessly as he rubbed the back of his head and blushed slightly. He was unable to look me in the eyes and was stuttering, but I can't really blame him given everything he's been through. However, now that I'm looking at his physical condition beneath his recognizable day clothes, I can clearly see that he hasn't started working out yet, or perhaps he's only recently started working out with his mentor, so he hasn't yet shown any signs of gaining muscle. And yes, I acknowledge that, even in his weak state, he appears more attractive and charming in person than he does in the enemy. Could anyone disagree with me on that? Although, I've already been told that it's not really my fault. I can't really help it. When we brought you last night with your dog, I completely neglected to let my mom know that I was going to be out for longer. Which made her panic, especially as I was too focused on your situation to remember to do that until the principal pointed that out to me last night. And he let it slip by accident that he was with All Might at Ua, and in my shock I demanded to know what was going on, and especially with what he had been up to as of late. His mentor told me that he would explain everything as soon as they got to our apartment, which led to revealing a lot of things, Inko added as she stepped closer to get a good look at me. Her maternal instinct was evident in making sure I was physically okay. She quickly appeared to be quite overwhelmed, more so than I could imagine if someone had been informed that their son was being trained by All Might alone, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. "Let me guess," I said with a smile. "Mr. Yagi revealed his true form to you due to either reaching his limit or him willingly revealing it to you, that he's been training your son for a while and why?" The woman was surprised by this, but she nodded and said, "Yes, you are right, it was the former." Who would have thought that simply existing would result in such a change? I knew that in the original canon, Inko would not be aware of this until Izuku awoke from his coma following the Paranormal Liberation Front, the escape of the remaining villains from the League of Villains, and the mass jailbreak at Tartarus and 7 or 6 other prisons that followed almost immediately. To be honest, I didn't anticipate that this kind of transformation would occur so rapidly following unconsciousness. Although I've definitely seen something like this in other fanfiction stories or something, I never imagined that it would happen to me in this way. Who knew? Additionally, people, let's be honest, Mr. Yagi is very careless with it when it comes to his limit. As steam began to emerge from his body and then burst into a plume of smoke before dissipating to reveal his true form, the hero said, embarrassed, his smile now looking awkward, his sweat dropleting in the anime style, and he rubbed the back of his head somewhat shamefully. Some sudden incidents happened on the way to the Midoriya apartment and it couldn't be ignored, especially as there weren't heroes around those specific areas at the time, which led to it, he said. In all honesty, he still looked good in his actual form, yes, even in his current state, but that doesn't change the fact that it was still unsettling and that I felt sorry for him because of what he had to go through. Despite his health issues, he is willing to do everything in his power to help and save others, no matter the cost, even though it hurts me more to know that he is hurting himself in return because he occasionally forgets to take care of himself. Forgetting that giving too much can cause him harm as well. With his pledge to Izuku's mother to support and raise him, he wouldn't begin taking much better care of himself until after retirement. I intend to address that as soon as possible. Although he was fortunate not to cough up blood, he said, it's obvious there's more to you than meets the eye, so to be frank, I'm not sure which subject to focus on for you. If I may, sir, I replied courteously, it probably might be best if I first introduced myself, for my case with my uncle that can wait till after I tell you how I know about you and the others. Mr. Yagi questioned me about my certainty, asking, "Are you sure?" For distinction, I refer to him as All Might in his muscular form and Mr. Yagi in his true form. Even though I'll get to it eventually, I feel compelled to share this section first, and since it somewhat relates to what I experienced, I won't be putting it off for long. Correct. Yes, I replied with a firm nod. After all, I know who you guys are, but you do not know who I am, unless you've actually dug into my backpack and found my passport. Nezu, who had my passport protruding from his left breast pocket, was pointed out by everyone right away. He grinned as though nothing had happened and said, "That would be my doing, my dear, nevertheless common courtesy shouldn't be disregarded." He's not incorrect, I told them, noting how the police detective twitched a little and gave me a curious look as if I had said something strange. Very well, my name is Concordia Jaden, although I prefer to be called Connie cuz it's shorter. And as you've obviously read, I'm in the same grade as Izu Midoriya, the son I was a student in New York until recently and had to flee from my home as fast as possible. I was aware of the cause. He can tell whether someone is lying, telling the truth, telling a half-truth, or even speaking the majority of the truth without expressing a specific portion of it because of his lie detector quirk. It doesn't work, at least verbally, if you nod or shake your head, and I'm not sure if it works if you speak sign language, like it did for a specific story that one of my classmates mentioned a while ago, though I can't recall its name. Tsukauchi knew that even though I was being completely honest, there was a portion of the truth that I wasn't telling, but I'll find that out later. As I looked around the room, I realized that once I said it, there was no turning back. I might not know what would happen after today, and to be honest, I'm afraid of it. After all, who wouldn't be in my shoes? However, I was aware that it was necessary and that things would only worsen if they were unaware at this point. In the most terrible way imaginable. And that's mostly the truth in that part, for you see. I paused for a moment before taking a deep breath and exhaling. I'm not actually from this world, but I'm actually from a completely different one altogether, I said, realizing that giving up at this point would be fatal. You would think that after years of working as a police detective, I'd be accustomed to seeing or hearing strange, bizarre, unbelievable, and completely bizarre stories and phenomena. However, my lie detector quirk only makes some of the more bizarre things I've seen seem extremely real, no matter how shocking they may be. However, who shows up in our world out of nowhere and says they know what the future holds? Yes, this was not at all what I had anticipated, much less what I could have anticipated even if I had. She told us with a completely straight yet stern face, and if it weren't for my quirk, I would have assumed that she was lying. However, I'm fairly certain that even if I didn't have my quirk, the expression on her face would have said otherwise. Unwavering tone. I know it sounds rather unbelievable to you, but I can assure you that I'm not lying. I couldn't lie even if I tried. I mean using the truth in a different way without making it seem like I was lying and letting somebody fill in the gaps for me is one thing, but there's a difference between telling the truth and actually lying. Miss Jaden, who prefers to be known as Connie, replied with confidence, "Besides, I'd rather not lie to you guys, especially not with the current situation at hand." I could see that everyone else was looking incredulous, but who can blame them? They all turned to face me as I nodded, which only made them more incredulous because they knew there was nothing wrong with what she had said. The only person who didn't physically demonstrate it was the principal, who said to her with a curious grin, "Well, this would most certainly explain why the numbers from your passport weren't able to be used on the phone when we tried to contact your emergency contacts. Why, when I looked up the name of the school that you attended, there was no registry of it anywhere, as if there was no record of it to begin with, and why when I tried to look up your name and that of your EC in the databases there wasn't a single result that popped up, not a one, as if none of you existed in the first place, even though you clearly had a passport, validated adoption papers from your parents, and papers that prove your existence from your school records to your dental records." Connie said, half expecting and half feeling a little defeated. "No surprise there. Although I can assure you that the rest of your belongings have been completely untouched. I haven't even turned on your phone, which I assume would have more personal data on there that you'd rather share yourself rather than have somebody peek at it without your consent." Nezu said, making her breathe easier and give a nod. One thing that people often forget is that, despite the fact that the principal was extremely nosy and generally knew more than most people, he occasionally knew when to back off or keep his mouth shut if he was about to reveal some very private or sensitive information about someone who was directly in front of him. He was willing to wait until they told him what they were hiding. "We must wait until she tells us herself because, based on what I was told and the scars on her back, trust was crucial in this situation. Mr. Midoriya then asked her, still shocked but curious to hear her story, but if what you are saying is true, then how is it that you know about our world? I mean, you know of my first name and Mr. Yagi's last name, and you said that the future was at stake, so you know about it, right? That's right, and there's a good reason how and why I know, although the truth of the matter is rather more unbelievable in its own right, which is why I'm glad that Mr. Tsukauchi is here to confirm it, cause otherwise you wouldn't believe me unless I showed you other bits of evidence that I have on my phone or spoke about information on you guys that nobody else should know except you and a select few to confirm that what I'm saying was true. She replied, giving the boy a small smile before she said, where I come from, this world exists as a very popular anime, so popular that it's one of the best in the whole world. Literally, currently season 7 hasn't arrived, and in fact only season 6 has finished, so we don't know when we'll see the adaptation of season 7 from the mangas, which is where the show originated from. Although there were some parts in the manga that weren't included in the anime, nonetheless looking from there helps give small important details to note, which sometimes later was seen in the aftermath after the end credits or in short specials that came, or in the movies, whichever comes first. Anyways, the anime you guys starred in is one of my absolute favorites and helped me when I was facing difficult times back home. I kept blinking, and as I turned to face the others, I noticed that they, like me, were unable to express their feelings and were simply too stunned to speak. However, who can blame them, or any of us, really? Even though I could see in his eyes that this truly piqued his interest more and more, only the principal showed no signs of changing his expression, which has always made me a little uneasy at times. Connie, upon seeing our reactions, then told us, I know this is rather hard to swallow, and to help you guys so you don't have an existential crisis, I can explain how things are the way they are. Think of it like this, your world leaves behind invisible footprints that find their way to my world, and from there the people from my world get the ideas and inspirations to create a brand new franchise based on something they believe to have made up when really they were remnants from your world that found their way into ours. Never knowing that that which they were producing had already existed from the beginning. Never knowing that there really were indeed worlds beyond our own, let alone beyond our universe. The same could be said for fanfictions and AO3 stories as well that people create, and I've read enough to know what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to crossovers or self-inserts or OCs that starred in them. Crossovers have also happened between TV shows, movies and games too, not just in stories, but that would depend on the case in question and how it all plays out, but that is another matter altogether that would take longer to explain. I mean, the same could be said for you guys, like things from our world exist in your world because of the invisible footprints that we left behind in some manner, but how? Even I find it hard to completely comprehend, but I believe you understand, at the moment, what I mean. Once more, I would have assumed that everything she said was taken directly from her made-up story if I hadn't developed my lie detector quirk. However, her explanation did make more sense in this instance. However, that does distract me from a few things, and the way she explained things to us makes more sense. There were too many excellent points to identify any flaws. Even though this opens up a lot of possibilities, the fact that there are other worlds besides our own and that our world is a show with people in other worlds never realizing that what they saw and thought was actually what happened in our world, both what has already happened and what hasn't yet, is more significant. She said to us, "Tell me guys, do you know what isekai means?" This excited the child as he responded, "Doesn't that mean a character from one world suddenly appearing in another world either as themselves or as a completely different person altogether depending on the circumstances? And in some cases with their memories intact, while others with only a few memories of what their life was like before appearing there. Also in most cases those people end up in a world that's unknown to them, while for others some end up in a world they've only known in anything related to fiction." Connie grinned and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, exactly. There are even a few shows that are like that too. I think I could recall at least a few animes my classmates mentioned here and there that was something along those lines too, but never looked into it myself." He responded. What caught me off guard, though, was the girl's sad smile. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she felt sorry for him, but why? I'm not sure, but based on what she told us, it can only indicate that she is aware of something the boy is going through that no one else is. She shot me a quick glance and seemed to be begging to talk to me about it later. I made a mental note to talk to her privately the next time we had a chance. "Oh, Izuku, I assure you that I will support you during your difficulties. You didn't deserve to suffer because you lack what most people have." I thought to myself, "You're the most pure-hearted boy I've ever seen. You deserve to have friends, to be free to pursue your dreams, to have genuine companionship, and to receive kindness in return just as you give it to others. No one had any right to hurt you for things beyond your control. Knowing what he endured was painful, and what he would ultimately experience. For him and All Might, especially considering what, as far as I know, the former endured in comparison to the latter. Not only in the canon, either. In addition, I've read a lot of stories about how awful it could get. Finding out which one was correct or at least comparable makes me apprehensive. Furthermore, I am not at all interested in learning how dire things might become if nothing is done. However, I've learned from reading a lot of stories and watching adventure-themed television that no matter how hard you try to avoid it, you will inevitably encounter unpleasant situations. I hope Sukauchi understood what I was subtly trying to tell him. It is best to deal with this as soon as possible. He and Bakugo would both benefit greatly in the long run from it. Even though I detested him for his treatment of poor Izuku, I am aware that he has a redemption story and improves over time. If not for me, then for the sake of both of them and future generations. Because of my vast knowledge, you could very well say I'm kind of a timekeeper, even though I have no power over time whatsoever. I only just have the knowledge that could really change things far more accurately than how Sir Night-Eye can through his quirk alone, because I have a more accurate description of every detail that'll happen. I explained next, quickly getting back to the subject at hand. Nonetheless, we have to be careful. If we do something incorrectly, or if we do something too soon, or if we are too late, then even worse disasters may befall us. For with great power comes great responsibility, especially regarding knowledge here, and that also means making sure you play your cards right, time-wise. There are a handful of things I can explain now and some things that can be explained later depending on circumstances, and especially depending on specific people that I would rather like to be involved with or not. But there's so much to explain in general, which is why I would like to ask for notebooks and writing utensils so I can write down every single detail, as well as drawing pictures of everything that I have within my memory, lest I somehow forget something crucially important and we end up running into a huge mishap later down the line. That can easily be arranged. Nezu nodded. I'll have them delivered to you post-haste, and I shall even provide a safe for them to be put in so to avoid them being stolen, just to give you a little more assurance on your end. I smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." I would have bent down to shake his hand if it weren't for my back. Additionally, by writing down everything I know, I can avoid having to repeat myself, unless it's a very specific piece of information that I haven't yet written down or recorded in my notebooks. Mr. Aizawa, Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, Mr. Shield, and his daughter still need to be involved in this, but that can wait at least a short while. My hair feels really tight after being in these long braids for an unknown amount of time. Even though I have to assume that they were left this way, they were undone from the buns they were in, at least to make sure my head wouldn't feel constricted and to allow me to check on my back without my hair getting in the way. And that princess from a tower from that old tale that was later made into a movie could be humorously parodied by my hair. Folks, you know what I mean. Fortunately, my hair wasn't that long. It was just long enough that, if I were standing up right now, at least a few feet of it would be dragged on the ground. Cape trails are most likely nearly as long as a wedding gown. It's a lot of hair, though. Even though I enjoy having long hair, I never intended for it to grow that long. And at this point, it will only be a hindrance for me if I leave it that way. Let's just say that I've witnessed and experienced enough of how detrimental it can be in the wrong circumstance. I can't even begin to discuss how I wash my long hair without experiencing too many problems, let alone how I manage to get it combed, braided, and so on practically every day. Having my hair cut will undoubtedly spare me the suffering I've endured for years. Additionally, since my uncle is essentially no longer alive, I can finally get my long overdue haircut without receiving unjust criticism or even being, quote, disciplined for considering it. However, that would have to wait because I want to get these unbraided right now, especially after getting a few snags from all the running I did in the forest. That hurt a lot. Fortunately, James understood what I wanted to do and carefully left my lap in the bed before approaching Ms. Midoriya. Even though she still appeared somewhat shocked, she quickly relaxed after I explained everything, and when James began to nuzzle and sniff at her, she began to pet him and wash his face and neck with equal affection, which made us all laugh. It was simply too adorable not to. I wish I had my camera out so I could snap a photo. And made even cuter when our favorite character bent over to give him a pet. In fact, his inherent cuteness alone has the power to calm even the most ferocious storms. If used properly, It could even be used as a weapon, as evidenced by the numerous tales I've read about Izuku's literal cuteness quirk. As we all turned to face the nurse's office door, it opened, revealing Midnight, or rather, Nimari Kayama, in her typical outfit, which included dark blue-gray jeans, black heels, a dark red long-sleeve shirt that hung past her elbows, and oval black-rimmed glasses, the same style Sir Night-Eye wears. I'm going to be serious, people. Nimari Kayama is a good person, a good teacher, and she does a great job using her quirk in her hero work. She also genuinely cares about her students and fellow staff members. However, there are just 3 things about her that I truly didn't like. 1. She was surrounded by innuendos. 2. Her lustfulness in some of her conversations, even if it's only to tease and show off and keep people on edge by making them uncomfortable or anxious. And 3. Her costume choice is inappropriate. While there are some aspects of her quirk application that I can understand, overall I strongly disagree. I could come up with a few decent costume ideas that would be more appropriate, still allow her to use her quirk without any problems, and even let her show off her beauty in a way that would disarm a villain without coming across as inappropriate. Anything is better than the costumes she makes now, and they are definitely better than the ones she made in high school. Don't inquire. I apologize to everyone, but I would much rather stay away from inappropriate content and, if I ever indulged in it, I would much rather strictly stick to what is actually appropriate in that subject, like what I do privately with my future husband, though that will be years from now. That is, if I ever get married. Not that I'd ever be attractive to anyone. Despite many of the flaws I see in her, I know that she is a good person at her core, and I think she looks much more attractive in her everyday clothes than in her costume. I don't mean to come across as disrespectful or anything, but her current costume still doesn't look good to me. Speaking of which, how can one put up with constantly wearing heels, particularly when performing heroic tasks and engaging in combat? In my experience, wearing high heels causes my toes to bleed and feel as though a garbage compactor is crushing them. Her eyes brightened with relief as she swiftly cut through the others, blatantly ignoring their startled yelps, just to get to me. She took my hands in hers, startling me as she knelt down to my level and said, "Oh, it's so good to see that you're awake. When I saw the condition of your back when I was called to help tend to you with Recovery Girl, I was horrified, especially knowing that a big handful of your scars were done over the years. A young lady such as yourself should not have to suffer and be marred in such a despicable manner. The reason why I wasn't here when you woke up is because I overslept and got here late, but nonetheless I'm glad to see that you're awake and okay. But are you still in pain? Do you need some medicine? Do you? Ms. Kayama, please calm down." I practically screamed in an attempt to get her attention. This made her stop, startling her a little from my raising my voice so abruptly. Don't get me wrong, I'm touched that she was worried about me, especially since her face was practically plastered with it as clearly as a stop sign. But being approached like this in such a sudden manner in the middle of not only just waking up but also trying to control my emotions, and I knew I needed to calm her down before she became more terrified than I was. I sighed, apologized, and said, "Sorry, you kind of startled me and I kind of freaked a little, but I promise you I'm okay. To answer your questions, I'm doing all right. My back is still sore, but that's more from suddenly jolting from reliving a rather frightening memory. Thankfully I didn't reopen my stitches a second time." She smiled in response to my final statement. She said, "That's good to hear." Then she looked to her left, grinned, and cooed when she saw that it was James. James was startled by her approach, but he quickly calmed down and chose to confront her while sniffing her inquisitively. "Hello, handsome, aren't you the curious type?" She greeted him in a genuinely playful way, letting go of my hands, which still had my left braid in them. She also began to scrub his face affectionately, which only caused him to make noises of approval. He then began to snuggle against her chest, earning her a gentle hug and another coo. Only a small number of people, including Ginger, who I know the best, have been able to clean him up in a way that would garner such admiration. This simply indicates that she was very skilled at cleaning dogs in a way that was genuinely loving and affectionate. This typically indicates that she either has a dog of her own at home or has handled animals a good number of times to know what she's doing. In some cases, it's both. Tsukauchi turned to the experts and made a subtle gesture that they would need to explain some of the details to her later in private, but her actions only made the others laugh more. Speaking of specifics, it appeared that the principal noticed it and chose to pose the crucial question I anticipated. "Miss Jaden, now that you've explained some of the important things to us, would you mind terribly if you told us what happened to you before All Might and Mr. Midoriya rescued you?" Everyone's attention was drawn to me by this, especially Miss Kayama, who immediately let go of James in favor of giving me her full attention. James, who looked at me with worried whimpers, knowing full well that what I was going to tell them was unpleasant and still plagued me more than I could put into words, and the Midoriya duo. The older of the two gave me a face that showed motherly concern, which deeply hurt me because it reminded me of my own mother, and the younger's concern was mixed with conflicted because, as much as he wanted to know how I felt after having just managed to avoid being captured, I gave them a flimsy, defeated smile that quickly transformed into a deep frown as I lowered my head just enough to allow my eyes to be obscured by the bangs that framed my face and in front of my forehead. Sighing with a sense of defeat and fatigue, I responded, "Well, in order to understand what happened, first I got to let you guys know about a few important details, including where it all started from. It might be a little unorthodox to explain that way, but in order to really know why what happened to me happened just before I was rescued, you need to know where it all stemmed from. Even though it might take some time to explain, in order for things to make sense, it was preferable to understand what happened in the past before learning about what has happened in the present. Even though I've only recently met them in person and have only ever seen them on TV, in manga, or in stories about them, I knew that I couldn't just keep this in forever." I let out another sigh, trying to calm myself down. Only Ginger and James and a few others know the true depths of my story, as I've never told anyone else more than the bare minimum, despite my reluctance to say it. It was more about battling trauma than pride, not that there was any pride to talk about, and the latter was unrelated to the other issues. I knew that I couldn't allow it to run amok in my life indefinitely, even if it doesn't go away right away. I know I must do it, even if it makes me cry. Not just for my health, but also for my mental well-being. I'm also fervently hoping that this will be the first step toward helping me find genuine closure with those outside of my small, dwindling inner circle. In addition, I saw the bright side of this. Since my uncle is no longer with me, I don't have to worry about anyone here dying horribly for talking about it. I wouldn't hold back if I had to, in a metaphorical sense, break through that fiercely guarded shell with my bare hands. I have been an orphan my entire life. In fact, I was unaware of this until I was 6 years old, when my parents told me how they had discovered me. Even though they would have preferred to wait until I was a little older, they realized it was time for me to know when I pointed out a few things because I was occasionally a bit too perceptive for my own good. Mama and Papa were just about to leave the hospital when I was a few months old because they had just lost their daughter, Alexa, a few days earlier due to complications following delivery. They never had the chance to see her before she passed away. They were on the verge of boarding the cab when they heard me sobbing in a nearby alley. They were completely devastated. When they discovered me, I was sitting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, wearing nothing but a small panda onesie and a piece of ripped paper next to me that appeared to have been a portion of my birth certificate, showing the day and month of my birth but not the year. With Papa at her side, Mama rushed to me right away, embraced me, and began to soothe me. They canceled the taxi, paying the man for his trouble anyway, knowing that they could not leave me there. They then immediately returned to the hospital to have me checked out and to call the police. Fortunately, I received a clean bill of health. Unfortunately, neither the police nor the hospital were able to locate any information about me. They concluded that I may have come from a foreign family, most likely Japanese, since the tag on the inside of my onesie and some of the text next to my birth date were in Japanese kanji, but was still unable to locate me. Some of them suggested that I be placed in a foster home or an orphanage, but Papa and Mama firmly refused, understanding that I might end up lost in the system or worse because I was officially a foreigner. Mama was an orphan herself, so she is aware of how challenging it can be, especially since she had experienced some pretty terrible ones. Papa was the only reason she didn't end up being sold into slavery or taking her own life. They adopted me without hesitation because they didn't want me to suffer and wanted to give me a home, love, and care as well as a chance at a bright future. Additionally, they made it apparent that they would love me just as much as they loved their late daughter, and that this was not their attempt to replace the daughter they lost too soon. With tears in her eyes already, but thankfully not from sadness, Inko remarked, "That's so touching, your parents must have been very loving and caring people. More than you know, and very understanding too, almost to a fault. They're the best parents anyone could ever ask for, biologically or otherwise." I replied with an affectionate grin. Tsukauchi asked me, somewhat worried, "How did you feel when you found out you were adopted?" But consider this. Adoption can be a sensitive and touchy topic for some people, usually when that person learns that they were adopted all their lives and were never told right away or something similar. I was shocked, but it did explain why I didn't resemble either of my parents, and when I looked back on all the times we spent, I knew that even if I wasn't theirs by blood, I knew that their love for me was real, and I told them that even if I am adopted, they would always be my mama and papa no matter what happens. I told him that. The recovery girl said, astonished but nodding in agreement, "That's pretty mature for someone as young as 6 years old." Nezu added, nodding, "Maturity at such a young age is a rarity to admire." I got that a lot. In fact, I've always been a fast learner, and I was a lot more perceptive than most people my age way back then, so I was able to understand some things much more quickly than most kids at the age of preschool. I clarified, "It's been that way since I was a toddler, and I've always been grateful for that." Although Uncle Martin Nathaniel Jaden, Papa's non-identical twin brother, was the only person who opposed it. The majority of people thought it was very charming and touching, and I was happy that everything would be okay for me. A merciless but otherwise prosperous business magnate who is a perfectionist as rigid as a thick wooden plank and as cruel as a military sergeant. Orphans and the homeless were the one thing he detested more than spiders and flaws. He kept this a secret from everyone else, but when I was by myself or with him, I could see it clearly. As I've already mentioned, even though I was a little child, I was far smarter and more perceptive than most, and I was definitely not unaware that he detested me. Around Papa, he would always claim that it was just occasional outbursts of frustration from the constant stress and obligations he had to handle at work, and that he was struggling to find a lasting, constructive way to distress from everything. Unfortunately, Papa was duped by him, and Mama trusted her husband in spite of her own worries and uncertainties. He was always very good at hiding his tracks so that no one, especially his brother, who was only a few minutes older than him, would discover how vicious he truly was. Despite my best efforts to expose him, he would always figure out what was going on and stop me before I could present him with indisputable evidence to Papa or Mama. When I was by myself with Uncle Martin, he would either completely ignore me, insist that I leave him alone, or tell me that I was a filthy, helpless orphan who didn't belong in his family and that I would be better off leaving. Particularly when Mama and Papa couldn't find a suitable caregiver for me while they were away, he was assigned to watch me at the last minute. I always hated when that happens, but I felt better if he had to take me to his workplace because at least there, his coworkers were much kinder to me and actually protected me from his wrath. At home, though, I felt alone and helpless. I even overheard him muttering at times about how irritated he was with Mama and how she would be better off leaving the family to join the circus. He could only put up with her long enough to behave normally around her. Nevertheless, I was aware that he despises me just as much as Papa does. He detested Mama, but he could only put up with her for a short while because he had to spend years getting to know her, and even then, he detested the fact that she had once been an orphan. I would diligently avoid him at all costs, staying in my room most of the time and only going out to eat because I had a bathroom in my room, so I wouldn't run into him using the one at the end of the hallway. Other times, especially after a violent tongue whiplashing from him, I would sneak out of the house to go to the park to play with Ginger and Martha, who were the only two people my age at the time who truly knew about what was going on between me and my uncle. Ginger came from a wealthy family because her mother was a devoted fashion designer, and her father was a kind-hearted business tycoon before he passed away the year she turned 5 due to cancer. As a result, she was aware of him through her parents' reputation in the business. In contrast, Martha was the daughter of a small-time detectives who were suspicious about a particular deal he had recently. My uncle was always very good at making it seem like it's not as bad as I say it is. He has a way of hiding the truth just to avoid getting caught red-handed, but my parents were anything but blind and neglectful toward me. Nevertheless, Uncle Martin continued to sneer at Mama whenever he believed no one was looking, just as he did with me. For him, tolerance in this situation does not equate to genuine friendship. He was cruel to me both verbally and emotionally, even though he was powerless to do anything for Mama. He never used physical violence because he understood that even he couldn't undo that kind of harm. In particular, he knew that I wasn't foolish or destructive, and I didn't have any bullies to contend with, so my story would be more likely to be used against him. Thus, choosing the verbal and emotional approach was simpler and less obvious. Mr. Yagi asked me, his eyes showing concern but his teeth gritting with rage. "Did you ever find out why he hated orphans and the homeless?" he asked. I nodded. No matter how many times I've asked he would never answer. Not even the people around him knew the entire story. The only reply I would ever get is that it was none of my business, or he would threaten to rip apart one of my favorite dolls just to get me to shut up. Or worse. The majority of them were gripping their hands, but Nezu and Ms. Kayama were the only ones who weren't. Nezu remained composed and calm as usual, despite the glint in his eyes, while Ms. Kayama was too busy undoing my hair from the braids for me, but that didn't change the fact that I could feel her vibrating in anger behind me. Even though Izuku was an orphan and Izuku was a quirkless person, it doesn't change the fact that the pain was very much real. Even though I had a few people by my side, he had only his mother until recently. Throughout his entire life, it doesn't change the fact that those few people couldn't fight against the pain that was felt. Nothing seemed to be going to change. That is, until the day I came home from sleepaway camp. My parents sobbed and embraced me, firmly expressing their regret for not realizing how terrible things were between Uncle Martin and me. And not realizing that he hated Mama as much as he hated me and had for years, for being so blind to the truth and being duped for so long. They both pledged to keep me away from him and vice versa, to never allow this to happen again, to perform better, pay closer attention, and support me more going forward. And they fulfilled their commitment. When the two of them had to leave for work, they would always leave me in the care of our nice neighbor, an elderly woman who was as sweet as a peach and had 2 grandchildren of her own, so she knew exactly how to take care of someone my age back then. In fact, the old woman moved in next door shortly after the two of them had apologized to me, so it was because of her that we had a new and safer option. The two would always try to spend as much time as possible with me when they weren't working, or at least weren't too busy. When Uncle Martin was around, the two of them would sneer at him and give him nasty looks, acting as though he had thrown me into heavy traffic without thinking. Naturally, their relationship would never be the same again, especially since Martin had no excuse to keep his true feelings from his brother after he confronted him and provided evidence of his wrongdoing. I could always hear Papa and Uncle Martin shouting loudly from up in my bedroom whenever they were by themselves in the same room. It was clear that they were fighting over me, with Papa standing up for me and Uncle Martin being furious. In an attempt to block out the argument, Mama would always stay in my room and we would play games or watch movies. The house muffled the verbal tongue lashing, so I couldn't hear what they were saying in general, but that didn't lessen the volume of their yelling in any way, and their relationship was getting worse. I knew that whatever had transpired in the 2 months since I was away at camp had caused them to realize what Uncle Martin's true situation was. It was obvious to me that they felt a great deal of guilt about their prolonged ignorance. It was evident in their eyes alone, so I didn't need them to say it. When I questioned them, they merely told me that they had met a group of visitors from Japan at the time who had shown them evidence of what was really happening with me and my uncle, claiming that they had also been wronged by him, and even more heinous things he had actually done behind their backs. I'm not sure what they were, but I know it was enough to make them so thoroughly disgusted that the mere thought of him made them growl in rage. When Papa discovered that he had also detested Mama for years and years, constantly muttering behind her back, just as he did me, I could see in their eyes how much they regretted not knowing what was happening and allowing themselves to be duped by his words for so long. In order for us to begin attempting to repair the harm that Uncle Martin had caused to all of us, including myself, they even enrolled us in therapy. And before you ask, I told Ginger and Martha to do nothing, no matter how much they wanted to. I told them not only that we would be helpless against him as children, but that Uncle Martin would be on to them and would file a huge lawsuit against both of their families if they tried to tell the authorities or even their parents. Ginger's mother would have a better chance because she had a large legal team at her disposal, but Martha only had one trustworthy lawyer, and even then, he would have little chance against his resources, both legal and otherwise. Additionally, he would covertly employ people to cause hardship for both families if a lawsuit wasn't the first course of action. I was aware of this since, on occasion, I would listen in on him and learn that, in order to avoid being discovered, he relied not only on legal people but also on some dubious individuals who were on the verge of being outright illegal. After I informed Papa about it, he promptly went to alert both families to the possibility of something going wrong and then scolded his brother for his unconscionable threats against innocent people in such a heinous way and for even considering making dubious deals with people who were essentially criminals. Ms. Kayama, who had just finished undoing one of my braids while I was telling the story, asked, perplexed, if your uncle was as horrible as you say he is, why hadn't your parents cut ties with him completely? Or even went to the police about it? More than words can express, I'm already relieved that one of my braids has been undone. I told her, oh believe me they were going to do that, and then I went into further detail. My uncle did the unimaginable one day. He blatantly attempted to have my records tampered with so that I would have to be sent to a different school abroad, either a military school or a fairly strict but subpar boarding school. It's likely that I would have had a much worse life and never again seen my loved ones if Papa and Mama hadn't realized in time. In addition to making sure he had enough evidence to give to the police that he would use against his brother unless he agreed to leave us alone, Papa was going to cut off all contact with him because that was the last straw. He had been trying to get his brother to lighten up since they were teenagers, and he had been duped into thinking that everything was going well with him for years before realizing that all of his efforts had been in vain from the beginning. If this is what his brother was doing in an attempt to get rid of me, then all of the time he had spent fervently and adamantly trying to persuade him to change his mind after learning the truth had been in vain. We couldn't blame Papa because he made a great effort to find the positive side of everyone, especially his brother. It was depressing to learn that his efforts with his younger twin were in vain. However, that wouldn't deter him from striving for improvement and keeping a closer watch on people to ensure that Martin's experience wouldn't recur. However, he was never given the opportunity to complete the documents that would legally disown him or to give him a final warning that he would go to jail if he tried anything else. Knowing that what I was about to say would be the most devastating, one of several, actually, I paused for a moment and shakily took a deep breath to calm myself. Even so, my shaking only stopped momentarily when I felt Ms. Kayama put her right hand on my back and Mr. Yagi take my hands in his and squeeze them reassuringly, both of them attempting to ground me so I could go on. With a feeble nod, I thanked them both in silence and lowered my head once more when I noticed James approaching me again. He then carefully returned to the bed and lay down beside me, resting his head on my lap while attempting to console me. I smiled weakly at him and went on, blinking several times to keep from crying even though it was going to happen. I glanced up at the others and saw that they were all patiently waiting for me to continue. However, I could see that the recovery girl, Nezu, and Tsukauchi knew that what I was about to say would not be good, and the Midoriyas were hoping that what I was about to say would not be worse. Unfortunately, they also realized that what I was about to say would be terrible. Which it was. As I mentioned earlier, Papa never had the opportunity to legally cut time with his brother and make his final word known until the papers were approved so that he could present them to his brother in person. It occurred about 3 weeks after returning from sleepaway camp. I woke up one morning feeling pretty terrible. I still don't understand what I was feeling at the time, but for some reason, I thought something terrible was about to happen. How and why, I had no idea. And instead of going away throughout the day, that feeling only grew worse over time. I tried to explain it away by saying that I was simply waiting for the other shoe to drop and that my uncle had done something even more horrible to me. Years of dealing with him had left me scarred and equipped me with enough experience to comprehend his tells, but I had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't him, again for an unidentified reason. Despite my best efforts, my worry and anxiety persisted. It only peaked when one of Papa's coworkers called him urgently to tell him that some of the boys in the editing department had made a mistake and that they both needed to come right away to help them fix it or else heads would roll. As you can see, Mama and Papa were coworkers at the same company at the time. Mama was a writer for the company, his partner in crime, and she was soon to be his secretary. Papa was also in line to become the company's next CEO. I honestly can't recall what the company was, or rather, I neglected to ask them what they did for a living, let alone what their business was called. And I never discovered that. Even though I didn't know why, I threw myself at them as they were about to leave after dropping me off with our neighbor, pleading with them to stay with me because I felt like something terrible was about to happen. It's almost like I won't see them again if they go. That feeling only grew worse from that moment on, until I felt as though I was being crushed to death, was having trouble breathing. My voice was getting harder and harder to keep coherent, and I was crying a lot. I was able to relax after Papa and Mama knelt down and gave me a hug. They both assured me that everything would be all right. They then advised me to never give up hope because it will lead me out of the darkness, even if things get really difficult. As I grew older, they told me that, even if I didn't immediately understand it, they assured me that their love would always be with me even if we were apart, even if something were to happen to them, and even though I didn't really understand what they meant at first, I nodded as I vowed to remember. Before I could respond or even say goodbye, they hurried off to get to work, saying, "We'll see you soon, honey." I would soon lament that I never had the opportunity to, and for failing to make a sufficient effort to stop them. My voice was beginning to break, and my tears were on the verge of exploding. "Just do it, old girl," I told myself inwardly before inhaling deeply once more, tearing the first bandage off metaphorically, and uttering. About 30 minutes after they departed, the police came to visit us and informed us that they had passed away. They had perished in a terrible car accident. They were apparently crossing a green light when a semi-truck suddenly charged in and crashed into their car, killing them almost instantly. Their bodies were almost completely destroyed upon impact, and even the hands holding their wedding rings were so badly damaged. The only way the police were able to identify them was because their driver's licenses barely survived the assault. The driver who caused it voluntarily turned himself in for his actions because he was in such a rush to reach a scheduled stop that he didn't care what damage his careless driving would cause. His mind was too focused on avoiding trouble, and by the time he realized he was going to crash into people in front of him, he had held the accelerator for so long that applying the brakes wouldn't be enough to stop his car in time. After the impact, he was the one who actually called the police. He went with the police to pay for his actions after realizing that he had left me orphaned again and that he was unaware of my uncle. He even begged to see a counselor in order to prevent future accidents and quit his job as a delivery driver until he could trust himself to find a new one that wouldn't result in another incident. We were all devastated, but none more so than me because I felt terrible about not stopping them. If I had just given them a little more time, or perhaps if I hadn't jumped on them before they left, they might have avoided the collision, and my regret at never being able to say goodbye to them only grew. My parents were unable to fulfill their promise to see me soon, so I used my guilt to kill any resentment that might have resulted from them essentially lying to me there, even though I firmly believed that they didn't because neither of them could have predicted this. Uncle Martin viciously accused me of causing the incident after hearing the news. Since his brother couldn't stop him, he slapped me across the cheek and told me that I would now be a burden for him to carry around. Uncle Martin was searching the house for something, and all I could do was cry on the floor. I had no idea what he was looking for, and I lacked the mental capacity to look up and try to find it, but it appeared that he was unsuccessful. He merely screamed angrily and muttered something about not being able to locate it. What it was unknown. With only a fleeting glimpse of it days before that fateful day, I could only assume it had to be our family will. It was only a portion of what he was searching for, but I would learn later that it wasn't that. In a fit of rage, he ordered me to pack my belongings, just one backpack full of stuff, because I would be leaving as soon as he returned inside and would never return. I only learned what he meant by never, because I was quick enough to overhear his phone conversation outside the front door. In order to prevent me from ever returning home, he was going to force me to live with him and hire a construction crew to demolish our house. He didn't care that he was going to ruin his beloved brother's house just to make me feel worse. Knowing that his brother, the only person he ever really cared about despite everything, was gone was his own perverse attempt to hide his own sorrow. They would be there in a few minutes, and I knew I had to move quickly, so I hurried to my room and packed as much as I could into the largest backpack I could find that I could carry despite some difficulty. I took some clothes and some of my favorite things, and then, in the heat of the moment, I ran to my parents' room to try and find anything I could take with me from there. I knew I was running out of time when I heard the sound of the cars approaching our house. The only items I managed to fit into my backpack in time were Papa's favorite watch and Mama's favorite crystal dewdrop necklace, both of which were given to the other on their 4th wedding anniversary. Which was a very memorable time, a small box containing some cufflinks, a small coin purse, 2 novels, The Princess Plot, and its sequel, The Princess Trap, a picture frame of the 3 of us taken just a few days ago, some clip-on bow ties, some ribbons for hair ties, and a small handful of pictures from our enormous photo album, which I quickly removed at random in an attempt to fit into my backpack. My uncle met me halfway before he grabbed my hand and dragged me out of the house, not caring that he nearly broke my arm with how hard he was gripping it, let alone yanking it, leaving some heavy bruises there as I was practically tossed into his limo. The door slammed before I practically threw myself to the door's window, only to watch in horror as the house I grew up in and always loved was reduced to nothing but rubble. By the time I heard a loud honk from outside, I had barely managed to zip up my backpack completely before running out of my parents' room and down the hall. The house was reduced to nothing more than a heap of trash and dashed hopes after being smashed and crushed by wrecking balls and enormous cranes with claws. While my uncle just stared at it as if it had no significance. My eyes began to sting, and I could feel the droplets of tears landing on my hands as I began to cry. Despite my best efforts, I was unable to completely stop the tiny tears from escaping. My nose was beginning to clog, so I was breathing through my mouth while trying desperately to calm myself. As I turned to Inko, who was also crying, and Izuku, who at first was very hesitant, placed his right hand on top of mine in an attempt to comfort me and his mother, I was interrupted from my tears by the sensation of a gentle handkerchief rubbing against my cheeks in an attempt to wipe away my tears. Which I greatly valued and particularly understood because he was still socially awkward around people his own age who did not treat him badly but were nevertheless prepared to put things aside in an effort to console me. He seemed to really want to give me a reassuring hug, just like he would his mother, but I wasn't going to press him or feel the need to do so ever because I was grateful for everything. They winced when they saw how much even attempting to smile was hurting me, especially since it felt like an enormous effort to accomplish something as basic as that. Despite my best efforts, I could only manage to smile and silently thank them. Years have passed since all of that occurred, but the thought of it still hurts a lot. I knew instantly what to do when I felt Inko's handkerchief placed on my nose, so I blew as hard as I could into it twice on each side before she gently wiped it and removed the cloth. Now that I could breathe through it more easily, I nodded to her and took a few deep breaths. I could feel Mr. Yagi trying to calm me by gently rubbing the surface of my hands with his thumbs, encouraging me to take my time. Which I was appreciative of. In summary, after my house was destroyed, I was brought to Uncle Martin's estate. He sat in a different section of the limousine so he wouldn't have to put up with me sobbing all the way there. I'm just relieved that I stopped crying a little before we arrived. Even though he wanted to put me in an orphanage, it was only by chance that I heard him murmuring something about taking me in because he had no other option. Looking back, the only explanation that truly made sense was that he was a well-known business tycoon who, despite his ruthlessness, did everything in his power to keep his reputation's dark deeds hidden. He even threatened anyone who dared to try to expose them to the public. Myself as well, since I was already well-known in our neighborhood. If he chose to do so, his neighbors would be aware that I had been abandoned at an orphanage, especially since some of those neighbors worked at 3 of them and kept in touch so they would know if something came up. It would also reflect poorly on him in the eyes of the public if word leaked out that he had a niece whom he had abandoned because she had been an orphan and had done nothing wrong to justify it, as there was no evidence to support it. He made a concerted effort to keep the fact that he hated homeless people and orphans as long as east as to west a secret. Unfortunately for him, he was surrounded by a number of his servants when he received the call regarding the situation, so they were fully aware that he was expected to take me there. He also knew that he couldn't conceal the fact, even if he wanted to. He had to swallow his pride as well as his disgusted rage and invite me into his house because he didn't want a major scandal. But that wouldn't stop him from getting angry with me in some way. He would have guests over about 4 times a week, which was unavoidable. They were usually business managers from other important departments he did not run or even higher up at times. He knew that trying to keep me in the basement or even in a broom closet was not an option because some of those people were very nosy, and as you probably already guessed, even they would not stand for such a thing. He reluctantly put me in a proper bedroom, which was small and simple, but it was more than enough for me and definitely better than living in a broom closet or something. But that didn't stop him from requiring me to take etiquette classes so that I would appear like a respectable young woman to any of his coworkers. I was initially afraid of it, but after meeting my teachers, I quickly realized that they were actually nicer than my uncle and that they were very patient with me. It was also very easy to impress them because I was a quick learner, so even if I occasionally made a mistake, they were so few and far between that I performed almost perfectly in every lesson. I always preferred to be genuinely kind to others, and it also helped that my parents had already taught me how to be courteous. The best part was that I wouldn't have to deal with my uncle during class. Instead, it would just be me and my teachers, with the occasional extra student who would show up because of an unforeseen circumstance. However, you already know what my uncle did to, quote-unquote, properly discipline me, if I made even one mistake in front of him. Not just in his own perverse way of relieving himself of his frustrations, but not in a grossly inappropriate manner. Unfortunately, even though I did everything correctly, he saw me as flawed in every way. It would get particularly bad if he had a particularly difficult day and he was certain that none of his employees would witness it. On those days, I would do everything in my power to keep him from seeing me because I knew that would set him off. Even so, it didn't take a genius for the servants to grow suspicious, particularly after they heard the constant commotion he made about my punishments. Even though none of them showed any signs of knowing something was wrong, I knew they did. They went above and beyond to be kind to me and let me know that I could ask them for anything at any time without any problems. I could tell by the look in their eyes that they weren't acting, which I appreciated. I could also tell that they didn't believe my uncle's lies when he claimed to have just gotten into a heated argument with someone on the phone in his office, even though I was suspiciously absent from the rest of the house, not even my room, at the time. I can only ever find refuge from my uncle during the times when I know I won't be able to interact with him, such as during my lessons, lunch and sometimes dinner time, when I'm cooped up in my bedroom or library, and when I'm at the park with my friends. Again, they knew everything that was going on, but they were powerless to stop it because I begged them not to intervene and because the situation was extremely challenging at the time. As much as I wanted them to assist, they would be helpless against my uncle alone, and I feared for their safety as well as that of their families. Even though they were relieved that I wasn't being physically assaulted all the time, the fact that his punishments weren't always physical didn't make the emotional and mental abuse any less severe. Even if they wanted to, neither of them could take any action. And not just because of my uncle's threats, nor because he has complete custody of me because he is legally my uncle, adopted or not, nor because he is forced to keep me because of his public image. Ginger's mother had become so busy at work that she was only able to communicate with her through letters or the occasional phone call. When her mother did make an effort to spend time with her daughter, it was usually to take care of paperwork. Don't get me wrong, her mother loved her very much and always felt terrible for letting work interfere with her time with her daughter, but she also loved working at her company and really wanted to make sure that her daughter had everything she could need by making sure the bills were paid and that she was taken care of. Even though her mother needed to learn how to distress or even how to fish properly, or even how to paint a picture properly, or something similar, Ginger was able to enjoy every moment with her mother and knew that she was trying, which she appreciated, even though it didn't change the fact that she was pretty lonely at home with only a few of their servants to look after her, much like myself. Her mother would try to reconnect with her daughter through trips when she did manage to find time to avoid getting swamped with paperwork, such as going to a theme park or even going fishing. Martha, on the other hand, was sadly going through even worse. Shortly after my parents passed away, her own parents also passed away, but in a different manner. According to her, they had a hot lead on a case that they had been looking into for a while, and they were almost done when a wrecking ball suddenly fell on top of them while they were walking by a construction site. No one fully understood how that had happened in the first place, and the only plausible explanation was that the cords holding the wrecking ball had become so weak that they eventually frayed, snapped, and crushed some unfortunate soul that was in its path, unfortunately, Martha's parents. However, some coworkers at the construction site claimed that it was foul play, particularly since the wrecking ball's crane was moved dangerously so that it was hanging over the pavement, even though it should have been turned into the construction site to prevent any accidents in accordance with construction safety and regulations. However, no evidence of this was ever found. Not only that, but suspiciously soon after, the case her parents were looking into abruptly disappeared, and none of her late parents' coworkers could locate it anywhere. Even the backup copies they had in case something went wrong were gone, as if they had never existed, even though there was evidence that the files had been stolen, but no one knew who had taken them or why. Once more, we lacked evidence to support our suspicions that my uncle was the culprit, despite my gut feeling that he would do everything in his power to keep people out of his private affairs. Since Martha had no other family and was well aware of the abuse my mother had endured as a child, she made the decision to move into the park, setting up her own little hideout and all. Because she had spent years camping with her parents, she knew how to survive in the wilderness, even if it was just a city park, and she stayed hidden so that the police wouldn't take her to the orphanage because the closest one was located far from where we lived and the last thing she wanted was to abandon us both. After all, we were the three musketeers, and the only people we could rely on were ourselves. Even though we still had some blessings in our lives, we knew that we needed to remain vigilant because we never knew when another calamity would strike. This was especially true when things became difficult for us. Being there for each other was more than enough, even if there wasn't much we could do. One day, I realized that I hadn't heard anything about my uncle arranging for my parents' funeral. When I asked him about it, he told me that there wouldn't be a funeral and that I wouldn't be invited because I wasn't family. He also said that there wouldn't be grave markers and that I would be better off keeping my mouth shut. I yelled at my uncle that it was unfair, and it was the first time I had ever truly lost my temper. Someone like him would have undoubtedly wanted to have a funeral for his own sibling, especially since Papa was his brother. That was the final straw for my abusive relative because it was the first time he ever pulled out a whip and whipped me so severely that I was curled up in a ball with my back screaming in pain. I told him that even if Papa hated him, he would have still held a funeral for him despite everything he did, and the fact that he wasn't doing the same for his own flesh and blood only made me believe that he didn't love Papa as he claims to. It took me some time to leave his office because I had to crawl painfully on the floor to get to the door, and it took all of my strength to even reach the doorknob in order to leave and close it behind. His voice was filled with venom as he warned me not to talk about the subject or say anything like that ever again or else there would be consequences. Even though I knew the painful truth, my uncle adamantly declared that I had just fallen down the stairs and had a bit of dementia, which led me to believe that my uncle had hurt me. This was true even if I wanted to tell the servants the truth. And it was from there that he started whipping you whenever something didn't go his way or when he got the tiniest bit sliced. Nezu continued. I nodded to that fact because there was no doubt about it. When I responded, I could almost feel everyone around me flinching. I kept my breathing steady as I tried to ignore the memories of the first time the whipping began, which was the most agonizing and terrifying moment of my life. It took me a while for the pain to subside enough for me to be able to sneak out of the house to go to the park to meet the girls where I told them everything. In any case, one of many. However, I wouldn't be shocked if the others, those with extremely sharp eyes, had discovered what I was doing there. In my friend's arms, I wept and sobbed as they comforted me, taking care to rub my back, which was still tender from the whiplashing I had suffered. The two of them worked hard to make a makeshift gravestone out of a rock that was larger than us and meticulously carved it so that even though my parents' bodies were not there, there would be a gravestone for them and people would know that they were not to be forgotten. Their actions for me shortly after I calmed down shocked and deeply touched my heart. We held our own funeral service for them, which was the closest thing to closure I could hope for. It wasn't exactly a proper one because neither of us knew how a proper funeral was conducted and we only had flowers ready, but we did the best we could with what we had and what we could remember from watching TV. I paused at that point, looked up, and grinned back at the others after they had grinned at me. With a sorrowful smile, Izuku remarked, "They definitely sound like really great friends." In response, I said, "More than words can describe them." Izuku had no one to rely on but his mother, and the only person his age with whom he ever interacted was someone who treated him like dirt. Although Bakugo does improve later in life, it doesn't change the fact that he is still a bully today. Once more, my heart went out to him as I felt a twinge of pain inside my own heart. In a way we were similar. We had somebody we could count on to be there for us growing up, but at the same time we had somebody who was antagonistic towards us for something that wasn't even our fault. Although there were several differences between us, as a few of them I can name, is that Izuku only had one person to count on, and I knew or at least guessed that he still never told his mother anything about the bullying he goes through despite having her in his life, while I only had two, with James later becoming three, and I would always tell them everything. Whether it was good or bad, Izuku had a bunch of bullies that were against him, while for me I only had two, with one being an adult and one being somebody my age, the latter of which I will explain later. Izuku still had his mother who loved him very much even though he doesn't have a dad with him. I will look into what the status was for the absentee dad later, while I had my uncle who, unlike Inko, hated me as if even breathing the air was a complete waste to him and believed I was better off thrown away, forgotten. In addition to the fact that it didn't take a genius to figure out that both of us needed to have our wounds repeatedly bandaged, he had to do it himself in order to avoid worrying his mother. On the other hand, I had my friends, but there was only so much we could do to heal my wounds, especially the ones that got really bloody. The vast majority of the fanfiction in AO3 I read allowed me to vividly picture some of the worst situations the poor boy might have been going through, but I can only speculate about the majority of this. I'm afraid of the nightmares I'll have when I see firsthand the stories I've read about how horribly people who don't have a quirk are treated in real life. Even though it's kind of too late for me, I know that there is still time to help Izuku get help before things worsen even more, so I really do need to talk to him later. I lowered my head in sorrow once more and scowled appropriately, not only for Izuku but also at what I was about to say. But after spending a few hours in the park, I knew that things were going to get out of hand when I got home. Then, one day, he made the unusual decision to attend one of my classes and watch everything that was happening. Even though I followed the instructor's instructions exactly, he insisted that I was doing everything incorrectly, and forced me to repeat the lessons until my ankles began to hurt. Eventually, he and my instructor, who was present for my dance lessons, got into a heated argument that almost turned into a shouting match. If my uncle hadn't received a call that pulled him away at that precise moment, they would have engaged in a fistfight. When we were alone, Austin, my dance instructor, asked me directly if my uncle had been causing me problems lately. I couldn't trust my voice, so I just nodded. I begged him to be careful because I didn't want him to get hurt or worse in the process, and he replied that he would do everything in his power to hide his tracks and stay vigilant. He was the first adult I've ever known to try to defy my uncle because he promised to do everything in his power to help. He saw every indication of child abuse, making him one of the few adults I knew with the detective's level of insight. He was unable to fulfill his pledge, though, and a week later he abruptly vanished. Only that night, just before bed, did I happen to glance out the window, only to be horrified to discover that it was Austin, dead, shot in the head, dragged away, and buried deeply and completely in the ground by some dubious-looking men who, I believe, were employed by my uncle to murder him and conceal the evidence. He took great pride in his prize-winning garden's appearance, which was so immaculate that no one would ever suspect that there was something literally buried beneath it with unspeakable horrors just waiting to be discovered. Knowing that there was nothing to say in response to his silent warning to keep quiet about anything I might have seen, I prudently remained silent. After seeing what I saw that night, I was relieved to have a new instructor the very next morning. He was a little strict, but he was definitely not heartless, but that didn't stop my growing fear of anyone getting caught in the crossfire. The only people who were suspicious of him finding me a new teacher out of the blue shortly after my previous one disappeared, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he was nowhere to be found, were the servants. The cycle simply kept repeating itself. Unlike Austin, it took some time for the others to realize that something was wrong, but I begged them not to get involved because I didn't want them to die like him. If my uncle decided to occasionally attend one of my lessons, he would once again go into a tirade that I didn't do anything right and get into an argument with the instructor. And I always felt hurt when no one paid attention. They would repeatedly warn me that what he was doing was wrong and assure me that they would make sure he felt bad about everything, only for themselves to die young. Without alerting the public, they, mysteriously went missing, themselves. I was the only one who knew what had truly happened to them. Even though the deceased couldn't hear me, I would always be there at that same window on the night that they went missing to watch those men bury a body as my personal way of saying goodbye and apologizing for not being able to save them from their fate. It was my way of punishing myself for not being strong enough to save them, just as I had not been able to save my own parents, even though it left me permanently scarred. Every time there was a vacancy, I would get a brand new instructor for each of my lessons the very next day. My uncle would casually dismiss any questions the servants would ask him about why I would suddenly get a new instructor instantly instead of waiting a little before doing so and maybe even asking about the missing people. I was just relieved that, despite the fact that some of my previous instructors were strict, they were still nice, which was more than enough. Even though it hurt to know that they were willing to defy him when they realized something was wrong with him. On some days, I would prefer that they didn't suffer the same fate as the others. I began to dread my lessons because of my uncle because I would get anxious, thinking that he would show up out of the blue and attend my classes, only for the cycle to repeat itself. The faces of all my instructors, Austin, Judy, Maisie, Edgar, Oswald, Jordan, Louise, Leo, Paula, Tammy, Wyatt, Heidi, Wendell, Henrietta, Wilson, Aaron, Luke, Mira, Maria, Justin, Jacob, Edward, Larry, and Wally, who were killed by him or his men for attempting to assist me are still vivid in my mind to this day. My friends and I worked to create a new grave marker for all the instructors who were killed after my fifth one was killed. Every time an instructor died, a new name would be carved into it, and we were powerless to stop it because we knew he wouldn't think twice about hurting kids. I would always go to my friends to deal with any nightmares I had because they were the only ones who knew about my inner turmoil and despair, and I would always write it down as a coping mechanism. Intentionally or not, the message was clearly received if it was his own sick, perverse method of making it clear that if I said anything, even if I said nothing at all, things would only get worse than they already were. Even though I'm thankful that my friends were able to protect themselves and hide the fact that they knew everything from everyone, there were times when I was afraid that the other shoe would eventually fall. Although I was free to express myself however I wanted to be with my friends, and when I was by myself, it took me years to learn how to hide my feelings. In addition, it took me years to develop a high pain tolerance, albeit against my will most of the time due to you know who. Sure, I still experienced some pain, but I don't have to say that. Only after I turned 10 years old did things start to change once more, first for the worse, then for the better, and then for the worse once more. I paused for a moment when I saw that Mr. My hands were shaking and he was attempting to avoid clenching them because I could almost feel his anger radiating from him. In fact, looking at it now, I feel as though I can actually feel the anger radiating from him. And not just from him, but from the others as well, since I could sense that they were equally appalled and furious. However, only Miss Kayama, who had long since finished unbraiding the remainder of my hair and was now carefully combing it with a brush to remove the tangles and debris while being cautious not to inflict further pain on me, asked gravely hesitantly. What happened? I let out a sorrowful sigh and tried in vain to stop a shudder from coming out of my windpipe. Even though I knew I had to say it because it was connected to my past, this next part was not going to be simple. However, Uncle Martin was also the reason I yearned to resume my regular school life. Before I could say anything, though, I noticed that Inko approached him and silently gestured for her to take over for him. I couldn't tell if this was to reassure me or make sure he wouldn't unintentionally hurt me, but I could only assume it was both. My eyes were still fixed on my hands, which were still in Mr. Yagi's. I can tell he was hesitant just by looking at his hands, and I don't blame him. In addition to, I believe it could be useful for the time being. I looked up and gave him a sad but confident smile, nodding and telling him it was all right. As Mr. Yagi released my hands from his own and traded them to Inko, who had slightly smaller hands than mine, he stared for a moment before returning it. Inko held them with that certain fire gentleness that I had always believed she possessed and that I now knew firsthand even from this alone. I was grateful for her encouragement and smiled back at her, but the longer I gazed at her, the more Martha came to mind. Martha, oh, poor Martha. Even though she was more resilient and courageous than us, she ultimately had her own heart on her sleeve because, like Inko and her son, she was equally compassionate and prone to tears at any time. Suddenly, I started crying again as my smile turned into a frown and I lowered my head again, but not before I noticed Inko's expression changing to one of worry because my forehead was now in contact with my hands, faces. I was aware that the second band-aid would eventually need to come off because what I would say next would be equally, if not more, depressing. Everything changed shortly after I turned 10. One day, out of the blue, a psychotic child killer showed up in the city. He was incredibly cruel and bloodthirsty. You could practically hear him cackling from the other side of the city because of how loudly he laughed like a complete lunatic who almost seemed to have lungs as powerful as 2 megaphones combined. He literally took pleasure in frightening and upsetting the civilians. Believe me when I say that he was anything but fictional, even though he sounds more like a freak from a horror movie than a real person. From the moment he arrived in town, he found a nearby orphanage and killed every child there, leaving the staff utterly horrified. This is how he earned the nickname, Child Killer, which was both fairly simple and incredibly graphic. Even the infants were not exempt. Each and every one of their deaths was incredibly horrific and anything but swift and painless. And he didn't stop there. On that same day, he appeared in a kindergarten, covered in blood, and killed almost all of the students. If the police hadn't arrived in time to arrest him after receiving frantic calls from the orphanage staff, he would have gotten them all. However, not before they attempted to chase him away to save the other kids. He fled laughing as if he was relishing the excitement of the chase, not even caring that he couldn't complete his most recent killing rampage, declaring that he would return to complete the task later. Everyone was greatly and horribly disturbed by his actions that day. Everyone was appalled by his actions and concerned for the children's safety and future, but families in particular were appalled. It was only a blessing that he never went after pregnant women, but there was a good chance that he might change his mind at some point in the future. Couples who wanted to start families feared for the lives of any innocent poor soul that would be cut down by this monster, and many of the families whose wives were pregnant chose to quickly evacuate from the city as soon as possible in order to avoid it. If they hadn't already chosen to reluctantly and heartbreakingly have an abortion in order to save their unborn children. Needless to say, the police were working overtime to apprehend him. Even people who were either incompetent or lazy at work began to take this seriously and make a concerted effort to assist in the efforts, but no one was able to do so, and it appears that their efforts were in vain because, despite the police being present to protect any location where children might be present, the literal bloody madman would always find a way to get around them to accomplish his objective. His actions alone rocked the entire state of New York and put everyone on high alert because not only was Newtown in danger, but every city in the state had to be on high alert because he somehow had a quick and simple way to move from one town to another without anyone noticing and in what seemed to be less time than how long it usually takes to get around town by car or other means. The situation worsened to the point where the mayor had to bar people from entering New York in order to prevent them from going through what everyone else in the state was going through. Eventually, the news spread across the country, causing many people to tremble with fear and horror. However, the mayor was more than willing to let families leave as soon as possible in order to avoid him, provided that they pledged never to return, at least not until this man could be arrested or put down permanently. The man was a father of 5, and from the moment he learned about the situation, he worked hard and was able to safely remove his entire family from New York, leaving only himself to try to assist with everything. Sadder, however, not everyone was able to flee as quickly as some were. Some were unable to do so for a variety of reasons, such as being unable to drive, lacking the means to leave the city, or having little money. As a result, many of them were so desperate and hopeless that they were willing to smuggle themselves onto trains or other forms of transportation in order to get away, regardless of the consequences. Those who were caught begged those who caught them to never take them back to New York ever again and explained why they did so. Even though the stowaways were taken away by the police. And while there were bomb shelters, people became so desperate that they hunkered down in such a way that the man himself was considered a bomb in a very bloody manner. The most secure one that was shown to be the strongest had to be as tight as Fort Knox and as impenetrable and inescapable as Alcatraz. Unfortunately, only extremely wealthy aristocratic families or families with close ties to the government could afford such fortitude, and even then, not everyone was able to make it. Not even those who were already from wealthy families were so greedy and selfish that they wouldn't let any poor, desperate families take refuge there. According to the news, there didn't seem to be any records of that criminal anywhere, even though they could tell by his accent and dialect alone. They also concluded that he was Japanese when he spoke in a foreign language half the time, but despite their extensive research, not even the Japanese government knew who he was. They had looked, but they couldn't find any evidence of him anywhere, as if he had never been there in the first place. If they had someone like that, they would have known about him from the beginning. It was confusing and terrifying that they were unaware of this man's existence. Someone like him would have already been placed on death row or in an extreme mental asylum, with records attesting to that. The fact that he has no records at all left more questions than answers and simply seemed too bizarre to be true. The sick freak was so happy to have an audience to witness his bloody masterpieces that he didn't even try to hide what he was doing. The police didn't even come up with a name for him, or rather, a moniker he went by, until the third day after he arrived in New York. What did child killer mean in Japanese when translated into English? Kokira. No one knew if that was his true name, but it suited him just as well. Because of him, no parent dared to let their child leave their house for fear that this man would come and kill them. This was because he didn't just kill children from modern or poor families or orphans, he killed all children, even those from wealthy and aristocratic families. Sadly and shockingly, no one could stop him, no matter how much security wealthy families could hire or set up, and I mean that for the regular rich families, whereas as I've already stated, those who were extremely and absolutely well off or from government families were at least able to avoid it. And in his desperation to stop him, he would not accept any bribes or offers to spare their children if doing so would mean receiving large sums of money or anything else he wanted. Instead, he would simply turn them down and slaughter the child, sometimes even decapitating the parents or some of their body parts in the process. He killed some idiots who tried to confront him directly because, in his own words, they were in my way. They were killed before they could even attempt the first move. When this was revealed, many people fled the city in increasingly frantic waves and relocated elsewhere for their own and their children's safety, the welfare of their families, and even their own sanity. In an attempt to flee the city as quickly as possible, some were even so desperate that they would outright steal someone else's car or boat, taking their chances with the police outside of New York's boundaries or whatever lay ahead in the open ocean. Even more tragically, some people callously leave their own children behind in order to protect themselves, leaving those poor, defenseless souls to perish. As many as they could afford, some people were even voluntarily adopting children from other orphanages in an attempt to save them from their fate. They were similar to several Noah's Arks that would save them from the bloody flood that was that monster. Orphanages were closing down quickly after every single child was adopted from each facility, either individually or in groups by multiple people, with a number of men on guard to ensure that everything went smoothly and that the monster didn't appear to do any more harm. In order to keep the children safe and begin a new life, the people who adopted those children later fled New York with them. The officials made every effort to evacuate all of the orphans and relocate them to a safer location, if they hadn't already been adopted. In order to give the kids a safe haven, some even forced their way into the previously mentioned fortified bomb shelters. They didn't care about any complaints from others, and they made it very clear that if any of them attempted to push them out, they would either be arrested or, in a cruel turn of events, expelled from the shelters and left to fend for themselves against a maniac like that man. While some handfuls were able to escape and find safe haven elsewhere, others were unable to do so, and some were only able to free a few children from his clutches while the others were massacred. What is the current status of those escapees? Even for those who chose to adopt in order to save the children, I can only hope that they would not later regret their choice and that they would all live contentedly as a family. I couldn't tell you, but I can only hope that they were all safe and living in peace. Naturally, some people were unable to flee for various reasons. As I've already mentioned, they chose to send their kids away, either to other family members who lived elsewhere or to other safe havens where they would be safe and far from the onslaught. Many families said goodbye to one another with tears in their eyes, not knowing if they would see each other again but at the very least hoping that they would survive to see another sunrise. Once more, while some evacuations were successful, others had terrible outcomes that left many families devastated and heartbroken. Even with all of the evacuations, there were still far too many people in New York, including the homeless, who were pleading with people to take them in if it meant escaping that monster. Many of them agreed because they knew that he was not afraid to kill or seriously injure any adults who interfered or got in his way. According to what I remember, even the homeless wanted to improve their lives. They were oddly motivated by everything that was happening, and they made a commitment to change and perform better if it meant avoiding the ongoing slaughter. Naturally, some individuals turned them away out of selfishness, letting them endure suffering. All of this was completed in a matter of days because, in addition to making things much more difficult for both the people preparing for the evacuation and the evacuees themselves, it frequently resulted in a lot of people hurrying and making mistakes here and there as they had to leave their homes quickly with only the necessities and the clothes on their backs. In order to survive, some people even have to give up their jobs. None of them wanted to take the chance that he would grow bored and begin killing grown men and teenagers as well, even if some of those individuals weren't kids. He was afraid that no one younger than 12 would be sufficient to satisfy his voracious appetite for blood. Many people, including myself, are terrified of any family inadvertently abandoning their kids, and they are even more terrified of what those kids were going through as a result of everything that was going on at the time. Because the police's forces were dispersed too thinly throughout that living nightmare, adult criminals clearly exploited all of this to commit crimes without being apprehended. The only bright spot about the criminals was that some of them, who were more sensible and had a stronger will to live and not die, voluntarily turned themselves into the police in order to be locked up and protected from the attack. They likely thought that their chances of survival were better kept safely behind bars, knowing that if anyone caught that monster, he would undoubtedly be placed on death row right away and, more importantly, kept away from any criminals who wanted to escape from him. For as long as they were alive, they didn't care about the consequences of their own wrongdoings. Some of them even pledged to change and become better people if doing so would prevent them from being killed, either by the murderer or because their own wrongdoings were so severe that they were on the verge of being put on death row. I gave myself permission to pause so I could turn to face the others, and their responses were all exactly what I had anticipated. The detective appeared extremely pale, but I could almost see a blaze of red in his eyes. He was trembling, as if he were about to faint from fear or blow up in anger, attempting to maintain his composure by visibly and physically forcing himself to breathe in and out. Sick to her stomach at what I had just said, Miss Kayama had run away from me, dropping the brush to run to the closest trash can and begin hurling. And it's likely that she would have been as terrified, horrified, and crying as Inko and Recovery Girl were if she hadn't done this, as they appeared to be on the verge of fainting or having a heart attack. Mr. Yagi also went pale, but he was too preoccupied with coughing blood into his hands at the horror I was describing. He was shaking visibly as he hurried to clean up the blood and get his breath back. To my quick surprise, the principal himself was breathing quickly in and out into a paper bag. Where did he get that? I'll never know, just like in that one reaction story of MHA I read a while back. To my even greater surprise, I could see that he had real, legitimate claws, just like in that one story I remember from a while back where Izuku had an insect quirk, but he took extra care to ensure that he didn't unintentionally claw his own paws while performing his current duties. To be honest, if he hadn't reacted that way, I would have been far more worried. Depending on the situation, there is only so much a single man can do to conceal his true feelings, and with this portion of the story as intense and concerning as mine, even the most composed and calm men, regardless of their species, occasionally experience fear and horror. If no one responded to that at all, I would be genuinely concerned. With the exception of Mr. Yagi's blood coughing and Mr. Nezu's claws, Izuku appeared to have internalized all of the other people's reactions. Aside from the obvious fact that he was paler than a mountain of snow, trembling more violently than a baby rattle, and had tears streaming down his cheeks, I really didn't want to know what he would do. And none of them are to blame. If it weren't for the living lie detector, this portion of the story would have sounded more like something straight out of someone's worst nightmares, the most terrifying horror book ever written, or even something that was turned into a scary movie. I simply regret giving them nightmares as a result of this. I gave them all a grimace, you get the gist. It was all a literal living nightmare that everyone wanted desperately to wake up from. It was just pure insanity, heartbreak and fear the size of New York and its population in my current era itself. The madness, the chaos, the murder, the horror, all of it was just too awful for words to describe. With a somewhat hoarse voice, Mr. Yagi added softly, wiping the last of the blood from his chin with a now drenched handkerchief, and in a world where no one has any powers whatsoever, it only makes that situation much more horrifying. Had any one of us had somehow found a way to travel to other worlds, the heroes of this world would most certainly have arrested that lunatic before he could have caused any more irreparable damage than he already had. The situation was that darkly grim and dire. Everyone was just on their hands and knees begging for some hero, or anybody really to somehow swoop in and get rid of that murderer once and for all and save them all. But sadly that never happened. I responded with my gentleness. Nezu said, the fact that one man alone had caused so much literal bloody mayhem within a week is extremely disconcerting. He had taken the paper bag out of his mouth and carefully folded it before stuffing it into his pocket. Despite his casual tone, I could see right through him because his eyes told stories I'd prefer not to say aloud. His voice was on the verge of breaking from this facade, and his face was now etched with a frown rather than a smile. I would feel the same way if our roles were reversed. With a weary tone, I uttered, biggest understatement of 4 to 5 years ago. As I turned to face Miss Kayama, I heard footsteps. She had gone to the bathroom to empty her stomach, probably to wash herself before coming back to my side, even though her body was now trembling from everything. Given the condition of my back, I sighed deeply, almost to the point of slouching in my current position. With only James encouraging me to keep going and reminding me that I wasn't alone, I looked down again as I went along, knowing that the show had to go on even though it was currently more of a horror fest. All of this only infuriated my uncle, who was more concerned that the majority of his staff had been unable to report to work due to this madman because they were afraid that their own children would be killed or that they themselves would soon be killed. Costing him money, time, earnings, productivity, and labor itself. He blatantly threatened to fire his employees if they did not return to work, showing no concern for any of the kids or the feelings of his coworkers. According to what I've been told, he was more insensitive than others in that situation, but there were others who shared his sentiments. He would say, just because there's a mass serial killer running around doesn't mean that we should shirk our responsibilities. In his own words, which could only be as self-serving as possible without coming across as extremely vulgar. While it's true in some situations that chaos doesn't mean we should neglect our obligations, it doesn't change the reality that with all of this chaos, it would be difficult for anyone to truly think about work, let alone try to return to it, especially given the fear that permeates the entire state, particularly if there is a genuine fear of death or if someone you care about is killed. He appeared incredibly callous based only on his actions. However, he kind of thought he could afford to show his true colors in that regard, since the police were already working overtime to apprehend the maniac, and other executives and office workers were practically drowning in mountains of paperwork and running on the clock with everything going on. Half of his staff immediately quit because they didn't want to leave their families unprotected or work for a man who didn't care at all. The other half, however, were still willing to come to work, albeit reluctantly, but only if they were certain that their kids would be safe while they were away because they had taken precautions. Some of the staff members who were willing to come to work only did so because they either didn't have children of their own right away, They had already successfully moved their kids out of the city without any problems. They were in dire need of money, or they had already lost a loved one, but they came to try to numb their grief, which made matters worse. Approximately 3% of those employees in the last category eventually couldn't handle it any longer and committed suicide. Naturally, he didn't give a damn if that monster killed me. In contrast, the staff genuinely cared about me and would stop at nothing to keep me safe. The staff was afraid that the man would eventually consider disguising himself to sneak into people's homes and kill children, so they had to postpone my lessons until further notice. That was the only occasion when I felt completely comfortable skipping classes because it also meant that I could prevent my teachers from being killed for attempting to assist me. Due to everything going on, I rarely saw my uncle, which was somewhat of a relief, but I felt a little safer because he stayed at his company. However, Martha was the one person I feared would be in danger, even though I knew that I was safe at least in my uncle's house if you look at it from one perspective, and that Ginger was safe in her home. Martha didn't have a secure home, and although she made her home in the park, I've read my fair share of stories about criminals lurking in parks to continue their nefarious crimes, frequently killing innocent souls unfortunate enough to be around at the worst times. Even though I knew that bringing her inside the mansion would only make Uncle Martin even more angry, I still feared for her life and wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I didn't take action. I wasn't going to let her die alone. I therefore sneaked out of the mansion and headed to the park on the fifth night since Kokira, the primary source and mastermind behind everything that led to this being dubbed the Child Assailant Mayhem Massacre, arrived in town. The night was alone to conceal my presence. I was so terrified for Martha's life that I couldn't even consider doing something sensible like asking any of the staff for assistance. I was armed with a hard plastic bat by my side and a squirt gun filled with the spiciest hot sauce I could find. I knew I had to save Martha at all costs, even though it was extremely risky and foolish to go knowing the risks. I met Ginger at the park's entrance, armed with a knife and a real gun, so I knew she was on the same mission as me. I honestly couldn't question her reasoning in a 10-year-old carrying those items in this situation because, in addition to the fact that we were only concerned with getting Martha out of danger on our own, Ginger had actually trained in self-defense for a longer period of time than I had, via Ginger teaching me herself occasionally, and even though I was a quick learner, I was still a beginner because Ginger was the expert and I didn't even know how to fight against somebody bigger than myself around then. She acknowledged that she wasn't yet old enough to carry actual weapons and that she wasn't a girl who liked deadly weapons, but she also understood that in dire circumstances, drastic measures were necessary. In fact, she was so desperate that she had to smuggle those weapons out of a safe that she remembered her mother had in case of a life-threatening situation. Even with bodyguards, it was always better to be prepared, so even though I wanted to wonder why her mother had those weapons in a safe in the first place, I restrained myself by remembering that she was a well-known and famous person, so it made sense that she would need some weapons at home in case of a break-in or worse. I could only assume that she had a few tools on hand in case she was robbed on the street, like pepper spray and a taser. This was not play, it was a rescue mission, a matter of life or death, and we would not return home until we had rescued Martha. As we headed into the park, we both decided to speak later. I had no idea that night would turn out to be the second worst day of my life. I practically felt my throat begin to falter in terms of my voice box, so I took a moment to steady myself and took a few breaths before continuing. I knew everyone was utterly appalled without having to look up. And who was to blame? Knowing that a ruthless killer could theoretically attack any of them at any time, two 10-year-olds are trying to go on a rescue mission to save their friend. And being aware that they did so without the assistance of an adult. Yes, it would be frightening and very concerning. That night was the first and last time I ever saw that sick freak with my own eyes, but it ended horribly. I still don't understand how that creep could move from town to town so fast, how he never ran out of steam, how he could be so callous, how no one discovered how he did it all, and how his case has remained unsolved to this day. I needed to speak up because I knew that keeping quiet would only delay the inevitable. It was simply inevitable. I can still clearly recall that night. We went through the area where we knew Martha would be because she had shown us multiple times, so we knew the route by heart. We made sure to keep quiet and tried to hide. Ginger was to watch out in case we were ambushed, and I was to navigate. The night would have been pleasant, almost perfect, with the moon and stars shining brightly in the almost clear skies and a light breeze blowing in, if it weren't for the bloodthirsty freak that was out there in the eerily quiet atmosphere. We didn't hear any animals around us, which is odd, but considering what was going on at the time, I can only assume that the animals interpreted it as a sign that something close to apocalyptic, brought on by a single man, was enough to make them flee and hide. Even so, it felt very much like a ghost town, which added to the spooky and unsettling atmosphere. The streets were deserted, and the only sounds that could be heard for miles were the police sirens that could be heard from almost every town in New York. No one else was outside apart from the police because, during that week, the news had emphasized that everyone should avoid the streets at night, regardless of the reason. Unless you wanted to meet in early grave, it was best to avoid the streets at night, even if it meant hiding out in a shop, a friend's house, or a stranger's house. Everyone was given a very strict curfew to adhere to until that monster was finally permanently removed from everyone's hair. A pair of hands suddenly grabbed us both as we were walking past a large blueberry bush and drew us in. It turned out to be Martha, who put her hands over our mouths to silence us and tell us to keep quiet. Fortunately, Martha had taught us all sign language so that we could converse quietly and without making any noise. Martha frantically signed in terror, "What are you two doing here? Are you both insane? If he's in this city by chance and if he finds you both here then you'll die. We're here to save you. Neither of us would forgive ourselves if anything happened to you. We're the Three Musketeers after all, and that means we stick together, meaning also we save each other no matter what happens." I firmly signed. She signed, trying not to cry. "But what if you guys get killed instead? I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if anything happened to you too," she said. "Nobody will be able to forgive the other if we all end up dead." Ginger wrote in reply, "Besides, unlike us, you don't have a secure place to live, so we decided that we're going to get you out of here and see if we can hold you up in either of our homes." In an attempt to argue, Martha signed back, "I'd rather not be a burden to you guys." I nearly smacked her for saying that but stopped myself knowing that that would cause noise as I instead signed furiously, "Martha Anna Palmer, you are not a burden to us, just as we are not burdens to you, we're not to the other. We're sisters, whether by blood or not, and we've always been there for each other. If it weren't for you two I would be in an even worse place. I would be all alone. Without us you would be completely by yourself after your parents were killed. Without us Ginger would be completely all alone as the girl who has everything but real friends to talk to, knowing that with a reputation that her mom has it will lead to some people only wanting to be her friend just for the money or reputation. We're all here for each other. Nothing will ever change that, and if it means that we have to risk our lives to get the other to safety then so be it. Call us foolish if you want, but do not ever call yourself a burden, because you're not nor will you ever be, and we've been through too much just give up on the other now. We're family, and we always will be. Okay." By the time I was done signing that, I was crying, and so were the others, especially Martha, whose eyes glowed with regret before she firmly nodded that she understood. With me with my uncle, Ginger with her mother who was absent 98% of the time, and Martha herself with no family at all, we have always supported one another, especially during our darkest moments. No matter what, we'd remain united, even if it meant suffering harm or losing one's life. We knew that Ginger's mother and the servants from both of our homes would be the only ones who would miss us, even though we didn't want to be killed. We were alone except for that. Ohana means family, and family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. This is our favorite quote, and it was absolutely true in our case. We weren't going to back down from it, especially when we took it to heart. We nodded in agreement as Ginger signed. Now that that's settled, we should get going. Staying here longer would be bad. However, we were frozen in place before we could even move when we heard a twig snap violently. Even though we were already crouching and hiding inside the bushes, we huddled together in an attempt to blend in as we listened to the horrible sound of leaves and twigs cracking beneath heavy boots and the occasional drippy sound of something lightly plodding to the ground. We could hear everything else in that frightful atmosphere because it was so quiet. Even the sound of a pin falling was audible. The pin in question was the object that was approaching us. We kept our hands over our mouths and held our breaths, trying to avoid making any noise at all because we knew that it would be fatal. No matter how dense the bushes, leaves were, we were only able to see his appearance because of the moon's light. And our nightmares would always be plagued by what we witnessed. After a long period of silence, someone gave me a gentle head rub, which caused me to look up, this time, at Tsukauchi's serious eyes, as he broke it. "Can you describe what he looks like to us?" he asked. From his hand on my head alone, I could almost feel him trembling. I could see the waves of fear and anger in his eyes, as well as the burning fire of an incensed police officer knowing that something like this had happened and that no one had been able to stop it. This was primarily because of the circumstances I told them all about and the obvious reminder that I came from a world where no one had superpowers, so heroes and villains were only found in fiction. Without a doubt, if he had the power, he would have been able to send himself and his men to our world to capture that sicko, knowing that their abilities would give them an advantage. Unfortunately, the ship has already set sail, and we are not dimensional travelers, though given my current situation, I imagine that could be possible, but that's something to consider later. However, I see something different when I gaze into his eyes, almost like he is aware of who I am referring to. However, given the situation, that would be rather impossible. Even so, he has every right to know how he looks. They all do, because I described him as clearly as if he were playing the Moonlight Sonata. It's really unsettling, as in the dim environment. His skin was naturally tanned, but it was pale in a way that screamed eerie. He wore a faded leather jacket that was ripped at the sleeves and around the collar from extensive wear and tear. He wore no shirt and had deep scars all over his chest and stomach area, almost as if a crazy cat had torn his flesh like a scratch post. Faded gray flexible jeans that looked like they were begging to be thrown away because they were worse for wear even though they were 99% intact. Black boots that appeared to have been worn in a war and had been used extensively for many years. However, his most distinguishing characteristics were the spikes on the front of his boots, the numerous small to medium-sized blades that were visible around his belt, the large machete that was strapped to his back, and, last but certainly not least, the final and most terrifying feature of all. The blood that was all over his body, from his chest to his pants from the knees down, the front of his shoes, and the caked face, had long since dried up, with the exception of the blood that was dripping from the machete's sheath, which was still heavily covered in fresh blood, especially around his hands and upper arms, and the fact that his chin didn't look natural to us because it was not only longer than usual but also slightly crooked. Lastly, his eyes are heterochromic. The right was a sickening muddy red that seemed to pierce right through your soul, while the left was as black as volcanic ash. Even the Joker would recoil in disturbed caution at the bloodlust and soullessness in his eyes, which were as dangerous as a tsunami. Once more, I stopped for a moment, but this time it was because I could feel myself trembling, or rather, the trembling that had begun the moment I began discussing that exact incident 4 or 5 years ago. At first, it was slight and barely noticeable, but it gradually grew worse and more noticeable. My heart began to race as my fear increased, knowing what was about to happen. It was only through the combined efforts of Inko, by holding my hands, Miss Kayama who was now holding my shoulders from behind me, and James who was cuddling in my lap trying to calm me, that I was able to come out of it just enough to be coherent and to look back up. Just as I was about to cast it down at the same time, Izuku placed one hand over both of mine. His eyes showed a cascade of emotions, almost like he was trying to silently tell me not to push myself if I didn't want to. To serve as a reminder that I was with kind people who wished to assist me, that I was not by myself. All of them made my heart practically bleed with admiration. But most importantly, he reminded me once more how much he resembles the boy I've always loved from the TV show, but it was completely different to see it in person and feel it in front of me. As if I could tell him anything and he would understand and never condemn me for my past or anything that occurred there. That was sufficient to cause the tears I've been fighting to contain to begin to well up in my eyes and threaten to break at any second. Even though my voice wanted to give up on me right then, I held on to it tightly. It took all of our strength not to scream, shout, or move an inch. His eyes alone made us hold our breath, afraid that he would hear us breathe even a single breath as he scanned his surroundings, searching for anyone, whether it was another child he could enjoy murdering or an adult he could run from or cut down if they dared to approach him, but not before frightening them into running away like terrified infants or any police he needed to escape from. Waiting for him to leave, praying that he wouldn't find us, and begging him to leave so we could leave safely seemed to take forever. The waiting was excruciating, especially because we had been holding our breath for so long that it felt like our lungs were about to burst. He eventually left our hiding place after some time, but none of us dared to move until we were certain he was gone. No matter how much holding our breath made us feel suffocated, we waited to make sure he was gone as soon as he was out of sight. We all gasped for air, trying not to faint from almost suffocating to that point, and after a solid 2 minutes we couldn't take it any longer. Our faces turned blue from holding our breath for so long, but they soon began to return to their natural colors as we welcomed the fresh air. When we finally caught our breath, we froze and continued to listen while silently scanning our surroundings and peering through the bush's leaves to make sure he had left. We let out a sigh of relief when we saw nothing, thinking that we were safe and could now start the process of leaving the park as soon as possible. Oh, how incredibly mistaken we were. As we emerged from the bushes, Martha barely had time to push us aside before a blade cut her cheekbone, causing some blood to fly. We all froze in terror at what we saw after we regained our bearings. He was present, smiling ominously at us. "I found you," he added in his smug, sickly sweet voice. Since he knew we were there the entire time and was only waiting for the right opportunity to attack, he deceived us into thinking we were safe. "Especially you, little Miss Orphan." That gave me the chills, especially since he was pointing his finger at me and no one else, and I could tell by the sparkle in his eyes that something more was happening than I realized. And I was deadly correct. I thought I would have to make plans to lure you out by using your friends as bait, but no, it seems I didn't even need to lift a finger, just only make a sacrificial compromise on my end. You see that man Martin, your uncle, he's been really angry that I've been killing the children of his coworkers, driving some coworkers to suicide and or to outright quit, and as it was revealed, some of his workers that foolishly tried to stop me, and it's been causing him a lot of trouble. It was only by chance the other night that we met at the same bar." Grimly began to stroke his knife as though it were a precious gem while he continued, laughing. Not going to lie in saying that he looks like the kind of guy the first want to butcher, given that my own grandfather's brother was much like him. But then he told me a very juicy detail, that while he himself had no children, he had a niece that he was anything but pleased with. Actually no, more than that, he hated her with every fiber of his being. Yes, I didn't like where it was going as I gradually grew paler and my heart began to race in my chest. What he said next was the last straw that allayed my fears. "So we made a compromise. If I agreed to stay away from his other coworkers that are still working for him that I haven't caused harm to in terms of their children or their own health yet, then he would secure me a plane ticket to go to Hawaii and leave New York for good. So I can continue my little spree while exploring my Hawaiian roots. Oh, and the price," chuckled, "he's willing to allow me to execute you and to do so however I like by means of torturing you before sealing the deal. He also said he'll even throw in your two little buddies to sweeten the deal as extra insurance." What? Even though everyone screamed in horror and rage, I hardly batted an eyelid because I knew this was coming, even though I wasn't sure when. Even if only getting hints via barely looking up, I knew for a fact that Mr. Yagi already buffed up into his hero form in a fit of sheer rage as his hands clenched so hard that they threatened to break themselves. Inko and Izuku were both in tears as their faces were whiter than snow in a fearful way. Could practically hear Recovery Girl grinding the tip of her cane into the floor as she was muttering. Though I couldn't hear what she was saying, I knew for a fact that she was angry about this turn of events. I could however hear clearly the wooden brush that was being used to brush my hair cracking under the tight grip of Miss Kayama, as undoubtedly she was angry herself. Could feel Sukauchi's hand still laying on top of my hand, but could feel it twitching as it didn't take a genius to figure out that he was trying to make sure he didn't tighten his hand into a fist and end up pulling my hair inadvertently in pure disgust, as I can hear him growling under his breath. And Nezu himself, who seemed to have a calm demeanor on his face, and was actually within my peripheral view due to his height, had a small frown and a very deadly glint in his eyes, as it seemed like the gears were turning in his head as if evaluating on how he can introducing both my uncle and that man to his agenda of unpleasantness, and that's just putting it mildly, as I knew it could be a billion times worse. Never undervalue someone who was both diminutive and incredibly intelligent. The room practically radiated horror, disgust, and rage, and I didn't need a quirk to know that. Yes, I couldn't believe it myself either. I wept as my head dropped. Even though my uncle hated he never outright tried to kill me, or worse, beyond the verbal and physical lashing and constant murders of my past mentors. A part of me wanted to believe that he didn't entirely hate me, but I squashed it down, because I knew that he could never be kind even if his life depended on it. I was nothing but a burden to him. I was never family. As far as he knew, his only family was dead because of me, even though I did everything I could to try and stop my parents from going. And while I knew that my uncle made shady deals, the fact that he made a very horrendous one with the very same killer that was terrorizing our state as a whole and was willing to murder me and my friends just so my uncle could continue his business and wipe his hands of my existence completely without any more issues was just more evil than I can describe. Even thinking about that word gave me unpleasant chills, so I spat it out as if it were nothing but poisonous. Even now, it still gives me nightmares. The trauma of it all simply transported me back to that one moment when I was just a traumatized 10-year-old, despite the fact that it was daylight. I'm the reason she's. What prevented me from being stronger? Why didn't I have more courage? In a fit of self-loathing, I ranted to myself. Martha. Nezu's voice jolted me out of my reverie as I turned to face him. Quote. Her name was not on the contact list. If she's really as dear to you as Ginger is, her name should be there, but it isn't, he asked, his eyes changing from deadly to sad, as if he already knew the answer. That instantly altered the mood of the room, making it so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. As if begging that what I was about to say was untrue, Inko squeezed my hands as tightly as she could. I squeezed back, knowing that no matter how much I wanted to think it didn't happen, my memory was simply too good to forget. This further highlights how having a perfect memory can be a double-edged sword because it can be both a blessing and a curse. Over my dead body you creep. Martha screamed defiantly as she pulled a water balloon out of her pocket and threw it at the murderer, who easily sliced it. This was a huge mistake because the water balloon contained hot sauce instead of water, which splashed on him and some even got in his eyes, causing him to reel back in pain and scream in agony. That was our signal to start running, and Martha grabbed both of us by the hands before we bolted in the opposite direction, trying to get away and put as much space between us as possible. Martha knew the park like the back of her hands, so she knew all the routes to take in case something went wrong. The sound of his blades cutting through the surrounding shrubbery, however, indicated that he was pursuing us just a minute later. He was faster than the three of us, almost inhumanly so. We were only able to try to get away from him for a short while at a time by deceiving him into falling into the traps Martha set up. Our only option was to try and book it towards Ginger's house because we knew that the mansion was completely out of the question and that her house had the best security available. We knew that if that man attempted to approach the estate, an army of guards the size of 2 football teams would tackle him and begin shooting him at first sight immediately. All we needed was a stronger distraction. Enough, at least, to allow us to live to witness another sunrise. One that was too alluring for him to resist. It wasn't until Martha, dear sweet Martha, shoved us out of her last hiding place in a hurry and fled in the opposite direction, attracting the man's attention as he pursued her, that I realized this. He was getting dangerously close to Martha, but that didn't change the fact that she had a better chance of staying ahead of him because she was much faster on foot without anyone to drag along than the two of us. My heart was racing with fear as I ran in the same direction, attempting to stop her while ignoring Ginger's pleas for me to stay back. Please, not Martha, please don't kill her. Please not her, I cried out, trying to raise my voice, but it was so choked that it was barely audible due to the tears streaming down my face as I made myself run as quickly as I could in an attempt to get to them. I was too terrified and desperate to care how much my body protested. I tried unsuccessfully to shoot that monster with my toy gun that contained hot sauce, but I was unable to aim properly, let alone hit my target, and I only wasted it trying to slow him down in some way. I forced myself to keep running despite getting cut and bruised from running into every tree, rock, and bush in my path. I even lost my hot sauce gun along the way, but I knew that I had to do something, anything, even sacrifice my own life if it meant Martha wouldn't be killed. If Martha followed through on her suicidal plan to save us, I couldn't forgive myself. By the time I emerged from the final stretch of bushes ahead of me, I had seen something that, even if I wanted to, I would never be able to forget. Fear gripped me as I realized Monster had caught up to her. Just outside the park entrance, on the streets, there was a bright flash of light from a passing car that was so bright you would think it was a flashbang. This was only for a moment before he brought the knife down on her, and it was a bloody mess as she screamed in pain, fear, and agony while he was laughing like a crazy person. I was startled out of my reverie and rushed forward, trying to stop him because my voice had abandoned me at that point. I swung my bat aimlessly in an attempt to get to him, to strike him. To stop him at all costs. Ginger was the one who stopped me after catching up to me, keeping me back while covering my mouth in an attempt to avoid drawing attention, avoiding my flailing bat swings, even though she was crying just as much as I was, staring in horror at that callous beast. Killing our closest friend. He was standing and avoiding the bullets with ease, only to be stopped by a barrage of them flying past him. Before fleeing, he stole Martha's locket. By the time Ginger had long since left, and Martha had already passed away in front of us when I finally wrestled my way out of his arms to reach her. It was too late already. She had vanished. I practically wrenched my hands from Inko's as I covered my face with them and sobbed into them while shaking. She died. I couldn't save her. We couldn't. And that monster stole that one last remnant of her from us. I forced the words out of my throat as my voice broke again, raw from anguish and grief. I was instantly drawn into Inko's arms as she held me, and I started crying even harder because I couldn't stop crying or pull back. Not that I wanted to, much less could. Before long, I felt two more sets of arms encircling me. One was from a younger woman, clearly Nimori, and the other was even younger, about my age, but with a masculine build that was somewhat scrawny, so I knew it was Izuku. I practically kicked my words out of my mouth, trying to get everything out, even though my voice felt choked up. It was as though I was struggling against a wave of my own guilt and regret. AAF. After that he vanished sniffle. Zhu just as suddenly sob as he appeared. With only a say severed right arm sniffle that was left sob. That was left behind. FR from a 5 final stun GR grenade sob WH while paw passing by AAA true truck full of KN knives sob the CA case has remained unsolved TT to this day. I am so sorry that you had to go through all of that. It was bad enough that you lost your parents when you were only 6, and it was also bad enough that you had to suffer being tormented by your uncle just because you're an orphan. But then to lose one of your dearest friends when you were only 10, 4 years after losing your parents, because your uncle made a deal with a nightmarish monster who was plaguing your home state. Undoubtedly you had to fight to keep your head afloat amid my tears. Sniffle. More than you know. I whispered in response. At least I had calmed down enough to speak without stuttering this time. For now, anyhow. I almost gave up completely. I understand how you feel. Years ago I lost a friend of mine too, who was very dear to me and to others. We were not able to save him in time. By the time we realized what had happened it was already too late, but for you it was worse because you actually saw what happened. You were also young back then and were helpless to stop it completely. Nimori feels sorrowfully. Shirakumo Oboro. I am aware that she was referring to him. About 16 or 17 years ago, while she, Eraserhead, and Present Mike were on a mission for work studies, a major villain appeared, and their friend ended up getting trapped beneath a falling concrete pillar while attempting to save a group of schoolchildren from being crushed. She's unaware that he's still alive, only I and 2 villains know, but he's changed from who he was. I have a few good ideas about how we can get him back because of a lot of fanfiction and AO3 stories. For now, though, we'll take things one step at a time. Hopefully, that won't be too long. Hopefully, when the Erasure hero learns, he won't kill me by strangulation. It's also important to remember that all 3 of them will be devastated to learn the truth. Particularly considering that none of them ever knew this had occurred all those years ago. Oboro Shirakumo, I'm hoping that one day I'll be able to save you, if not by myself, then with your friends and others' assistance. We will rescue you from the gloom in which you find yourself confined. Both literally and figuratively, I thought to myself, wishing in some way that I could communicate this to him via telepathy. There's no point, even though I know it's impossible because I'm not quirky. I suppose I was merely attempting to maintain hope, at least for myself, but that doesn't alter the fact that I will not give up on him or anyone else. I don't want to give up on myself or anyone again, unlike the last time I nearly did. I'll have to open the third to last can of worms for them to see, and that will be an even worse band-aid to rip off. When I was sufficiently composed, even though I was still crying a little, I pushed Inko away. She and the others understood the gesture and released their grip to give me space, but the green-haired woman continued to ground me by placing her hands on my shoulders. Which I was happy about. Yes, she will be even more devastated when she finds out what transpired. In this instance in particular, it is almost too close to home. Unfortunately, the show must continue, or in this case, the tale of my past, as my guilt quickly gave way to defeat. Even though Inko was wiping my tears, I knew that more tears would soon fall. Mr. Yagi gave me a final pat on the head before taking his hand away, but it didn't really make me feel any less exhausted. That was a very painful night for both of us. The police didn't lecture us. Instead, they offered us consolation because they realized that we were already traumatized and didn't need any more salt on the wounds given what had happened that night. They escorted us both back to our respective homes. Well, my uncle's for me, but you understand what I mean. And Like the two-faced liar he is, he pretended to be a very concerned guardian in front of the police, almost like the ideal surrogate father. After the police left, he sent me to my room without dinner. In the meantime, I could hear him murmuring that after learning what had happened to Martha, he had one less parasite to contend with. I wasn't really listening, though, because deep down I knew that we had failed, that I had failed, that we couldn't save Martha, that she was saving us instead, and that as usual, only the servants cared about my well-being, while my uncle simply locked himself in his office and ignored everyone's pleas for him to come see me, to console me, or at least offer some words of encouragement. It wasn't like I wanted to see him anytime soon or anything, and I didn't want to deal with him at all, especially after learning that he had hired an assassin to kill me and the people I held in the highest regard. Even though I really wanted to leave home, I knew I couldn't for a number of reasons. First, because of my uncle's reputation, the public would demand that he find me. He couldn't get rid of me even if I begged him to just disown me and put me in an orphanage so that we could both be done with each other. The second reason, which was more painful for me, was that I had to leave poor Ginger alone. I knew I couldn't tell any of my servants about how I felt or anything like that, and even if I wanted to, I knew that it would eventually slip to my uncle, which would only make things worse. Only Ginger and I were inconsolable when we met up the very next morning. We couldn't stop crying when we started to make a makeshift grave for our dear friend and conducted a funeral service for her. While everyone else in New York was celebrating that the maniac was finally gone and had evidence they believe will last forever, some families went back to their rightful homes, while others didn't want to return because of unpleasant memories, which was understandable. I headed back to my room as soon as I got home and waited there, knowing that my uncle would return from an extremely early meeting. However, that was just the beginning of things getting much worse for me. For the next 2 months, things got even more difficult. Even though I could easily sneak out of my window and climb the climbing jasmine vines that were on my side of the entire mansion, he began locking my door to prevent me from leaving my bedroom. This doesn't change the fact that he didn't want to deal with me. When it came to meals, he became extremely strict and only gave me the bare minimum of what I was originally given. When the servants questioned him about why he insisted on making my portions smaller, or even when they disagreed that I needed more food to be able to stay strong and healthy, he would yell at me if I dared to ask for more food or even sweets. When it came to lessons, he was present for every one of them. No matter how many times I followed my instructions exactly, he would become enraged and claiming that I did everything incorrectly. This simply resulted in an even worse cycle of my instructors going missing and getting new ones right away. It goes without saying that the area of the park where our makeshift gravestones were was beginning to resemble a real cemetery because we had to erect makeshift tombstones for the more people he killed. Despite how terrible everything was, I didn't want to forget the faces of the people who worked so hard to improve my life, and even though we didn't have their bodies, we felt that it was the least we could do for them. He didn't listen to anyone unless it had to do with business, so he might as well have been deaf to everything the servants said. Even though the only positive outcome of that specific one was that he had designated days when he would beat some discipline into me, it is clear that the beatings only got worse. I detested Mondays and Fridays the most for a good reason. I grew weaker the longer it went on, especially since it became more difficult for me to sneak out of the house to see Ginger and try to get away from everything. My guilt, sorrow, and depression also increased, to the point where I became so numb to my uncle's abuse that on some days I would forget what it was like to be truly happy. I became so skilled at hiding everything from everyone, not just my uncle, that I even went so far as to conceal my true feelings from Ginger. I didn't know how to stop lying to her every day that I was fine, even though it hurt. The other, not to my surprise, was that my uncle would make sure there would be no evidence of him ever abusing me and try to chalk it up as one of his employees trying to make him look bad because he tends to be really strict at work. My depression got so bad that I could hardly understand what Ginger was trying to tell me as she became more and more concerned about my welfare. I also got the hint that she had tried to call the authorities, but there was nothing they could do because they were still trying to get everything back to normal after everything that happened with that sadistic child killer. My wounds, particularly the long ones that needed to be stitched with a stapler because doing it by hand with a thread and needle was too dangerous and would hurt even more, were regularly attended to by Ginger as she became more proficient at administering first aid, even though it came at a very serious cost because she had to endure watching me suffer. It was amazing that despite everything, I didn't end up with any injuries that required me to go to the hospital, like broken bones or worse. I was so unable to look up because I was always keeping my head down and didn't even pay attention to the servants if they were worried about me. Even though I didn't realize it at first, the pain eventually got worse in almost every way, and even though I wanted to live, I couldn't bear it any longer. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the things that happened on the day that the second month had passed since everything that happened. I looked down at James, who had tears in his eyes, and I gave him a gentle pet and a tiny tear-stained smile, but it was only his loud whimpering, almost crying, that jolted me out of my flashback days. However, I was unable to contain myself for very long, especially after hearing that almost everyone was growling or sniffling at everything I was saying. If my uncle were alive today, they would surely kill him. With very few exceptions, I hardly laughed when I considered how helpless my uncle would be in a room full of eccentric people. And especially when I consider how my uncle would respond if he discovered that he had no assets or resources in this world. He would be completely helpless and would definitely be arrested because no one can pass a living lie detector. Nothing will come out of it, especially if you're the one in the small space with no way out. It's like trying to lie to a brick wall. As I carried on with the story, I nodded to James and silently thanked him for providing the little diversion I needed to get a second wind. I will always remember that day because it was pouring with rain, the streets were essentially empty, and only a few people were making their way to their next destination by car or foot due to the gloomy weather. I recall traveling slowly and almost entirely on autopilot to the park. I didn't have a coat or an umbrella, and I didn't give a damn about my bandages getting wet. Instead, I headed to a specific area of the park that I hadn't visited in a few short years. Maybe I just wanted to be by myself, or maybe I just wanted to explore to try and distract myself from things, but I'll never know for sure and I'd prefer not to think about it any further. I ended up at the very edge of the river, which had a wooden, sturdy bridge that would have allowed me to cross. The only thing I could see was the fish swimming in that very river, moving quickly but otherwise in their own tranquil world, unafraid of anyone who would try to grab them, given how much rain was falling and the currents were running faster than a roadrunner. You could say they were blissfully unaware of the danger. Even though it was absurd, I felt envious that these fish could live in peace in such a river, even though there were some obvious predators that would devour them if they weren't careful. However, I knew that none of them were being beaten up as though they were worthless, that none of them were being yelled at for simply being fish, and that none of them were being made to take lessons and repeat them no matter how well they performed. Oddly, though, the more jealous I became, the more at peace I became. Later, I realized that such thinking was anything but beneficial. I recalled wanting to join them, to be able to swim away from my problems, to simply get away from everything, and to not have to go through any more pain than I already had. I didn't care that I couldn't swim because I had never taken swimming lessons, but before I knew it, I was falling into the river like deadweight as I was on the verge of blacking out. It took me a few moments to realize who had pulled me away as I lay on the ground panting, too numb to feel pain, as if I had just woken from a nightmare. It was Ginger, a young puppy who would soon grow up to be one of my favorite animal friends, and Lydia, one of the maids. "James?" Izuku asked in a hopeful tone, and I smiled gently and nodded. I can still clearly recall my first encounter with the young puppy. At the time, he was the ideal age for a puppy to be adopted. He was small but playful and incredibly sympathetic, and he was quick to defend me from anyone who might try to harm me. The tiny puppy that would eventually become my therapy pet and companion, particularly when it came to the nightmares that still frightened me. As he looked up at me to lick my face a little in an attempt to lift my spirits, James huffed, as if to confirm. I was grateful as I moved on to the next significant event that would permanently alter my life. I continued the story again as I heard everyone exhale in relief at having been spared from making a foolish error, that I had known James for so long, and that he was one of the three who prevented me from doing the unimaginable. My sadness was beginning to fade, much like the rain clouds did that day. I was startled to see them, momentarily perplexed as to why there was a puppy with them, and a little taken aback that the rain had abruptly stopped just as I was about to fall into the river. The rain clouds overhead gradually began to change as they gradually began to split apart. With tears streaming down her face, Ginger gave me the most heartbreaking look I've ever seen. She grabbed me by the front of my shirt and yanked me forward into a sitting position. She then gave me the most scolding lecture a 10-year-old could ever give someone their own age. "What in the world are you doing, you idiot? No, don't you dare answer. I know exactly what you're doing and I'm not going to let you go through with it. Don't you dare do it, Connie," she yelled in a very worried yet angry, Broken voice, committing suicide won't make anything better. It never does. And it will certainly will not bring Martha back. How do you think I'll feel if you left me all alone? Exclamation mark. I already lost one friend, I'm not going to lose another. I know times are seriously bad for you, but you can come to me when times get bad. You don't have to do this alone. We don't have to do this alone. Seriously, you're not the only one suffering from having lost a dear friend. I'm just as upset and miserable as you. I'll never forgive myself if anything happened to you, especially as I'm partially the cause of things getting worse for you at the mansion. Exclamation mark. Do you have any idea how much it hurts knowing you're hurting and there's hardly anything I can do to stop it on my own? Question mark. Do you know how much it hurts knowing that what you're going through is a million times worse than what I'm dealing with? Question mark. Do you know how much it hurts in general? Don't you realize you're not the only one mourning for the loss of all the instructors that tried to help you? Don't you realize how much I care about you and how much I just want us both to be able to live happily? Don't you even realize how much more people care about you, than we know? The servants are just as concerned about you as I am. We love you. Please, please don't die. I was so shocked and embarrassed that I nearly killed myself when she screamed those words, and it was like a runaway bus that finally brought me to my senses. I was completely unaware of it. I was thinking about swimming away with fishies to temporarily escape everything. But a part of me was just thinking about ending it all there, even though I still wanted to live, wanted someone to help me, wanted someone to tell me that everything would be okay and that there was hope. But it seemed like a part of my brain didn't want to listen, part of myself too, and just hide the fact that I was going to do the unthinkable so I wouldn't have second thoughts about what I was about to do. Tears began to well up as she said those words, and it hit me even harder. No matter how different the circumstances were, it didn't change the fact that Ginger and I were both grieving the loss of our close friend, poor Martha, and even all the lives lost of those who attempted to improve my situation. I felt like a self-centered fool at the time for not considering my friend's feelings in light of everything, even though I knew that she was dear to me and would be there to lend an ear to listen and a shoulder to cry on. I didn't even consider how my friend felt, knowing that I was going through all of that, helpless as a mouse trapped in a glass cage with no way out. Particularly now, I felt that I wasn't being a good enough friend to her, as she was trying to be for me. I started crying more, which only made me feel worse about it. The servants were trying their hardest to get my uncle to listen, but I was just as self-centered as they were for not even acknowledging how worried and concerned they were about me. Even as a puppy who didn't really know any better, James could tell that I was very sad and did his best to cheer me up by licking my face and trying to wipe away the tears, which only made me cry more. Ginger and Lydia held me close as they too were crying, and I felt like my heart was broken in a million pieces by my own selfishness. I promised them that day that I would never consider doing anything that unacceptable again, and that if I ever needed anything, I would tell them everything, no matter how painful it was, especially to Ginger. This was as the sun began to peek through the clouds, seemingly indicating that things would get better no matter how bad things got. They are the reason I am still here today. I felt a handkerchief being pressed against my left cheek as I turned only to see the principal. For the first time now, seeing that his face, although showing it was neutrally calm, I could see that the look in his eyes and even the tears that were visible told a completely different story altogether. Nonetheless, I accepted the handkerchief as I started to dry my tears up. Even though some more came down, I felt both Inko and Nimari pull me back into a hug in a smothering, but not quite, and yet soft and comforting way. Strong yet gentle to ensure that my stitches wouldn't get broken or accidentally hurt me any more than I already was. As they were both crying profusely, and they were not the only ones who were in tears, profusely apologizing to me for having to go through all of that, and how heartbreaking it was knowing that I had gone through all of that, about as helpless as a fish without its fins in a goldfish bowl. Even though one had trouble trying to turn my head due to being in between two women, I was able to see the looks on everybody else. With her head lowered and her eyes filled with cold, burning rage, the heartbroken recovery girl clutched her cane so tightly that it appeared as though she didn't care if she broke her own hand on it. Tsukauchi appeared to be both mortified and furious. I assumed this was due to the fact that my uncle, a despicable man, had done all of that without even considering the feelings of others, and that all of this had been ignored and unpunished for years and years. What else could possibly infuriate him more than all for one or heinous crimes the size of a mountain that were never addressed at all? Without a doubt, he went against everything he stood for as a police officer, knowing that even though the police back there were already very busy, working overtime times 10, trying to catch the murderer who caused the state of New York to go into a state of panic and strife before he disappeared, it doesn't change the fact that even in completely ragged states, the police should have conducted a further investigation to prove whether or not the man did commit any crimes against his niece. Regardless of how you look at it, my uncle is a criminal at heart and ought to have been punished long ago. And I completely agree that he would be imprisoned for life for this, or worse. Mr. Yagi, who was now All Might and had steam rising from his body, was more than just furious or angry. He was furious beyond belief, giving off a terrifying glare that would make any unfortunate criminal facing him wet their pants in fear. He might even go so far as to beg the police to save them, unable to flee after being permanently scarred by the normally heroic man. Apart from clearly showing the man how much he messed up and how messed up he really was, I can only imagine what the man would do to my uncle if they were in the same room right now. And that's just me being lighthearted because I didn't want to consider what that man, who had tormented me my entire life, would do to me, aside from a joke about my uncle being literally turned into a pretzel by the strong man. Because I am aware that it might be even worse than I could have ever imagined. What about Izuku? I was devastated when I looked at him. The expression on his face made me feel even more sorry for him. He was also depressed and embarrassed, but I could see the unique sparkle in his eyes as he clenched his fist. I knew why. Thinking about what might have happened if he hadn't met All Might that day, he was sympathetic and understanding. I've seen what Izuku went through in the anime and in a good number of fanfiction and AO3 stories I've read over the years, so just because I haven't read the reports on quickness doesn't mean I don't understand what people without any powers go through. I am certain that he would have killed himself if he hadn't met All Might that day. Even though it was inadvertent, the fact that I nearly lost my own life still strikes too close to home, especially since I know that someone else experienced similar emotions regardless of how dire or dissimilar our circumstances were. In all honesty, though, Izuku had it better than me because, unlike me, he had a relative who loved and cared for him for who he was, who helped raise him regardless of how difficult the circumstances were. And he had an adult figure to rely on even though he felt he had to hide the truth from his mom because he knew how she would react. The same is true for his mentor, though I planned the remedy for that. He also didn't have any friends his own age that he could rely on, whereas I was completely different because I had no family members to rely on and only had my friends, especially in times of need. Even though it doesn't change the fact that, unlike me and my friends alone, Izuku had two adult figures he could turn to in case of trouble who were willing to support him despite the things I've already mentioned. Izuku never experienced the same abuse, threats, yelling, starvation, and whipping from his own relatives as my uncle did from me, though I imagine he was tormented in other ways besides being yelled at, abused, and threatened by his childhood bully. My uncle didn't need a quirk to demonstrate just how terrible he was in far too many ways. In contrast to Izuku, who had a real home where he could find refuge, I lived in the mansion for a few years, but it was never a home to me. I, on the other hand, had all three types of scarrings in abundance, even though he had more mental and emotional scarrings than physical ones, as far as I know. This is especially true because some of them still hurt today, and some even cause phantom pains that I occasionally experience. Actually, these are just a few instances. Ginger, Lydia, and James saved me some time after the incident with that murderer, and All Might saved Izuku from the edge despite what happened before the sludge villain attacked again. No matter how bad things get, we both hope that one day things will get better. We don't want to die and leave the people who still care about us sad and heartbroken. Regardless of how hurt and tired we are from our childhood, we have the will to keep working hard because we know that we are valuable and that we can accomplish great things. Even so, I could feel James gently licking my left cheek in an attempt to stop my tears from streaming down my face, but even though the effort was appreciated, it didn't stop them from falling like a waterfall. The thought of a 10-year-old, albeit unintentionally, committing suicide was heartbreaking and unthinkable to anyone, especially to those who uphold justice and sought to help people no matter what happened. Ms. Jaden, said Nezu as I turned to the principal as he proceeded to pull out another handkerchief as he wiped his own tears away, having a glint in his eyes that told equal signs of him wanting to unleash terror on the man who hurt me and for causing so much pain in the first place, and to the murderer who inflicted such a bloody nightmare to everyone within a single state including to me and to my loved ones. Who can blame him? And at the same time he showed sympathy in seeing someone so young having to go through all of that knowing that there was nothing anybody could do to stop it. Hurt knowing that all this was going on in a world that should have been at least a little more peaceful given that my world had nobody who had superpowers of any sort. Honestly, my world wasn't at all peaceful as it was going through its own struggles, from wars to crimes of many different magnitudes. Some of which I'm afraid to say, knowing it'll mortify them all for life if I told them. No words can describe just how awful your situation was. Beyond that, really, even though you haven't finished your story just yet, as I can tell, there's still more to unravel. It doesn't change the fact that everything you went through up until then was anything but pleasant. It's heartbreaking knowing that you went through all of that helpless, especially in knowing that your uncle had bigger resources and influences that would ensure that no one would ever be able to suspect that he was a criminal in any manner, and knowing that those who tried to stop him ended up getting murdered in the process, and he would pin all that blame on you. No words can even describe just how sorry I and all of us are in knowing you had gone through all of that for so many years. Though we are relieved that you had friends you could turn to your darkest plights, the grim reality of it all hurts. Especially at the fact that we shouldn't forget that all of you were still mere children and you were still all alone way back then. Quote, he said as his neutral tone was starting to lean on the sorrow side, expressing just how sad he was, but then it started to go to a lighter tone as he then said, "But, still, I must say I'm really proud of you for having remained strong through all of this. Even when times got grim and even when times got worse and worse, you still wanted to live. Even when fighting against yourself and just wanting to end it all, you still wanted to live deep down." I was startled by that. It takes a lot of courage and strength of heart to endure everything you went through, physically and otherwise. Recovery Girl was the next to offer her opinion, or rather Yen, since this was Japan. And she turned to me while saying, "No child should have to go through what you went through. Neither you or any of your friends deserve to go through any of that just for existing, and none of you especially should ever have to be driven to the point of actually contemplating ending your own lives at the mere age of 10. And yet the fact that you all strive to keep going even when times got monumental worse, it's not something to scoff at. Even when your friends were going through their own sort of terrors, you were there for them just as they were there for you. It showed how much love you had." Tsukauchi continued by telling me with an expression of perseverance, "Most children your age back then would have given up and either just ran away from home or did the unthinkable, which is a concept, at that age, that's too horrible for words. But you stayed, you were willing to try and tough it out even when you didn't want to be tormented, you still endured. Even when you felt imprisoned, you thought of your friends more than you thought of yourself. You didn't want to leave them behind, which showed how much you cared about them. And the fact that your friends and eventually you worked so hard to make artificial graves for the people who had lost their lives trying to help you is really admirable, showing more and more just how much you care, that you have far more love and care than your uncle ever will. Even when faced with a deadly and grim situation such as that maniac terrorizing your hometown. And even though what you did was extremely foolish, the fact that you were even willing to risk your life to save one of your dear friends showed how much heroism you had. Even when it was terrifying, you still wanted to protect the people you cherished. Even though your situation was already worse as it was, you were willing to endure anything and go against your uncle just to help the people who needed that kind of help the most. Even when being buried underneath all of that suffocating sorrow, guilt and depression, deep down you still wanted to keep going. You wanted things to get better, and that waiting paid off. Even at the brink of it all, you wanted someone to lend you a hand just as you always did, and it did in the form of Ginger, one of the servants, and even James, who all came to save you." Mr. Yagi said, calmer, and back to his true form. And yet while his eyes still held sadness, he had a look of admiration within them. A look of pride that made his blue irises within the pitch black of his eyes shine like stars as he placed his right hand on my left shoulder in a firm yet gentle grip as James ceased licking and yet still pressed his face against my own cheek in comfort, as the man then told me, "Despite your rescue efforts being extremely foolish, suicidally dangerous and in vain, even though you were rightfully scared out of your wits, the fact that you were concerned about your friend's well-being is not something to spit at. Even though it took your other friend bringing up certain things that you forgot about to snap you out of it, you were nonetheless willing to admit that you were foolish and wanted to do better. It takes a lot of willingness and humility to admit such faults like that, no less at a time like yours way back then. And I could just tell in your eyes that you wanted to use the past to push you to be better instead of letting it drag you down again, to help you grow, to not let that past anchor you down even if you do look back at it every once in a while and feel sadness. Even knowing that there's no way you can ever change the past, you still wanted to live, not just because you know that that's what Martha would have wanted for you and Ginger. You had hope, even with everything going on, you had it, and had even accepted the renewed hope from the love of others, a hope so strong that you never want to let go of it, even if it all just feels too much to bear, all of that just shows how much of a good person you are and how much you cherish life, unlike that man who dared call himself a loving uncle. Namori's voice broke as she and Inko both started crying again, and I was once again unconcerned by the tears falling on me. Anyone who even dares to even think that you don't deserve any love at all are the sick ones who need to be put in a psych ward. You're a very kind person, no one deserves to be unloved just for being alive. You haven't done anything wrong, dear, you simply haven't done anything to deserve all that, and that is that. Inko continued tearfully, growing up as an orphan is never always easy. More often than not it's difficult, and even if the situation can be different between one person to another, the struggles are still there even if they come in different forms or at least to a similar caliber to one of them. But still, everything your uncle ever did to you just because your parents found you as an orphan baby and loved you, the fact that that man hurt you so badly to the point that he was even willing to hire an assassin to kill you, and not care whether or not you committed suicide or not. That man in general is an inexcusable human being. The only one who deserves to be punished for all of this is him. You never did anything wrong because it was his fault. If I ever see that horrible man, I'll rip him apart. I couldn't help but shiver there, at least a little, because I knew that even with a quirk like hers, she was undoubtedly capable of doing such a thing because I've seen a few instances of it, or at least something similar from a few stories I've read. Because, yes, people, individual bones and organs do qualify as small objects. And let's just say that I know for a fact from a few stories that it's best to avoid being the cause of her ire. It's your funeral otherwise. I was distracted from my thoughts when I felt a hand on my right shoulder. I turned, requiring some prodding because I was positioned between the two younger women, and discovered that it was none other than Izuku. There were still tears visible around his eyes from crying, but the expression on his face told me a different story. I could see a fiery blaze raging in his eyes as a form of determination rather than anger. You don't have to be alone anymore, despite everything you've been through. It's not just Ginger you can count on, not just her mom, and not even just the servants from back in your home state, not just James either. He said, pausing briefly to look at everyone in the room. After the two women released their grip on me, I noticed determined looks on everyone's faces, and they all nodded firmly. Then the boy turned back to me and gave me a small but otherwise comforting smile. We'll help you too. Even if there's still so much we don't know yet, and I know that we want to be there with you every step of the way. When he said that, I felt a warmth in my heart that I hadn't experienced from anyone my age outside of Ginger in a very long time. This warmth was so inviting and freeing that I couldn't resist letting my tears fall even more, but I nodded before I began frantically wiping them away while everyone around me offered me consoling words and some simply put their hands on my shoulders to reassure me that everything would be okay. And I will always be thankful to them all for doing this and proving that my expectations were realistic and that they were as compassionate, understanding, and bravely supportive as I always thought they would be. Because of this, I was able to smile larger and more authentically than the little ones have been giving them. I looked back up at them all and lowered my arm, although I was still crying a little bit, but this time it was tears of relief and happiness that I hadn't experienced in a long time. As previously mentioned, there was still more to tell. But even though I haven't finished my story, I haven't finished listing every crime my uncle has ever committed against me, and I haven't finished the part about a certain person that I hope to never see again. I know that everything will work out because I'm not alone and I never will be. I have a group of new friends and supporters I can turn to for support and company, even though there's a good chance I won't ever see Ginger and her mother or any of the servants again, which I regretted since I hadn't even considered them until I brought this part up within my backstory. Yes, I am aware that we have only recently met, but I am confident that everything will work out in the brief time we have had together. Fortunately, this last part is a little better, but it doesn't alter the fact that I still had to overcome some challenges back then, and the culmination of it all will be the most shocking and terrifying of them all. Which is a huge understatement in and of itself. In a single day, a lot of things changed in a variety of ways. All of the servants' actions for my benefit were carefully thought out and carried out, despite the risks. My uncle confronted us as soon as we got back to the mansion, but before he could say anything, all of the servants turned against him because, for the first time, he was completely outnumbered by the number of servants he had working for him. Some of the servants took me away to be examined because they were medically trained and knew how to administer first aid, which saved some trouble later. Meanwhile, the others, led by Lydia, confronted him to make a few points very clear. To my utter surprise, it turns out that the servants had been aware of my uncle's actions. They had all been devastated to see me in such misery, especially after everything I had to endure, and they were devastated to learn the truth about what had truly happened to all of my previous tutors. They were also disgusted with the man for his actions because I wasn't his blood relative and wasn't perfect in his eyes. They had been secretly gathering evidence against him for years, more than enough to put him under arrest, put him in prison for life, or even give him the death penalty because they had hired an assassin to kill a minor for a trivially stupid reason. They had apologized to me for not acting sooner, but they had to make sure he wouldn't suspect anything and make sure they could get other bits of incriminating evidence they couldn't risk losing. I forgave them because I understood why, and I was moved by their determination to help me despite the many risks involved. Since everyone gave him an ultimatum, the only reason they never made any of it public was to ensure that they had more than enough for him to have no room to argue at all, so much so that not even his attorneys could save him. Either he stops abusing me, he leaves Ginger alone, he actually lets me return to school for the first time in years, and he lets me have a normal school life. Despite the fact that the school would be prestigious given the circumstances, it would still be a better environment for learning and growth. He should also give me a year or so to recover, this time allowing my injuries to heal properly and giving me more time so the aftermath wouldn't be painful, and until my body is back in good health. Lastly, he should accept that I will be moving out as soon as I turn 18 so he won't have to deal with me anymore if he still has problems, and for once in his life treat me like a person and not a piece of garbage. Alternatively, all of the servants will resign immediately, acting out the exodus as they all leave the house together. They will then go to the police and have him arrested for all of his past actions, completely ruining his reputation. Additionally, it was noted that they had their own team of covert investigators searching for and monitoring his own dubious organizations, so they would know something was wrong if he gave them any orders at all, so they shouldn't even attempt to eliminate them in secret. In fact, at least 10 of the servants had friends in the international police, undercover agents, or well-known news outlets from outside the state who were ready to assist if necessary and could be reached on speed dial. Furthermore, it appeared that he was unaware that the public was already suspicious of him for killing off previous instructors, making them go missing, and hiring new ones right away. He should be aware that if he keeps doing this, the police will become involved and begin questioning him, regardless of whether any of them were involved or not. Pointed out that burying the bodies in his own backyard was incredibly foolish on his part, and that they had evidence from there as well, even though they were buried very deep underground. Why does he abuse me in the first place if he doesn't want to do business with me? Sending me to a school with a dorm would make more sense, wouldn't it, so that neither of us would have to deal with the other anymore. Honestly, you have to be there to see it, but the look on my uncle's face was not only priceless but one of a man knowing that he was absolutely outnumbered and was backed so deep in the corner that even the slightest nudge would lead to his downfall. Even though on the inside he absolutely wanted to explode with rage and defiance, I told them, grinning as I recalled feeling so protected by far more people than I could have ever imagined. I knew that the servants cared for me, even if it meant defying their employment. When I looked back at everyone, I could see that they all had surprised expressions on their faces, eyes sparkling with satisfaction and relief at realizing that I had more assistance going on in the background than I had anticipated. Some of them, particularly the human lie detector, sighed with relief, which was to be expected. As an aside, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but based on what I've learned over the years, I believe that people can feel other people's emotions more readily in this world than they could back home, and sometimes it's easier to understand the emotions behind them. It is impossible for it to be because I have a quirk because I am quirkless. I was still quite surprised to learn all this, but it definitely really helped in not only giving me a sense of relief knowing I had more people to back me up than just Ginger, Lydia and James alone. I replied with a wink. Before taking a sip of his tea, Nezu said, quite a surprise, that he removed from somewhere. Listen up, people, I've been watching Nezu even as he narrated, and I'm still puzzled as to why he did that. I know that part of me wants to ignore it because it's better that way, but I can't help myself. I'll never know. It's similar to Izuku and his notebooks. Tsukauchi nodded as he responded, you said it, still knowing that they'd actually had this planned all this time. I would only have to assume years. It's still quite a shocker after believing otherwise for so long. Yeah, I replied, any man out of their right mind would be foolish to say no against such an ultimatum like that. Especially if he does uphold his reputation as highly as you said he does. Mr. Yagi responded. Truer words were never said. He knew he had no choice, especially knowing that none of them were going to take his tyranny any longer and knowing how grave the stakes were against him, and knowing that none of them were going to back down. not even when he gave his own death glares, none of them were going to be moved whatsoever. I responded, also there were only a few conditions, given outside circumstances mainly, that were in place. But thankfully they were rather reasonable despite some of them still being rather annoying. Though a little hesitant, Inko asked with parental concern, and what were those conditions? First of all, I wasn't allowed to break anything, period, not like I had any intentions to. Second, if I really was serious about going to school again, then I had better make sure I apply the lessons I've been taught while attending and make sure that academically I was ready for it. Third, at least once a month on the third Wednesday of each one he and I would meet for updates on how school was going, with the promise that he will not send spies or something to keep an eye on me, and be willing to accept the teacher's word alone in return. 4. In school I had to be on my best behavior as possible, and I had to make sure I followed the school regulations to the letter. If he got one word that I myself was causing mischief in any sort of manner, then he would pull me out and have me homeschooled until I turn 18, with a tutor he himself would hire, as he didn't want to bother doing it himself. 5. I still had to continue with my lessons, but this time he will not be present for any one of them and instead will get an update at the end of each week to make sure that I was doing perfectly in them. Only when I start school would those lessons stop and I would put them to test going forward. And last, but not least, which was the most annoying, he wanted to be informed of which classes I would take and what potential field trips I would be allowed to participate in, so he could see whether or not he deemed me worthy of participating in such things. I said within that order as I counted them up. I nodded back, and Nimori said he wasn't going to go down without some sort of fight. This must have been a difficult pill for him to swallow, I said. About the size of New York itself times 10 really, I replied. Nonetheless, it was all reasonable, so we accepted, with the condition in return we would be allowed to look through all the classes to see which ones would be worthy in his eyes, so long as we get to choose a few that I wanted to participate in genuinely, which he accepted, though quite begrudgingly under his breath, especially if they were classes that he himself would not agree to. It was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life, undoubtedly more so than the time Martha had sneaked a large tarantula, along with her egg sac, into his bedroom when I was 8 years old. It scared the living daylights out of him so much that he screamed like a little child and ran around the house as if the spider was chasing him or on top of him, even though it was still in his bedroom. I had to wait many agonizing hours later to let it all out in the park with my friends. That alone made the rather pointless fumigation crew worthwhile. Make a note of that and share it with others at a later time. Because I'm still working on telling my story, which I will now continue. We all started working as soon as the agreement was reached after a protracted silence. Around that time, my uncle unexpectedly received a call from the higher-ups informing him that he would not be in the mansion for the better part of the year due to a lengthy conference and a few other significant business deals that needed to be completed in South America. Everyone was okay with this, even my uncle, since it meant he wouldn't have to deal with me himself and he could concentrate only on his work while the rest of us focused on my health and education. It seemed that I was healing more quickly than most of them, including myself, had anticipated, so it didn't take as long for me to truly be able to heal completely and get my body back in shape. Nevertheless, we were thankful for that because we saw it as a unique blessing. But that doesn't change the fact that, because of the many scars I have, I will always feel uneasy showing my body, that is, my back, the back of my arms, and my neck, naked, unless it's the doctor or someone I trust. Even though my uncle was still adamant that I not see a therapist because, in his opinion, therapy was a weakness even though it wasn't, they outright banned it. Fortunately, the servants also provided assistance in the same way that Ginger has, but they had a little more experience because they had been studying therapy in secret to help me work through a significant amount of my trauma so that there wouldn't be too many unsettling problems when I eventually started school. It was sufficient even though there were still no licensed therapists. Even though it was clear to all of us that I had post-traumatic stress disorder and night terrors as a result of the abuse and horror I had endured for years, especially in the recent past, they gave me some pills to help, which helped, but none of us wanted to take the chance that I would unintentionally cling to the pills like a crutch or worse, develop an addiction to them. Slowly but surely, they helped me wean myself off of the pills until I would only need them occasionally. After all, no one experiences all of that without developing any kind of trauma, scars, phantom pains, night and mental terrors, or emotional and mental baggage. As long as we kept that small detail to ourselves, it was also helpful to have Ginger and James by my side without my uncle present. Knowing that she was genuinely coming to the mansion to assist me made things much easier. In addition to training James to be prepared for anything, we also got me a notebook so I could record everything that happens in my nightmares and create a kind of coping mechanism that would allow me to release my emotions without feeling confined, which was really helpful. The others also recommended that I start sketching as a way to express myself, which was a wise move because that's how I discovered my passion for art and rapidly became proficient at it. And the school we chose was obvious because it was a brand new institution that had only recently opened, which I don't fully understand other than as a way to reassure young people that, despite what had happened in our state, there was still hope for the future. Which was none other than Lotus Wood Academy. Nezu answered as I replied. Correct. The school itself quickly became quite prestigious despite only opening up not too long before the due date. Yet good word quickly spread about it as it was borderline close to becoming one of the most elite to only just come into existence within that time, as not only did it provide one of the best educational environments money could buy but also had great architecture. Freshly made food made each day, a proactively productive and friendly work environment, encourages support, earnest hard work and teamwork, and dormitories that were so accommodating that one would forget that they were actually dorm rooms rather than small apartments. They offer free tutoring for anyone needing some help no matter what subject it may be. They don't tolerate bullying and will always inform the parents and guardians of what's going on, from progress reports to disconcerting issues that pop up. Plus, they have upper classes as they have a middle school and a high school. Sounds like the perfect private dream school, Mr. Yagi added, though I'd imagine that they'd have certain conditions and a tough entrance exam to face. Understatement, I said with an exhausted and exasperated sigh. The condition is in order to be able to attend you must have a good academic record due to their ill tolerance to bullying, ill-behaved slackers and both combined. But that's not really all. In order to truly attend you must either have had good grades from your previous schools as well as behavior, usually if you're from a modern or kind of poor family, or you must be recommended, usually if you're from a rich family, as money doesn't always get you anywhere. And the entrance exam is so hard that it takes literally half a day to complete from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. With only 2 45-minute breaks within that day, and none of the teachers will accept cheaters. If you even attempt to cheat, then you're out. Any ill-mannered behavior and you're out. Any bullying and you're out. Try to bribe anybody or force someone else to do the test for you and you're out. No matter what your background and no matter who your parents are or who you are, they will not accept any of that kind of behavior. No ifs, ands, or buts, period. They will only accept the best of the best and the most behaved, as they will not stand to have anybody of ill will attending their school only for them to grow up and become awful people later. Nemuri winced a little and remarked, talk about a strict yet ironclad stern curriculum and set of rules. Even though I can only think of a case that is comparable to UA, I will need to conduct additional research to verify it later. You said it, but if you've passed, things should be okay so long as you follow the rules. If you are lagging in something, you have full permission to ask for more time for homework or request extra sessions to ensure you don't lag behind. But if you cause trouble, then you'll be punished, and unless one of your parents or guardians happens to be a beneficiary or benefactor of the school in some way, or one of them is a member on staff of a high regard, chances of getting expelled is higher than any normal private school. 3 strikes worse than name-calling, kick-me's signs, spreading ill-begotten rumors about others, ill-minded pranks, or tripping others and throwing paper balls at someone anywhere, and you're out. They take their rules very seriously and they only want what's best for their students and for their futures, especially as well. Long story short, times are getting grimmer in my world in many ways. I'll tell you another time maybe, but for now I won't say as well. There's too much to say, not to mention any of it alone would give you nightmare fuel, and there's already so much I'm revealing as it is regarding my past. Everyone just nodded, though some appeared surprised by my school's stringent rules. They realized that the other details about what was happening in my world could wait. Thankfully, due to our agreement, my uncle wasn't allowed to try to sway the principal in any way or try to make me look bad just because. Well, you've heard it over and over again, so no need to say any more. As he was forced to admit that my grades in my lessons were of the highest regard, I kid you not when I say that I thought I saw real steam coming out of his ears and nose when he had to comply to that. It almost looked like he was literally strangling himself to force those words out of his mouth. That selfish, prideful and stubborn natural of his especially was livid when it came to admitting he was wrong, even when it was clearly presented to him as clear as one's mirror reflection. I clarified, without that, school would be more difficult. To say he is intolerable, insufferable and heartless would not be a strong enough way to describe him, more so the more you talk about him. Recovery Girl responded, and that's just putting it mildly, as there would be a few other choice words I would say, but they would be too vulgar for your ears, dear. I nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you for taking my feelings into consideration." Yes, there were more derogatory terms to use to describe him, but I'd prefer to let you use your own imagination. Fortunately, Ginger was able to persuade her mother to let her attend school with me rather than being homeschooled as she had been for many years. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, she was even able to meet with the principal herself to discuss her and my enrollment there. This made things easier, especially when my uncle was present. Yes, she was also fully aware of what was happening because she had been told shortly after the deal was made. It was kept a secret for so long to protect her. Although she was unable to do anything from her regular job abroad due to the overwhelming number of projects going on there, she would still do everything in her power to assist the servants in ensuring that my uncle stayed in line and wouldn't try anything. She even used some strong language to make it apparent to my uncle that her new boyfriend, whom she had previously disclosed, was an extremely talented international federal agent, and that a team of attorneys from both sides would ensure he understood what ruin really meant. The servants even told me that he remained as white as a sheet for days. The aftermath was fairly obvious, as he fortified his mansion to ensure that no one broke in, but it was obvious that this was his own way of dealing with a very real threat to him. By the time the tests arrived, I was already in good health. I had completed all the necessary tests and was prepared for the exams, so even though there were still some issues that worried me, I was stable enough to receive the all clear. It was so difficult that even some of the candidates appeared to be struggling to the point where they were trying not to cry at how difficult it was. Some were really trying their hardest to stick to it and not try to ditch early just to stretch their legs and relieve their soreness. Believe me when I say that after spending so much time sitting through the tests, my hands and my butt were about ready to quit. I've already lost count of the number of students who were expelled for misbehavior of the previously mentioned reasons during the entrance exam after 100 because, if it wasn't the teachers, the principal himself was monitoring everyone with his incredibly expensive and sophisticated security system to make sure nothing went wrong. Additionally, he made it clear before the test started that he was a former military sergeant who took the security and well-being of those under his supervision very seriously and did not put up with disobedience. The fact that he is now our principal only served to highlight his serious demeanor. Though I'll never know for sure, I've heard rumors that the system itself was so highly valued and costly that selling it alone would secure you a life on a private island in an opulent mansion in one of the world's most exotic tropical islands. Everyone received their results 3 days prior to the start of the new school year, and Ginger and I both passed with flying colors. Everyone clapped, and I smiled back at them, bending slightly because of my back. Their smiles were all beaming. Izuku was the first to say, "Congratulations." He seemed to want to bounce in place, which I could understand because I gave him a particularly bright smile. We were somewhat in the same situation when it came to dream or outright prestigious schools, so he understood this more than ever. I could see the spark in his eyes, which inspired him to keep studying and working hard in order to fulfill his dream of attending UA and becoming a hero. He could succeed in this world if I could get into a school as challenging as the one back home. He could gain entry if I could, based on my merits. I sincerely said, "Thank you," which made him blush and stammer, which made me laugh. Oh, I forgot that, considering his upbringing, he isn't a big social butterfly. He is particularly bad at interacting with females his age. But I will definitely fix that well before the UA exam, I told myself, promising to make him less socially awkward than he currently is. Seeing his reaction in person makes me want to squeal so loudly that it would break the glass windows and cause me to faint, but fortunately I managed to contain my laughter. This is another reason I was laughing. A very adorable cinnamon roll. I want to give him a hug. His blush only intensified as the others laughed or snickered as well. I said, half joking but otherwise serious because it truly felt that way for us. I'm glad that we both passed, although needless to say we were just grateful that we didn't need to wear casts on our hands given how hard we were writing and how much concentration we were putting into making sure we wrote the right thing on every paper and every question that we were given throughout that day. If it still sounds like I'm exaggerating, so what? I nodded in agreement as Sukauchi said, I can only imagine, so especially given the age that you both were around then. The school itself was everything we could ever hope for, as not only were we getting a really good education, but everything about the school was wonderful, welcoming, and we started making actual real school memories together after years of being homeschooled. And despite applying the lessons that I've been taught for years, eventually I was actually able to relax in the presence of other people around my age and around my teachers enough that I didn't feel as stiff as a board, Actually being allowed to interact with people in this kind of environment was very refreshing and a real breath of fresh air for me. Liberating really. Aside from my uncle breathing down my neck, life in school was nearly perfect. Key word. Nearly, because I trailed off as my tone went from cheerful to stern and annoyed. Which was noticed by everyone as they all frowned at the sudden change. Like with every school, there was always going to be some kind of bully one way or another that found it funny to try and make me or others miserable in some way or another to make themselves bigger or feel better about themselves, etc. While there were a few, but those few eventually getting themselves expelled, there was one bully that stuck, that was determined to stick to me and caused me misery like a tick sucking out the blood of his victims, an incurable rash. Growing worse like the plague as years progressed, he was none other than Intius RT. Dale. His name matches him as the meaning of his name means, has no shame, in Native American, because he wasn't ashamed of all the nasty things he put me through. Without being asked, Nezu said, "Let me guess, he was the worst among any you've ever faced." Next to my uncle, if there were a better word to say that's even greater than worse, then yes, that would be accurate, I said, giving him the deadpan, irritated, and angry look I could manage. Based on the expressions on everyone's faces, they could tell that this guy was trouble, which is too sissy an expression for him. I took a deep breath and then let it out because I knew that I couldn't let my feelings get in the way of going into further detail about this man, who turned out to be just as horrible as my uncle. I may be nearing the end of my life, but that doesn't mean I'm going to downplay how serious this was. Intius had it in for me from the first time I walked into the school on the first day, as soon as he saw me. He flirted with me to hide it, but I could tell he wasn't sincere because some of the things he said were very impolite for someone who was no older than Ginger and me. Even though I made an effort to have at least a respectable conversation, it was obvious that he had no interest in anything I was interested in. He was simply staring at me as if I were the most valuable thing in the world, which made it obvious that he only valued my appearance, even though I could tell he didn't like my personality in any way. After I asked him a few questions, he even said that he wouldn't allow me to speak again. He was obviously very upset and even gave me a snarky look as though I had gotten him into trouble when he was the one who did it. In fact, a passing teacher who heard it practically dragged him away and made him wash his mouth out with soap before he could return to class. Since it was a worse first impression, he should have been thankful that he was not placed in detention on the first day. He has always been a bad seed, though, according to the other students who actually knew him growing up and who happened to be able to attend the same school as him. He was the ideal son in his parents' eyes when he was with them alone, but he was anything but a good boy around other people, especially those his own age. He was only mildly nice around adults other than his parents. He was constantly getting other kids into trouble in order to make himself feel better or even look better than others. In some cases, he managed to get away without being caught, but in other cases, the truth eventually came out and he got into trouble. In other cases, however, he was caught and punished, mostly by his parents rather than the schools he attended, because his parents were also benefactors at his previous schools and wanted him to get the best education. They weren't willing to ignore their own child's obvious and he didn't learn. His former school's only option was to have him sit in the timeout area and repeatedly write on the board what he was not allowed to do. At the school where we were enrolled, however, things progressed from timeouts to actual detentions and even janitorial duty in the cafeteria every day after school. He detested picking up trash that wasn't his because he only threw away his own garbage, which made him feel physically repulsed and only made his attitude worse. It was frequently said that all litter bugs were lazy and dirty. In that sense, he was a germaphobe, but not to the same extent as my uncle. In fact, he would not eat pork because, in his opinion, they were completely filthy. He would also never want to be in the same room as a pig because that alone made him feel extremely unclean and would insist on taking a bath as soon as possible. I suppose it was one thing we had in common, even though I'm more allergic to pork because eating it would make me extremely ill. The same is true for shellfish, catfish, pufferfish, ducks, reptiles, and octopi. In contrast to him, I understand that pigs play a vital role as farm animals, and I also adore baby pigs because they're adorable. Depending on the state, pigs can also make good pets, at least as far as I can tell. In addition, I generally adore infant animals. How did he respond to James and Ginger? James stuck to me like glue because he never liked Intius and he could tell right away that he wasn't a nice person, especially after seeing what he puts me through every day whenever we see each other intentionally or not. For the former, He always tried to entice James away from me in order to have James for himself and deprive me of my animal friend. For the latter, Intius simply ignored her, acting as though she didn't exist. He even went so far as to not acknowledge her when she spoke, and when he did, it was only in relation to the rare topic in general. He also refused to listen to the teacher when she asked him to work with her on group projects, which frequently led to him receiving a different grade from Ginger and the others because, despite her own reluctance, Ginger tried to work with him to complete the project even though he didn't want to. After class, the teacher gave the boy a lesson on how to acknowledge classmates, which he was adamantly ignoring, and as a result, he was given extra homework and janitorial duties as punishment for his disrespect for her. When he explicitly claimed that she didn't exist or exist, even though she was obviously real, the penalties would only get worse. He even had the audacity to refer to her as my imaginary friend, because, to him, I was a nobody with no friends other than a stupid mutt, who follows me around like a lost puppy and an imaginary friend to make up for my needy ego. Naturally, that led to him getting into trouble with the teachers, particularly when he refused to say sorry for making such a terrible remark. As a result, he was placed in detention, which, mind you, happened so often that the idea of being in detention made him completely numb. Even though I had at least 2 classes with him during the remainder of my school years there, I was even more appreciative that Ginger was by my side during those classes as well as 1 or 2 other classes we would have together. I'm just happy that the only times I would ever see him were around 2 classes that we would both have at the same time. He was actually the reason I was unable to keep my locker after that first year because he would frequently put fictitious love letters in it. If it weren't for his nasty jokes that would come out as soon as I opened my locker, I would have almost always avoided getting hit in the face. Ginger would sometimes push me out of the way to keep me safe, and other times she would get caught in it herself. However, she would often tell me that she didn't mind as long as she was able to protect me. In a way, it would teach her how to deal with the numerous stains that get on clothes and how to remove them. After all, being the daughter of a woman of fashion comes with a territory, at least in her opinion. Security cameras were able to catch him in the act, but he would not stop no matter how many times he was disciplined by the school or his parents, which was worse. If Ginger hadn't been by my side to help me identify who was sending those phony love letters, I would have fallen for them every time. Some of the ones that appeared to be very convincing could be disproved by asking the chosen boys whose names were signed on them to confirm whether or not they wrote them. Even those that appeared to be written by their own handwriting were able to be verified by the students. He was flawless in English, but he was terrible at other languages, including Japanese, sign language, French, and Spanish, all of which I studied and excelled at. He couldn't even copy someone else's handwriting in a foreign language because he was always slow and his fingers would twitch when he tried to write a single sentence in a language he didn't understand, and when he tried to speak, he would always struggle to understand what he was saying, sometimes to the point of inadvertently mixing it with another language, or saying the wrong thing in a way that sounded either incorrect in general or outright offensive. In those classes, he was barely passing by a few points, and tutors couldn't help him because languages were not his major and he was more proficient in theater and sports than in foreign languages. He is incapable of speaking any other language to save his own life, even if he could mimic accents to some extent. He was also the reason I was never able to go to school performances when he was on stage for theater class because he consistently got either the lead or lead support roles 55% of the time. I would frequently come up with a convincing and reasonable excuse to miss them, usually related to homework or extra credit assignments, or, if it happened by accident, a stomach ailment. I frequently spent them with Ginger, who conducted study sessions with me. She also asked the teachers for permission to watch over me when I was ill, and they were understanding and even encouraged her to try her hardest to get me well, especially after they found out that she had first-hand medical experience, never mentioning that it was because I had been abused by my uncle. As an aside, strange as it may seem, I hardly ever had sick days at the mansion. Given how he treated me at the time, you would think that I would have become ill much sooner. And before you ask, on the days that I was ill, it was one of the few occasions that I would never see my uncle because, for both reasonable and irrational reasons, he didn't want to become ill himself. The only people who would take care of me to ensure that I recovered alongside my best friend were the servants. I've noticed that I rarely had sick days, even when my uncle was starving me. I only ever had mild flu symptoms, which still seems strange to me because I've never been able to understand why. In any case, he didn't know when to stop sending dead roses, nearly tripping me in the hallway, flirting obscenely, smearing my desk with a foul substance that everyone could smell right away, and even leaving a large tarantula inside my desk. His parents were growing increasingly irritated with him, and his behavior in middle school was getting worse than it had been in the past. He was frequently so enraged that he was trying to get me to react, but even when he did hurt me physically, I still refused to fall into his deadly trap because I had practiced with Ginger and the servants at home how to avoid making any facial reactions toward him that would only stoke the fires in a way that would not be good for anyone. My uncle has already tormented me, so I wasn't going to be defeated by a punk-faced child who wasn't much older than me. To answer your question again, the only real reason he wasn't expelled was not only because his parents were generous to the school but also because he was one of their best athletes. Although he struggled with languages and behaved badly in some academic subjects, he excelled in other areas, particularly when it resulted in their school receiving significant awards for his athletic ability and his theatrical mastery. While a part of me should have been relieved that Uncle Martin wasn't staring at me as much, I couldn't help but get a bad feeling that something wasn't right. Even though I couldn't explain it at the time, that feeling would remain in my stomach every time I saw this of him. However, something that really stood out throughout my middle school years was that Uncle Martin had taken an interest in him and had actually paid more attention to him than he did me, even if it was for less good intentions. Only later, during a parent-teacher conference, would I find out that my uncle and his parents actually worked for the same company. They were not in the same branch, but they had discussed significant business matters with one another, and those were the only very infrequent, hardly ever, like 0.3% of the time, occasions when he didn't treat someone who wasn't one of his trusted business partners with disdain. The fact that he was somehow friendly with them was rather strange. Even going so far as to occasionally have a friendly dinner by yourself. And yet, when I told Ginger this, she acknowledged that it didn't feel right, which made me suspicious. This simply screamed everything wrong for me, to the point where I would be awake at night thinking about it. In the meantime, the bullying only got worse. When our class was required to go on a field trip together, he would try to get me into trouble in a foreign country. If my teachers, friends, and even some of my classmates hadn't stood up for me and proved my innocence, often putting himself in hot water when the truth is revealed, he would try to make the trip unpleasant for me without doing so. To be clear, I was able to make good friends with my other classmates who weren't bullies. I even grew close to a few of my teachers, though I know none of them would ever be as close to Ginger and Martha. I'm also aware that I can make more room in my heart for more people. It's just that Ginger and our beloved Martha were closer to me because of all the years we spent together. Nothing could and will ever change the fact that, aside from blood, we were as close as sisters. From harassing me about not having a locker and suggestively trying to convince me to get a locker, which I know would only lead to him doing the same thing he did during my first year at school, to leaving very graphic and not so pleasant hand-drawn pictures of me in all of my classmates' desks in our shared classes, with me having an additional 3 that only became more and more unpleasant, to leaving a deeply contaminated cupcake on my desk chair that made all of us lose our appetites. Ginger always sits next to me, so she would often point it out before I had a chance to sit to avoid having a very nasty mess on my school uniform. To even having the nerve to write a short story indicating me as the main character who faces disaster at every corner and never becomes happy in one way or another. Even when he gave his character a different name than mine, it didn't change the fact that he would always add some of my real personality in it to make it clear that he was being antagonistic towards me, story-wise. Even the school was beginning to grow tired of him because, in comparison to all the other misbehaving kids they had dealt with, he was the worst. He made all the other kids look like little miscreants who needed a little time out. Some even muttered that they were tempted to expel him outright in order to put an end to the years-long madness, regardless of the impact this would have on their relationship with his parents. It would be overly generous to refer to him as a problem child. Instead, the more appropriate term would be delinquent, as neither punk nor urchin were strong enough to describe him. Everyone had boundaries despite their own regulations, and they were aware that someone would eventually lose it and that it would be his or her last day at school. He would either tell lies or express admiration in an inappropriate way that would make people avoid me whenever I displayed great talent or accomplishments at school, even though I never flaunted them. The school did not want to take any chances at all, and they were quite serious about not allowing their children to get involved with that particular type of content, especially since none of us were old enough to be involved in that kind of subject. They even thoroughly checked everyone's belongings to make sure they weren't bringing any extremely questionable items related to it or otherwise. If it weren't for the strict gender dormitories that were required, he would have easily snuck into the shared dorm room that I had with Ginger. I can't even begin to count the number of times I've met with his parents during parent-teacher conferences. They frequently apologize to me for their son's behavior, and I tell them that it wasn't their fault because they were being good parents and doing everything correctly. Intius was the only one who wasn't paying attention. The fact that they were a wealthy family did not prevent him from becoming spoiled rotten, even though they never spoiled him. His attitude was not influenced by his manners classes for very long. However, his parents never gave up on trying to make their son understand that what he was doing was wrong. They repeatedly tried and especially tried to be patient with him about the matter in the hopes that one day he would realize the consequences of his actions and truly change his ways on his own. You have to give his parents credit for their efforts because I could tell they were very committed to their son and didn't want to give up on him even when it was obvious that he wasn't improving. Since I was the main target, he left the majority of the students alone and only made crude remarks about them. Although the other students didn't have to worry about him being a complete nightmare to them, it doesn't change the fact that he was a nightmare to me. Then one day, just before I turned 14, he went too far and committed 3 unacceptable acts of hatred in one day. First, there was the possibility of poisoning because he managed to get in contact with James's favorite food brand and lace it with rotten milk and an 8-week-old expired turkey. He also managed to lace my regular water bottle with a disagreeable medication and numerous laxatives. Had it not been for James's keen sense of smell, we would have both been seriously sick or worse. The second thing that horrified my teacher to the point where she almost had a heart attack and gasped so sharply that it rang in our ears that she actually choked on her words as it took her almost 2 minutes to stop coughing was leaving a bouquet of red spider lilies on my first period class desk along with a note that was written in a Japanese-themed poem about the departed in a not-so-kind light. Last but not least, the police actually came and arrested me for a very heinous discriminatory crime that I did not commit. If it weren't for their 5 long hours of investigation to prove my innocence and the fact that everyone agreed that I wasn't the culprit because I was somewhere else at the time, with witnesses to prove it, I would have been expelled and sent to juvenile prison. And those were the final straws for his parents and the entire staff, who publicly declared that Intius was expelled, listing all of the reasons for his expulsion in a list they had compiled and kept for years. His parents fully accepted this decision because what he had done was even more heinous and disgraceful to their family name. There was no one to blame but that boy, his parents, and everyone else who kept telling him to stop it, to leave me alone, to behave, and to be good. However, every single warning, order, demand, and reprimand that was given to him was completely disregarded, fell on deaf ears, or simply went through one ear and out the other. He told me that if he wanted any more money, he would have to work to earn it himself. This was the last I heard before he permanently left the school. His parents were planning to change their will so that he wouldn't receive a single cent from them in the event of their death and instead donate everything they owned to charities that help children in hospitals and orphanages. When his parents told him what they were going to do about their family's wealth, he was particularly upset and threw a huge fit. He would not stop screaming and flailing around, and it got so bad that the other teachers had to intervene to keep him down while the police put handcuffs on his hands and feet. He screamed that he wasn't at fault and that I deserved to be taken away, but everyone gave him a stern look and told him that it was his fault, not mine, and that he would be gone for a very long time. His demands that they not do what they were going to do also fell on deaf ears, just as all of their warnings had fallen in the same manner. They told him that he brought this upon himself and that if he had only listened, things would have been different. Finally, there were no ifs, ands, or buts regarding the issue. Additionally, on that last day, he said the exact words that I still remember today, words so terrible that they practically echoed throughout the school and further crushed his parents' already broken hearts. As a result, they sent him to military school, where he also served time in the juvenile hall and was permanently disowned. You don't deserve to live, you miserable hag, you're better off killing yourself than wasting anybody else's time. You could have been my girlfriend but instead you chose to be an ugly, weak and worthless little girl who can't even tell that no matter what you will always be a useless coward with an imaginary friend. I hope you die, Concordia Jaden. Inko exclaimed, that heartless villain, with a mixture of shock and utter rage. Normally, she wouldn't say anything like that about a child, but in light of everything he had done and the fact that he had no regrets at all. Yes, you can see the picture without saying it aloud. I have a sneaking suspicion that things will get worse when she finds out about what Bakugo has been doing to her son for so long. It will truly be devastating for the poor woman if my suspicions about their families being that close in a familial sense are accurate, as in many stories I've read, and will undoubtedly make her angry like a mother. I mentally reminded myself, remember, old girl, even bones and organs count as small objects according to MHA fanfictions and AU3s. I was trying to prevent a shudder of fear from crawling through my spine and causing any of my injuries to hurt again. The number one hero was trying very hard not to scream, but I could tell that he was having more trouble than I could have imagined. I could see that everyone else in the room was equally furious. It must have been extremely difficult for him to accept, in my opinion, that someone that young could have such intense villainous intent that it was on par with actual villains he had battled for years. Yes, and absolutely everybody who heard it was just outright mortified that he said such a thing, especially when he should know for a fact that I was anything but worthless, that I haven't done anything wrong, and that everything he said was nothing but lies he clearly believed. It was also on that day that all the staff worked even more adamantly to make sure to uphold the rules so something like that would never occur again. Changing the rules that even those who were the sons or daughters or wards of their staff or benefactors would still be greatly punished just like any other student, which all the parents completely understood, after catching word, very quickly, about what had happened, as they wondered why they hadn't made that rule ages ago, to which none of them made any comment on that, as they didn't know themselves either. Anybody who was attending the school whose parents actually worked with Intia's parents got word of everything and decided to look for work elsewhere. His parents couldn't blame any of them considering what their son had done. It hurt them, but they knew that there was nothing they could do except to try and move forward, ensured that their son wouldn't ever cause harm to any other innocent person again. I spoke my reply. Later that same week I had received a letter from his parents explaining that they actually found out, after some careful investigating, why he became the way he was. As it turns out that he has an uncle who he really looks up to, and he was the one who instilled in him, often so without meaning to, out of complete self-ignorance, many nasty ideals, and had influenced him in a way that led him to all of that. Due to the fact that he always spent the weekends and any vacation time with him in Florida without his parents to supervise since he was 5, it was no wonder he had become what he was to this present time. They acknowledged that it was their for not watching over their son more, even if he was with a family member. They had been foolish to believe that their son would be able to pick up some good influence from his uncle without actually checking to make sure that it really was while they were busy with business matters. Had they only watched him more closely, or better yet found out about the true extent of their brother's ill-willed mind sooner, all of this could have been avoided. Needless to say, his uncle was cut off from the family and the police were assigned to watch him in case he did anything, as they didn't want to take any chances that there was actually more to why he had influenced his nephew, unintentionally or not, than what was on the surface. Just because he hadn't done anything illegal, it didn't change the fact that he was already a suspicious person, as it was from how he interacted with his nephew alone. So they cut all the toxicity out of their lives. Nezu said, after having already finished his tea, to continue. Undoubtedly it must have been hard for the Dale parents, but they knew that they couldn't let themselves be stuck with any more of that toxic influence. Family or not, what both the uncle and son had done was barbaric in a number of ways. The damage has been done and there's nothing they can do to change it. Yeah, I noted in reply, but then I gave a smile as I then said with assuredness, but it wasn't all sad for long, thankfully. Sure, they were still hurting, but things turned out better in the end, as neither of them wanted to give up being parents yet. And so they went to adopt several children, no older than toddlers, so that they could start again. From the last time I heard from them, they were happy. Slowly but surely recovering from everything, already seeing a family therapist, and they promised me that they wouldn't ever allow their new children to become what their son had, and already planned to set up accounts for their children so that once they were gone they would have more than enough money to be able to provide for themselves and live comfortably without having to worry after all of their possessions get donated to charity like they promised. Even making it emphasize that they would raise their children to be humble and kind, so that they would never be greedy and spoiled, and that they would love their children with all the sincerity they had in their hearts. Vowing to never let the mistakes of the past be repeated once more, that even if they were busy they would make time to spend with their children so that they will always know that they are loved and they could go to them for help no matter what may come. Mr. Yagi nodded, grinned calmly, and sighed with relief, saying, "That's good to hear." The same was true for the others, just as it was for me when I got that letter, which is still in my backpack. Then, clearly recalling how my uncle had shown interest in that boy and even knew his parents, Tsukauchi asked, "And how did your uncle react to all that had happened?" That's the million-dollar question there. The answer had left me perplexed for a while until I realized the true meaning behind it all later on, which I'll explain soon enough. After that whole debacle he didn't react badly, In fact, he seemed abnormally calm, even at the mention of the Dale parents going on to adopt children from the newly restored orphanage so they could start a new family. He still remained about as calm as a clam. Not even still at having been informed that the parents were going to be working for a different branch company and would be moving out of New York soon enough. Nothing. It left me on edge, although I tried to focus more on school, thinking I was just paranoid, but I was oh so very wrong to ignore the pit of dread that was forming in my stomach. Replied with the same dread, then started to rise, but worse, still shuddering slightly, trying to prevent myself from going crazy. It had just happened. A moment later there was silence. Everyone was staring at me intently, as if they were silently asking if this was the last straw that made me flee from home. I gave them a look that said, yes it was, before taking a deep breath and exhaling as I began to describe the worst thing that had ever happened to me. It might be lighthearted at first, but eventually it won't be. After that day, everyone, teachers and students alike, saw a significant improvement in peace and calm. In fact, what happened that day caused students who had been bullies or otherwise troubled kids to reevaluate their previous actions, behaviors, etc., and to work toward improving themselves so they wouldn't end up like Intius. While some people were unaware of it and only heard about it from others in the school, those others simply dismissed it as rumors because they hadn't seen it firsthand, until some of them were shown otherwise by others who managed to obtain a recording of it. I was just shocked that the video wasn't posted to YouTube, but I can only assume that the police warned the students not to do so or else they would have major issues with the law. Nevertheless, this didn't stop people from making a ton of memes about the man's bad behavior, which quickly became a popular topic. Additionally, the teachers would emphasize on that day that bullying of any kind was strictly forbidden, using you-know-who as an example, and that if they were caught engaging in such foolish behavior, nothing, not even their parents' fame or status, could save them from punishment. Since Intius was no longer a suffocating annoyance, Ginger and I had much more tranquil school days. It was truly a breath of fresh air. To be honest, we believed that was the last time we would hear from him. That we would be able to continue our education without any more obstacles. But wow, we were completely mistaken about that. Quick question before I continue, how long was I out before I woke up? I paused, realizing that I had no idea how long I had been unconscious. It would also be beneficial to have some background information about the schedule. I nodded and silently thanked the recovery girl for her response, to which she nodded back. You have been out since last night, you only just woke up this morning about 8:30 a.m. It all happened yesterday, but even though it was only midday, the weather outside gave the impression that night had already fallen because there was a severe storm warning in effect. The clouds were nearly as black as the night, the winds were fierce, and the rain was falling heavily. The storm felt almost like a hurricane, but fortunately it wasn't because it was still safe to drive. I had just finished lunch with Ginger and was ready to go to my next class when I unexpectedly received a call to the principal's office. As I made my way to the principal's office, I was left wondering what I could have done to get the principal to call me, unless it was something he wanted to clarify or something on a more minor scale. Nevertheless, I told Ginger that I would see her later and that he should watch over James for me if I was gone longer. When I got there, I saw my uncle, who once more exuded that eerie calmness as if nothing was entirely wrong in any way, shape, or form. Even the look in his eyes felt very unnerving, as if they were the calm before the storm, if I may use a pun. The principal's expression indicated that he recognized that something was strange, and I could even tell that he was a little suspicious. The principal agreed, albeit reluctantly, to let me leave school for the remainder of the day when my uncle informed him that he had to take me home due to an emergency. However, unless something else happened, he expected me to return to the dorms by tomorrow. But this just made me feel more and more uneasy. I knew something wasn't right, and I could literally feel it tingling in every part of my body, like a rabbit spotting danger from a distance before taking off, as if its life depended on it. I wanted to flee, but I knew that would be suspicious and would, in a sense, violate our agreement, so I had to comply. He didn't say anything to me during the silent ride back to his mansion, and I didn't know what to say to him. Not that I wanted to say anything, mostly because I didn't know why he had abruptly pulled me out of school. In all the time I've been at school, this kind of thing has never happened unless it was time for the required once-a-month meeting, which left me very confused because the last one we had was just over a week ago. When I first arrived, he led me straight to his office private study without saying a word. But there was something really unsettling that I noticed along the way. The mansion itself felt way too quiet. I knew for a fact that he had dozens and dozens of servants working for him, even in another part of the mansion, but for the first time since I moved into the mansion, I felt as though the halls were much more empty than they had ever been. Almost as silent as the grave, as desolate as a ghost town, since I didn't see or hear a single servant along the way, just a frigid, deafening silence. All that was audible were our footsteps, which reverberated throughout the walls as though we were entering a hollow cave that extended for miles upon miles. Even though I had no idea why, I could tell that something was seriously wrong. And then I was reminded of something that happened about 2 days ago. When I tried to call the servants to see how they were doing and to give them an update, I only got their voicemails. However, as soon as I realized I couldn't get in touch with anyone, one of the teachers informed me that there was a problem with the power lines at the power plant to the extent that phone calls were completely out of the question and wouldn't be possible until a little over a day later, give or take. I won't go into further detail about that, but let's just say that the mess was so big that the poor employee who caused it was fired right away without hesitation, despite the fact that it was completely unintentional. Additionally, neither the phone service nor the electronics related to anything connected to the internet returned to normal until last night. I tried calling the servants once more to inquire about how things were going, but I only got their voicemails. This was strange, but I figured it was because it was so late that night, so I assumed the other servants were having a very late dinner because that's when they would be busy. I decided to call them after school the following day because I had some important tests that morning. Even though I didn't want to become paranoid, I was beginning to suspect that something was seriously wrong there. Looking back, though, I couldn't help but wonder and perhaps even conclude that that should have been a red flag from the beginning. If there was a more appropriate or profane word to use than wrong, I would definitely use it, as long as it wasn't something inappropriate or extremely vulgar. He didn't respond when I asked where the servants were. He didn't pause for anything, he just kept walking. I only felt worse than before because of that, and my anxiety only increased because James wasn't with me because he was still at school. I was secretly regretting not taking a pill when I could have tried to calm myself down a little. When I got to his office private study, he shut the door behind me and made me sit in the one chair in the middle of the space while he went to his desk and sat in the chair that went with it. For 2 agonizing minutes, there was a deadly silence before he finally spoke, beginning the conversation. He asked me calmly, "Concordia, do you know why I've brought you here?" It was almost like a seductive trap, which only made me suspicious. "No, sir," was my response. As courteous as ever, I couldn't help but hold my knees a bit too tightly while trying to maintain my composure by gently breathing in and out of my nose. To keep the mask I always wore around bullies, but this time I put more effort into aiming it at my uncle so he wouldn't be able to see what I was thinking. As I stood motionless like a statue, recalling my lessons, he said, "Well, there's a good reason why, because I have something important to discuss with you. Which mainly centers around your future." I made sure to keep my eyes fixed on his. I was truly perplexed by what he said, but when has he ever shown any interest in my future? I was really perplexed by that because he never once inquired about my goals or even considered what my future might hold. The more I considered it, the more dread I began to feel, which began to mingle with my confusion in an unpleasant way. To put it simply, he said, "I've set up for you to be engaged in an arranged marriage." Despite my neutral mask, I believe he could see that I was confused. After all, who wouldn't be in my shoes? "Wait, what?" I practically yelled that in my head, refraining from saying it aloud, but it did cause me to sit up even more straight. An arranged union? Since when? And why? The fact that I still couldn't contact anyone last night and that I hadn't seen anyone since arriving at the mansion only led me to believe that something must have happened to the others. I remember thinking that this didn't make sense because my uncle wasn't the kind of person to arrange such a thing, let alone of his own free will. However, if he had actually planned such a thing, I would have been told immediately by the servants. "Something awful, or worse. Before you ask, I will tell you," he replied, knowing exactly what I was going to say, although it took me quite a bit of doing, but eventually I managed to tie up some last few ends to make this possible. "And in fact this young man was already interested in becoming your husband, so there was no need for me to make any sort of persuasion for this arrangement." His neutral frown gradually began to soften into a smile as he talked more, but it wasn't a genuine smile of joy, rather, it was one that conveyed a sense of intimidation. I had a strong suspicion that I wouldn't like the response he was going to give me, and I would be proven correct right away. I asked in an emotionless voice, "If this is true, then why wasn't I told of this sooner?" as the servants are in charge of informing me of any sort of changes that have happened within this mansion. Why wasn't I told of such a thing before today, if you do not mind my asking? I was thankful for all the lessons the others had taught me, trying to avoid giving anything away to anyone who was against me or simply didn't like me. With satisfaction, he said, "Not at all, my dearest niece." That caused me to physically and psychologically freeze in shock. Even when he is compelled to be kind to me due to the servant's warnings, my uncle would never call me that. He despises everything about me and has never said anything about me that only a true, loving uncle would say to their own niece, biological or not. And in terms of my composure, what he said next was the final straw. "There's a good reason why none of the servants have told you, it's because last night they all unexpectedly died of severe food poisoning." He replied straight up. What? Even though I couldn't stop my eyes from widening at such news or my complexion from turning as pale as snow as my blood ran icy cold, I screamed in my head and barely restrained myself from actually screaming that out loud in sheer shock and growing horror. "It's true," he continued, almost as if he were simply chatting about the weather. "The last I saw them alive it was before I retired to my office where I would be alone doing my work, letting the servants have the rest of the night off as it was getting close to their usual bedtime. But upon coming to check on the servants when I saw that none of them were at their usual stations the next morning, I found them all one by one dead in their beds, having already long perished. Upon evaluation it was revealed that a little mouse had, accidentally, knocked one of the servants' medicine pill bottles into their soup, dropping dozens of pills in it, and since none of them have flavor to them, no one would realize that something was off until it was already too late. There's even evidence of such a thing as the camera in the kitchen had been disabled due to some wires having been sniped, threw in some leftover cheese right by a rather odd-looking mousel. However, I was only partially paying attention in my head as the hold on my knees continued to tighten and my trembling gradually became noticeable. My fear was building up like lava in a volcano that was about to explode. I know he was lying, but this house has never had a mouse problem. In fact, he always made sure that no rodent could ever roam around in his house for very long without dying soon after. He firmly ordered the servants to take care of any mouse issues that might come up, and I seriously doubt that anyone would simply leave the kitchen unattended for too long while making their own food, let alone forgetting some important medical pills they had left behind when they all knew to keep them on their person to ensure nothing went wrong. Additionally, he always made sure that there were no pests in the house, let alone on the property, that would cause serious issues. I wasn't just sharp for nothing, I know what really happened. He killed them, and he must have called the servants away for a short while without leaving any proof that he was the one who did it. This allowed one of his agents to sneak several pills into their soup, which were obviously stolen from one of the servants who carried them. Since none of the servants needed pills for anything, the effects wouldn't take effect until after the servants had all gone to sleep, so they would all die without ever realizing what had happened. Blissfully passing away in their sleep, oblivious to my uncle's actions. The power lines had been in disarray for days, so I know that no cameras had been cut or frayed at the wires because they had been cut off from the lines. I also know that he no longer has a backup generator because the one he had a week ago abruptly shut down to the point where he would have to buy a new generator, which would be very expensive even for him because the previous one practically cost him an arm and a leg. He took advantage of this so that no evidence could be linked to him or anyone he was connected to him. While I was working hard and having a good time at school without realizing it, Lydia and the others had all passed away. No, I muttered to myself as I grieved for them and felt a dangerously high level of dread. I had to blink quickly but calmly, just barely, to prevent myself from crying. I understood that nothing could stop him from attempting to get rid of me if the servants weren't there to stop him and all the evidence supporting his actions had already been eliminated. However, nevertheless, I couldn't help but question why he was arranging for me to marry someone else instead of trying to kill me. He hired an assassin to kill me years ago, so I knew he wouldn't think twice about doing it again. Or kill me covertly because I wasn't a moron. Or had me abducted by a sinister, unidentified group and transported out of New York, never to be seen again, or something similar. Why this, then? I am truly sorry that you had to be informed so abruptly, although you do understand that with the power being out it led to some rather complicated issues that made it impossible to inform you until today, he said, his sick, twisted sense of satisfaction and glee beginning to make its ugly presence known the more he spoke. Liar. I let out a growl in my head, barely controlling myself as my fear began to blend with fury. Quote. And the fact that this sort of shocker would have been on the news if not for the fact that the power was out in the city including the TV stations, nobody has been informed of this. In fact they still don't know, as I'm pretty sure everybody's still trying to get everything back in working order after having just gotten everything fixed up at the plant last night. Quote, he said tauntingly, even you and your classmates or even your teachers wouldn't be informed of such a thing, as your school was also affected by this, though I plan to remedy it soon enough. Although curiously, all the servants' bodies seemed to have vanished the very same day they died, so any chance of having them buried in a cemetery, let alone try to get a further analysis through an autopsy, is out of the question, as there is no trace of evidence of where their bodies could be. Curious still that during my stroll in the park today, just before it started to get extremely cloudy to the point of potential rain, as I decided to take my walk earlier than usual this morning because I had too much on my mind, I came across some large stones that seemed to have a bunch of names on them that seemed to have been smashed to pieces, as there was a leftover sledgehammer laying on the ground, as it seemed like some hooligan was having some kind of party or what have you. Quote, it became increasingly difficult for me to maintain my composure as he continued to talk in an indifferent, regretful, and casual manner as though it weren't a big deal. The more he talked, the more horrified, shocked, heartbroken, and angry I became. To make me feel even worse, he even learned about the makeshift gravestones that I and the others had made for everyone who had died and had them smash the pieces to make me feel even worse. How he had known about this specific fact I probably don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had long since made sure that any bodies that had been buried near his residence were already gone and that no trace could ever be found. Everyone outside of this mansion knows what happened to the servants, and he had disposed of their bodies so that there would be no way for anyone to find any evidence of foul play. He took all of this in with sickening glee. I didn't know what would happen first, but I knew it was going to be big. And it was working because I felt like I was about to cry, snap, scream, faint, or flee. Quote, but let's not dwell on the past as we should focus on the present. He said, rising from his chair, and proceeded to his closet door, opening it before declaring, it's time for you to meet your new fiancé. And out the door came none other than Intius Dale, the bully I had believed to be permanently gone. But I could tell right away that he was very different. His dark orange hair, which was normally well brushed but shaggy, had been cut almost like a military buzz cut, making his tan skin and brownish-purple eyes stand out more. He also seemed to have some distinctive handsome chisel features on his face that he had never had before. He was taller than the last time I saw him, and I can only assume that he went through a big growth spurt after he left school because he was standing at nearly 6 feet tall. He was wearing a snappy, well-dressed tuxedo in a garish brown with a black bow tie, a clip-on because that boy can't tie a bow tie to save his own life. He would appear completely different to anyone else, but I knew him long enough to be unaffected by these changes. And for the first time in a very, very long time, I reacted in front of those who were against me. I yelled, "Are you completely insane? He tried to get me into serious trouble at school. He hates me. In addition to the fact that he's supposed to be in military school and serving in juvenile hall, why are you having him and me get married? Even you wouldn't want your name to be smeared by a juvenile like him after everything he's done and the harm he has caused to his family." Their smiles only got wider at finally having seen me react in a way they wanted me to, that I could no longer hold back anymore, as Intius answered for my villainous uncle, yes, it would smear anyone's good name if they were to associate with a known juvenile such as myself. If my last name was still Dale, but thanks to my soon-to-be uncle my last name has now changed to a lad. All without anybody knowing, and even paid off the people that were supposed to take me in so I wouldn't have to sit behind bars or work myself to the bitter bones pushing dirt and taking orders from some hotshot sergeant, making certain that my dear disowned mother and father wouldn't know any of this. As far as they know, I am still sitting in what would have been my new home until I turned 18 or so. And sure, even if my first name is still a bit of an odd one, I know I'm not the only one who has that same first name as I've checked, not to mention a new change in hairstyle and wardrobe, and let's not forget the unexpected but pleasantly surprising growth spurt I acquired long before today, makes me a little more unrecognizable than how I normally looked. And a splash of plastic surgery never hurt anybody, even generously creating a fake profile for me so there wouldn't be any questions asked if anybody was wondering where I came from and of my origins. As far as anyone knows, I'm from an indisputable family from another country. A new man with a clean slate in his life. In other words, Uncle Martin said in a manner that would make any dictator envious, no one will believe you if you say otherwise. As far as any narrow-minded fool out there knows, you're just an overimaginative little girl. Do you get it now? Not even your last remaining friend, her absentee mother and that stupid mutt of yours can protect you now. As for your school, I'm going to have you pulled out after today. Tell your principal it's a matter of you being transferred to another school in another country to study abroad, so we can get the wedding preparations out of the way." He responded with, "In most cases and places, yes, in fact it would lead to severe legal problems and issues with American laws, but not in Ethiopia, where it's legal there and where your amazing wedding will take place, and where you'll effectively spend the rest of your life there." I screamed, "What the what? But I'm not old enough to get married. It's illegal. I won't go through with this. You can't make me." I retaliated, prepared to do whatever it took to spare myself from this. "You have no say in the matter, I'm afraid," he replied. "The arrangements have already been made and there's nothing you can do about it. Why are you doing this? Why not just kill me or send me to an orphanage instead and be done with it?" I demanded, not caring that my voice was gradually breaking and whether or not I truly meant what I was saying. He laughed as if I was making fun of him as he stated the truth. "Honestly, after thinking about it for the past few years, simply killing you wouldn't be as satisfying. It would just end things too quickly to my new liking, and merely sending you to an orphanage is still out of the question, even if no one can stop me from potentially doing that now, as you should remember that doing so would only draw in any unnecessary attention from the media upon myself. No, I wanted you to suffer for not only causing me unnecessary stress but also for the death of my brother that you caused. When I felt that something bad would happen, I tried to stop them from going, but it wasn't enough. I didn't kill Papa and Mama. Their demise was an accident, and you know it." I interrupted, putting my life in danger. "No, it wasn't. If you had simply just let them leave like they would have as soon as they dropped you off with the neighbors, they would still be very much alive. Their demise was because of you." He points out with such spite that could make anyone wince in fear, still hadn't started raising his voice through all of this, which was an honestly impressive feat in itself for him, as he continued, "Just as Intius wants to do the same to you for getting him in serious trouble, expelled from a prestigious school and him getting disowned by his own parents. The crimes you've committed will finally have a punishment suitable for a worthless pig like you. Oh, and before I forget, this little marriage will not be the typical happy lovey-dovey married couple scenario. Oh no, it'll be something a little more of a rigorous and admitting straining workload on your end and leaving towards the more grown-up content in the adult category, and hopefully with enough training you'll be ready for a suitable job at a bar I know there." I felt like throwing up when he hinted at that. I actually thought I was pretty close to doing so. I was completely afraid of what they would do to me. He and Intius intended to make me a foolish, addicted whore in addition to a slave for labor. They were going to make my life a living hell without any regret or remorse, accusing me of being a criminal when they were the real offenders. The fact that they truly went off the deep end, especially for Intius, proved me wrong just when I thought they couldn't get any lower. It's clear that the influence his own relative had on him was even worse than we first believed. As Intius had stated, and as for the others, I wouldn't worry about them. By the time you're on the plane with me, dear Uncle Martin's friend will make sure your last remaining rebellious group will be well taken care of, cause nothing says a proper going away present than an unregistered and stealthy man who has a thing for targeting minor females and young and ignorant mutts that need to be silenced. Oh, and before I even forget, he took out what appeared to be a branding stick from the closet, you know the kind you use to brand objects and animals after setting them on fire. When I realized what he was going to do, my heart rate increased to the point where I literally thought I was going to have a heart attack. The final thing he said was by far the loudest. "I'm a bit of a jealous person, you could probably say, and I want others to know that you and I are a thing, for wedding bands alone aren't going to cut it, so this will be the most effective. Oh, and if you are worried about physical appearance, there's no need to, 'cause we're actually planning to postpone the wedding just for a little while so that a trusted friend of your uncle's can give you a how do I put it? Bit of a physical rearrangement, you could probably put it, and he does such an effective job that no one would even think that the new parts you have aren't actually what you had straight from the start. Indeed, we'll look so physically perfect no one would even realize that we aren't actually of legal age yet." What? Almost everyone, with the exception of Nezu and James, screamed so loudly that I had to cover my ears with my hands to keep from becoming deaf. I could literally feel the room trembling. To be honest, I was wondering if their screams are so loud that they could be heard from hundreds of miles away, just like in cartoons and anime. If there are any teachers here today, I'm sure they would be terrified by the sheer volume of their screams. Who is to blame for their indignation? The intense horror, hatred, and disgust was so strong that it practically felt like it was suffocating the room. And I don't even have an empathy quirk. I suppose that in the anime world, people can feel emotions more readily, at least that's what I believe. Later, I'll have to investigate. I nodded solemnly and let out a very tired sigh. Although I wasn't tired, thinking about and explaining what had happened recently left me feeling both emotionally and mentally worn out. As I pulled James closer to me, I told them, if only I were kidding, but no, sadly that really did all happen. They were so loathful and despicable that no words could even describe how monstrous they are. My ever-faithful German shepherd complied, snuggling close to me in an attempt to provide me with the comfort I was almost desperate for. Inko Midoriya and Toshinori Yagi, who had already transformed into heroes, were the source of the wave of pure absolute murder that I felt at that moment. Their faces made it very evident that, if there was a word worse than anger and disgust, aside from hatred, I would use it as long as it was appropriate. Whether they realized it or not, they both simultaneously said, "Would you please excuse me for a minute? I'll be right back," as they rose from their seats and exited the infirmary. They're going to start destroying stuff in a fit of rage so nobody gets hurt, aren't they? I sighed softly as soon as the door closed, not seeming surprised. With a barely audible growl, the recovery girl muttered, "I was expecting any one of us to react like that at some point. I'm just surprised that those two hadn't done that yet until now." As her grip on her cane tightened, she practically drilled the tip of her syringe-shaped cane into the ground. There was a lot of loud, angry screaming and yelling that sounded like it was coming from a couple of deranged, bloodthirsty lunatics from a horror movie, and it almost sounded like the trees outside were being murdered. This was followed immediately by violent, loud crashing, smashing, and crackling noises. In the corner of my eye, I saw the male Greenette flinching even more than me because I had to, still and painfully, maintain control over my body to prevent my flinches from causing me more physical pain than just a slight stinging from my back stitches. It was all so violent that I couldn't stop myself from flinching every now and then, hugging James closer to me as he began to whimper and try to bury his face into my chest away from all the terrifying noise. Izuku, on the other hand, didn't require such restraint and could flinch without fear of the real pain that was waiting for him. Do you have any idea how much physical self-control it takes to avoid something like that? Keep in mind that it's not easy at all. It's similar to attempting to get a fish to perform a juggling act, or possibly more akin to attempting to teach a bear to perform a juggling act, given that you are not an expert in teaching anyone anything about juggling, much less a bear. The point is that mastering that requires years of self-control, and even then, I was barely able to prevent myself from recoiling even more than I already was. From the corner of my eye, the seasoned hero was attempting to remain motionless and avoid flinching in the face of the chaos, but she was still vibrating with such malice that I was worried she might injure herself if she made a snap decision. Given that this was one of his closest friends and that he had probably never seen him act in this way, apart from maybe when it comes to All for One, it makes sense, at least to me, that the police detective was equally startled by the disturbance and simultaneously sympathetic and concerned. However, he continued to grip his hands so tightly that his knuckles turned completely white. I was concerned that he might begin to bleed from the force with which he was clenching his hands into fists at his sides, or that the skin surrounding his hands might split and begin to bleed at that point. Nezu, on the other hand, stood eerily motionless in a stiffening, calm yet quietly, slowly building rage within him as if looks could kill the glint in his eyes, which would most certainly kill any lesser man or woman, for that matter, without even trying. No matter how neutral he tried to make himself out to be, even I could tell that this also bothered him, which was putting it mildly. Though I had a general idea of what was going through his mind, I would prefer not to think about it right now because, in addition to the possibility that I could be mistaken, which I would accept because I'm not a know-it-all, I was also too busy trying to prevent myself from hurting myself, seeking solace from James, and comforting him in return. I honestly don't want to know what he's thinking about right now regarding a few subjects. He was tortured and experimented on before he became a principal and a hero, so I know that knowing about my past only brought back those unpleasant memories and reminded him of why some people were heartless. I felt sorry for any unfortunate fool who would be the target of his malice and ire in order to channel his hatred. Regarding Ms. Kayama, it appeared that she was the only one who was totally oblivious to the chaos and violence occurring outside, as she appeared to have sealed herself inside the shell that was boiling with horror and disgust. Despite being a flirtatious and ostentatious hero, she would never do anything like this, so she hugged herself tightly about what had happened and what could have happened, trembling, repulsive and incorrect. Contrary to popular belief, She was morally upright and knew when to draw boundaries. Not to mention that her actions were only for show, meant to distract villains or keep people on their toes. They were never intended to be ominous, dark, or grotesque. One can only speculate as to what's going through her head at the moment, but I won't cry. Sure, I might make some educated guesses, but I won't cry when I know that my business isn't wanted in a particular delicate way. Eventually, after perhaps a solid minute, give or take, the noise finally stopped. The ensuing silence was a little unsettling, but we took this opportunity to wait a few more seconds before exhaling with relief that it had finally stopped. Hopefully, this meant that the two had calmed down, or at least sufficiently so that they wouldn't snap. We had a sudden gas leak on one of the upper levels in one of the buildings on our campus, and we didn't want to take chances that someone would get hurt, so there won't be any school for a few days, give or take. Although thankfully it happened far away from the nurse's station, and far enough that we were able to isolate it before it could spread any further than 2 floors. These matters are being tended to as we speak, so there's no trouble, the principal said before I could say anything. All right, I don't think anything like that could have happened in a respected school like this with strict adherence to the rules. If it had, well done, sir. If not, it's likely that he lied to ensure that no students with particularly nosy personalities, enhanced hearing, or extremely cunning personalities could overhear conversations or something similar. In any case, it makes sense, and it's best to be safe and sorry in that regard. If anyone did hear, it would be the teachers, and I could only assume that the principal himself would make sure that the staff members are aware of what's happening so they can be informed and assist. Only 3 employees in particular make me feel as though I'm squeezing a huge, fat grape until it bursts. What truly transpired with Shirakumo, the passing of Ms. Kayama, and the terrible condition in which Mr. Aizawa will ultimately find himself. I will not allow that to occur again, and I'll see to it that they reunite with their friend. That everything will work out in the end, even if it nearly kills me. With a solemn resolution of a promise within, I thought to myself, I am sufficiently informed about the events in the vigilante mangas, particularly the flashbacks in seasons 5 and 6. I will not allow another soul to perish or be destroyed while I still have the chance to significantly improve the situation. To assist in putting everyone at peace. I hope it's all for a better society in the future. ... Whoa. I think I sounded like Stain there. You should be aware of that. Unlike him, at least I know what can be done to improve the situation without causing too much bloodshed. I'm not naive about the fact that there will still be some bloodshed later on, but hopefully with the information I have we can at least keep it at a minimal, because I know that while bloodshed will be unavoidable at some points, we can at the very least mitigate things so they're more manageable without relying on murder for the answer. ... Furthermore, from a hypothetical perspective and based on a few stories I've read, I believe there are more effective ways to expose fake heroes than simply killing or crippling them, because that would be too merciful in that regard. In addition, there are a few other facts that I won't mention because I don't want to take up too much time, and if you guys know which stories I'm talking about, you understand what I'm implying. Instead, it would be better to simply look up information, investigate, and expose them for what they are. When the door to the nurse's office finally opened, Inko and Mr. Yagi were there. Thankfully, they had both calmed down, but their expressions still conveyed that they were still quite upset, just not enough to go on a rampage. Speaking of which, there was evidence of their assault from the remnants of their fight, including their somewhat disheveled hair. Yes, I could see that, even though Mr. Yagi's hair is already unruly and a few splinters here and there on their clothing. Mr. Yagi clearly has numerous bruises on his knuckles, but Inko appeared to be suffering from a severe headache, as evidenced by the fact that she took out a small bottle of what appeared to be headache medication and a small water bottle that could be easily tucked into her skirt pockets. Mr. Yagi closed the door as Inko merely said to the principal, "You might want to think about planting some brand new trees on campus before anybody sees the aftermath and freaks out. We apologize for murdering them." The two of them simultaneously let out a big sigh through their collectively small pants, either out of physical or emotional exhaustion that was difficult to tell. Even though she was exhausted and still a little irritated, she still had the grace to apologize to the hybrid. Yes, without a doubt. It sounded like those trees were being massacred in a horror film. Of course, neither I nor the others had witnessed the assault. What did those trees ever do to you crazy people? I never thought I'd say this, but I'm afraid to see what's left of the damage they caused out there. As he and Inko returned to their seats, Mr. Yagi said, "If it's any consolation, we at least tried to minimize it to whatever trees looked older or close to being dead." The now deflated hero was rubbing his throbbing knuckles as the veteran hero approached him. After checking on Inko briefly to make sure she was okay, he gave him a thorough examination to make sure he was okay. I know that the older Midoriya is doing well aside from dealing with a headache, which was to be expected given that that was the drawback of her quirk if she overused it, especially if she was fueled by emotions. I have to assume that because of all her anger, her quirk suddenly gained power, enabling her to rip the trees, or even just the roots, out of the ground and destroy them using her mind alone without any problems. This is why she doesn't have any physical injuries aside from using her drawback to deal with internal pain. Old girl, do not forget the bones and organs. Remember the bones and organs. I thought dreadfully as I forced myself to stop shivering by taking a deep breath. As if nothing had happened, the principal turned back to me after giving them both a simple nod, saying, "I assume this is where you snapped." I said, if there were a stronger word to say than that, then yes. I continued to hold James tight, knowing that this next part still shakes me a little because of how badly I reacted. It's understandable and perfectly justified, after all, who wouldn't react like I did, but it's still unsettling to consider. I tried and failed to conceal the sliver of fear I felt from the circumstances back there as I said, still. Who with enough sanity wouldn't snap in my situation? I suppose it's true that you never know how frightening your own reaction can be, even to yourself, until it actually occurs and you reflect on it afterwards. This is especially true depending on the specific situation at hand, most notably my own. I was completely aware of what I was doing as I lunged at Intius, sucker punching him in the face and knocking him down before grabbing that stupid stick and throwing it directly at the window in front of my uncle's desk. The glass shattered as the pieces flew, and I grabbed the chair in the middle and threw it at my uncle, who now freaked out and barely avoided being hit. I quickly began to grab and throw anything that wasn't too heavy or bolted down, tearing apart anything I could get my hands on while yelling aloud. "I'll never go through with any of that, you horrible monsters. There is no way in the whole wide world or universe or any sane person would ever go through with something so horrifically inexcusable. If you think I'm going to play along just because you guys hate my very existence, you got another thing coming." I grabbed the large painted picture of my uncle that was hanging on the wall, threw it to the ground, and then stomped on it like a terrified woman would try to crush a mouse or spider beneath her feet, but with anger instead of fear. I soon managed to avoid my uncle's onslaught of whiplashing as he swung so forcefully that he managed to nick me in the back multiple times. I could feel the pain, but it didn't fully register or hurt as much because I continued to run, dodge, and cause as much damage as I could. All my life all the two of you have ever done is made my life a complete misery, all because I'm an orphan, all because I was different from you guys, all because even though I am human too, you guys only see me as nothing but a mistake that should have never been born. Even though I literally did nothing to hurt you guys or harm you in any manner, as any punishment you guys had received within these years has been nothing but that which you two have earned yourselves because of your horrible deeds. You punish and hurt me as if I did those awful things, even though that was never true from the beginning. After that, he grabbed a bust that resembled my uncle's head. He obviously got one to boost his own ego, and threw it like a shock put into a diploma of some kind that was hanging proudly on the wall. The bust's impact shattered the glass, pierced the paper that the glass had been protecting, and caused it to crumble before both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. I soon had to avoid being slashed by Intius with a knife as well. I was hit a few times, but the pain didn't register completely or be as bad because I was so high on adrenaline that I didn't notice any severe pain other than a terrible stinging pain that was like accidentally poking yourself with a sewing needle. You guys have hated me so much, and told and thought of so many lies that you've come to believe a dream that isn't real. You've denied the true reality of who I really am as a person to the point that you're willing to believe anything just so you would never be proven wrong, even though you two have been wrong straight from the start. Instead of doing something sane like seeing a therapist for everything you've done, or willingly turned yourself to the police to pay for your crimes, or even acknowledging every wrong thing you've ever done, you proceeded to only make my life and the life of anybody else worse, to the point that you're willing to kill others who even try to help me. Do you honestly have any idea what it's like to watch innocent people being killed by the person who hates you the most? Do you have any idea what it's like to be oppressed and tormented just for being alive? Do you two have any idea what like to suffer such traumatizing fear in knowing that the person who was supposed to love you had actually hired an assassin to kill you and the people you cherish dear? Snatched a standing lamp from the corner and began swinging it around like a bat, smashing everything that wasn't alive in my line of sight. I ripped the cord from the outlet with such force that it actually broke around the outlet area, sending some of the pieces flying from my swings and others falling to the ground. I kept avoiding and blocking any attacks they threw at me because I was more quick and nimble in self-defense than they were because of what Ginger taught me in my years of gym training. Do you two know what it's like to be accused of crimes that were never your own fault when you actually know that you never did such thing for years? Exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. Do you have any idea what's like to suffer depression so bad that you're willing to kill yourself even if you don't realize that you were actually doing it until it's almost too late? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. Do you have any idea what it's like to live a life where you're never allowed to be happy or have even a normal childhood again in the place that's supposed to be a home to you and the person WHO took you in? Question mark. Do you have any idea what it's like to be blamed for lies that never happened? To be accused of killing their own parents? To constantly live in fear and oppression to the point that you're willing to take anything that's a sort of break from the person WHO is hurting you every single day? After gaining the upper hand and briefly knocking them down, I proceeded to use the standing lamp to smash the desk like a sledgehammer, disregarding the throbbing that was beginning to develop in my arms from swinging the lamp and smashing objects. I watched as the desk was crushed and the lamp began to bend until it was crooked, bent, and almost beyond repair, before bringing the lamp down on the chair next. Do you two have any idea what it's like to watch your friends cry knowing that you're suffering and that even though you know they want to help you're scared that they themselves could get in serious trouble or worse get killed because of the person WHO is hurting you the most? Question mark. Do you have any idea what it's like to be put through such pain physically and otherwise and have to watch as your friends have to patch you up when you yourself are too hurt to do it yourself, especially if there are certain injuries that you cannot reach on your own? Question mark. Do you have any idea what it's like to watch your friends tremble and cry trying to make sure they patch up your injuries as correctly as possible even though themselves never had any medical training and had to look up references and tips from medical books just so they know where they're going medical-wise? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. Do you have any idea what it's like to constantly need to be stapled shut, quite literally stapled shut, because the injuries were so bad that they needed to be stitched up but couldn't be done so by a sewing needle and thread due to a severe lack of experience there, as trying to do so with trembling hands is out of the question and knowing that it would only cause far more pain for in untrained hands it would only make things worse? I threw the ruined lamp at the two who yelled and quickly ducked to avoid being clobbered by the deadly projectile after the chair was completely smashed. At the same time, other darts containing an unknown substance were thrown at me. I was only able to dodge the first two, but the other three managed to hit me. I immediately yanked them out and pocketed them so I would have proof later, but I was not deterred in the least because I didn't stop. Do either of you in any way, shape or form know what it's like to be bullied every single day? To be nagged constantly that the best friend you had was nothing but an imaginary one and even be treated like they don't even exist? To find nasty surprises in your locker, to be constantly belittled? To watch as said bully never learns their lessons no matter how many times they get punished by their parents to the point that they're willing to do the unthinkable and get themselves disowned by their own mother and father, and you know that no matter what there's nothing you can do to tell the person who's supposed to be your loving relative anything knowing that said person would not care and just tell them to deal with it themselves or accuse them of having done something wrong themselves? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, quote. I then stomped over to the two with such force that it seemed as though I might start making cracks in the floor just by walking on it. Do you have any idea what it's like to always be told you're never perfect even though you did and do everything correctly as instructed, yet to others they would never be perfect in their eyes just for being alive alone? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. Do you know what it's like to always feel terrified knowing that the lives of your friends are being threatened all the time? Do you know what it's like to be tortured every single day of your life? Do you know what it's like to be hurt in this manner in any way? The men tried to attack me after they got up, but I ducked under their blows and struck them both hard and quickly in the nether regions, causing them to collapse and writhe in agony. As a last resort, I kicked them both in the ribs multiple times before stopping as I stood over them furiously. I didn't stop until I gave them my final 2 cents, despite the rain getting heavier outside and the thunder sounding louder, as well as the wind starting to pick up and blow said wind and rain inside. No. Neither of you don't know this. Both of you were raised by loving families and yet neither of you were grateful for the gifts you got. Neither of you appreciated the people WHO were in your life and instead chose to make the lives of others miserable just to make yourselves feel big and powerful and selfishly become that. Instead of acknowledging your own mistakes and wrongs you choose to inflict pain and punishment on anybody unfortunate enough to get caught in both of your maelstroms of hate. Even to those WHO are supposed to be the most important people in your life, You never treated them with any real love or respect, but instead decided to spit in their faces just because of one tiny thing or another that you were unhappy with, and just thrashing around like naughty 5-year-old being told no for the first time when they are denied of something they want. Both of you are nothing but tyrannical monsters who have no love in their life and only seek to inflict devastation and harm on others, even those who were never involved in anything relating to you in the first place. You both take and take and take and take and take until there's literally nothing left, and even then you still take, not caring how much real immeasurable harm you are causing to the people you are taking from. Exclamation mark. You two are greedy, self-centered and heartless, and that's what you will always be. Exclamation mark. My life is not something you can just manipulate just because you don't like anything about it. My life is not something you can just mold into that which is right in your own eyes. My life is not something that can be won or bought by money or power. The same goes for everybody else's lives you've ever made contact with. My life is my own and only I can decide what I want to do with it. The same goes for everybody else. Who is far more innocent and sane than you two ever will be. You two are nothing but heartless humans who want nothing more than to either kill me or make my life a living misery just for existing, just for your sick and twisted entertainment and pride. I don't care what you two do with your lives from this point on, be it open a fancy schmancy hot spring in Honolulu or throw a giant parade over the ocean or whatever, I don't care. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You both can go swimming in the heavy unforgiving rain outside for all I care, just stay out of my life for good. Just stay out of it, I mean it. Stay out and don't ever intrude on my life or my friends' lives ever again. As far as you two know, I was never part of your lives in the first place and never will be. After saying that final sentence, I gasped and hurried out of the office before either of them could react. I was too distracted by everything to notice the expressions on their faces, and the tears that had begun to fall when I went on a rampage now fell even more like a waterfall as I ran as quickly as I could, leaving the mansion without ever looking back. Knowing what I needed to do, who I needed to notify, and what I needed to do, I ran all the way back to the school dorm. Fortunately, even during that outburst, I managed to smash up the two phones in my uncle's office and hit them both so hard that the phones in their pockets were crushed in the assault, giving me the opportunity to tell the principal what was happening. I fervently hoped that I would arrive at school in time to inform him. Since my uncle had committed the unimaginable and the agreement had been ruined, there was nothing stopping me from telling the ex-military man. Running to deliver the message quickly turned into running for my life when I heard gunshots nearby. I ran even harder and faster than before, barely avoiding bullets that came my way. It was only by pure happenstance that I was able to avoid getting hurt in the most important places or in a way that would have left me crippled and vulnerable to capture or finishing the job. I knew that this couldn't be Intius or my uncle because they were too preoccupied with their bodies and appearances to allow themselves to get completely soaked by the pouring rain in order to murder me. Instead, I knew that this had to be some of my uncle's dubious operatives who were likely stationed to keep an eye on things in case something went wrong, and now they were attempting to shoot me. Although I never saw them, I continued to run, looking straight ahead and never turning around for even a second. I knew that turning around would be fatal anyhow, so I had to keep running until I got to school safely, or better yet, until I was able to lose them before I got there and, hopefully, prevent anyone else from being caught in the crossfire, even if only momentarily. Most likely, no, my uncle made sure he had a plan for getting rid of me in the event that I decided to flee. To that end, he sent hitmen to kill me or injure me enough that I would pass out, giving them enough time to capture me and complete the task they had begun. I wasn't going to allow that to happen, so I started running as fast as I could, ducking into alleys left and right. I was thankful that I hadn't encountered any dead ends while running, trying to lose them in that maze and give them too many blind spots so they wouldn't be able to shoot, let alone catch up to me. Eventually, I stopped hearing gunshots and footsteps, which meant that I had lost them, which I was relieved, but I continued running until I finally arrived at the school. I saw Ginger walking by the courtyard. When she saw me in the condition I was in, her face instantly turned white with horror and fear. She quickly pulled me into her arms and carried me to our shared dorm room, using the umbrella she was using to protect herself from the rain to keep the other female students from seeing us both. She knew that if they saw my injuries, they would question me, and I was in no way, shape, or form able to respond to any of their questions. After we were safely in our room, I collapsed on my knees and hands as soon as the door closed. My tears would not stop, and my sweat would mix with the water on me and my clothes, which were completely soaked. James came to greet me, but he saw how I was feeling and began to whimper and sniff me in an attempt to figure out what had happened. He then began to comfort me while Ginger helped me get out of my clothes, which were ruined and soaked, from the back being slashed and bloodied, and she helped me to quickly dry as much as possible before beginning to patch me up. When we returned to school, she wanted to enroll in classes that taught first aid and proper medical care because she wanted to become a doctor, if not full-time, then part-time. This plan paid off, especially when she pulled out a first aid kit that was much larger than the one she had previously, which was also fairly old and worn out from extensive use while growing up, and had far more bells and whistles than the previous one did or ever could. She knew she couldn't cure everyone, but she still wanted to be there for those in pain and reassure them that everything would be alright, which is why she wanted to become a doctor in addition to helping me. Even though we had an agreement, my uncle would never let me attend those classes with her. He would also forbid me from participating in any therapy-related activities. Alternatively, he would assign me a tutor who would only teach me fractions, a subject I detested mostly because it's extremely challenging, especially when it comes to the more complex ones in extremely large, complicated equations, and I've always struggled with fractions no matter how I'm taught. As a result, Ginger had to be my teacher, and the servants had to be the ones who helped me discreetly on the side. My body was dry enough for Ginger to quickly bring out a heater to help ensure that I wouldn't catch a cold and to help me dry up more while she was working, but I was still a little winded and still crying my eyes out. As we usually did whenever I got seriously hurt and needed to be treated, I told her everything that happened while she was tending to my injuries. Eventually, she was able to get my breathing back down to being as normal as possible. Martha used to take my hands in hers to keep me grounded and motionless when she was around, but ever since she passed away years ago, I've had to rely on clutching my own knees to try to ground myself and stop fidgeting. It was sufficient, but it didn't alter the fact that sometimes I can hardly stay motionless. Even with James by my side to help me deal with the unpleasant memories that still frighten me, once he was a little more trained. We haven't performed this kind of session in a number of years, but even after all this time, we haven't let up. For us, it was like riding a bike, we never forget. Years ago, my uncle destroyed my real home, and I lost my tricycle, but I still hadn't forgotten. James, on the other hand, assured me in Martha's place no one could ever truly replace Martha, but that doesn't change the fact that James was pretty good at providing love and comfort when needed, occasionally growling whenever I brought up my uncle and Intius. When it came to those two, we had trained him to be particularly vicious and protective of me, but I cannot confirm or deny that. We had spares for emergencies, so after my injuries were treated and I was dressed in a new school uniform with Ginger's assistance, she screamed, as she always does when she's finished bandaging me to prevent accidents. When I get my hands on those lousy pieces of garbage, I am going to make them rue they ever even thought of something so horrendously monstrous towards an innocent person, and if that doesn't work I'll outright yeet them over the tallest skyscraper I can find. I occasionally wondered if either of us would ever develop quirks if we somehow found ourselves in the world of our favorite anime, one of many, but anyway, I thought that if it wasn't healing, she would most likely develop a hyper-vocal quirk because occasionally when she screams, with a valid reason, it feels like an earthquake is trembling through the room. That's a fight that can no longer be won now, I said sorrowfully as I took the darts out of the abandoned uniform and gave them to her. She accepted and took them to her little lab on her side of the room, where she began examining the contents of what had been thrown and briefly injected into me. This was going to be easy for her because she majored in medical science and minored in chemistry. Depending on how you look at it, depending on the specific situation, sometimes the two go hand in hand. Even though they offer tutoring for the subject, my uncle would never let me take that course because he wanted to prevent any chemical accidents and the like, given that I have never taken chemistry in my life because he would never let me participate in it even before school. However, I think he didn't want me to become proficient in the subject, so if the situation ever arose, I couldn't figure out some of his plans involving it. I looked up the information in a chemistry book at the library, but I only knew the bare minimum because I had no idea how to conduct chemistry experiments in real life. In addition, some of the formula names in the book were confusing, and Ginger was not permitted to explain them to me so that I could better understand them. This was especially true because of her chemistry teacher, who seemed to be very strict about things, including preventing non-chemistry students from learning about the material covered in that class from its students. As a result, I would currently have to rely on Ginger's understanding of how things work and leave it at that for the time being. James was the only person by my side while she worked, and he rested his head on my lap as I began to assess myself. I felt fine, though oddly I felt hungry again despite having eaten lunch before being taken to the mansion, and I was also a little tired despite having slept through the night. I kind of blamed this on the emotional toll that everything that had happened that day, draining my reserves and leaving me more exhausted than I had anticipated. In addition to feeling pretty sore as the adrenaline was beginning to wear off, Ginger had already given me painkillers, which should at least lessen the pain to a manageable level. You know, aside from the obvious physical state I was in. Even so, I was aware that it wouldn't help me to sit motionless like this for an extended period of time because I knew that I needed to leave New York as quickly as possible. It was the only way to avoid danger, but what would happen to a Ginger? All I can do is hope Ginger will make the wise decision to move in with her mother abroad, where she will be safe and too far away for them to try to harm her or worse. Because it was no longer safe to stay with me, I was not going to put another innocent person's life in danger after seeing everything that day. James whimpered in my lap, sensing my emotions. As I looked down at him, I felt my sadness growing as I realized what I had to do. And I knew that parting ways with James was impossible because he was incredibly obstinate and determined to stick by me no matter what. The only times he wouldn't be by my side were during classes or when he was with someone I truly trusted. Don't get me wrong, James is friendly and could tell if the person in front of him was friendly or not, but he still had every right to be wary. Since I would much rather have James with me after everything I've been through, I honestly don't feel like leaving the city alone. I realize it sounds ineffective or even self-serving, and maybe I was, but it's just. I'd rather not be by myself. And I couldn't forget that James was trained to defend me from anyone who might try to hurt me, so he served as both my therapy pet and my guard dog. The silence was abruptly broken by a gasp of shock as we both turned to face Ginger, who was now crying and had a horrified and deeply worried expression on her face. Her face was much paler than it had ever been. If not for your quick reaction in taking the darts out of you as you had back there, I don't know if you would still be alive or not. She exclaimed, running back to me and giving me a tight hug while being aware of the stitches because I could feel her whole body trembling. I don't know how they did it, and I honestly don't want to know how they did it, but somehow they made the components of those darts as a way to incapacitate their opponents, but in 3 different ways for each one. She clarified, to make the long story short, the first dart contained a substance that would make you very hungry. Even to the point of starvation. Thankfully only a little bit was injected into you, so you're only just really hungry even after you just had lunch not too long ago. The second contained a substance that would make you tired, like as if you hadn't gotten much sleep in weeks, though again thankfully it was only a little, so I'm sure you're only feeling a little tired, and not just emotionally, mind you, and the last one is supposed to drastically decrease your weight in a way that would eventually become dangerously low if the whole thing were injected into you. Alright. I realize that chemistry and science have advanced significantly since their inception, but wow. I didn't think it would ever happen in real life, at least not in this way. This kind of thing is only possible through television shows and other media. It was unsettling that it had been accomplished for those 3 darts. She is correct. If I hadn't removed them as soon as I did, I would have died or been in a very serious condition that was very close to death. Since one can die from severe starvation, from never sleeping again, and from severe weight loss, there is no other way to avoid the obvious fact. Well, facts, plural. You said they threw 5 darts at you, unquestionably the other 2 that didn't hit you must have contained something just as bad, she said, releasing me but holding onto my shoulders. I know that it would have ended badly had you not pulled them out in time. I gave a somber nod. This might have made me shudder, but I stopped short as I flinched in pain, noting to keep that in mind until I was completely healed. However, I am aware that if things had gone differently, the outcome would have been dire. Oh Connie, I knew that your uncle had shady men that were devoted to him and he was working with. I know he's done some horrible things, as I've seen this more times than I'd like to recall, but actually having to run for your life and dodge getting gunned down by those people that were waiting for anything to go wrong because your uncle's forcing you to marry your bully and be forced to be a slave. Question mark. I just don't know what to think anymore, even more than I already do. You can't stay here. You need to get out of New York as fast as possible. She said while gently shaking my shoulders, just enough to influence but not enough to unintentionally injure me. I nodded solemnly. I know. We were all startled by a deep, masculine voice that said, I'll be more than happy to help you too. As we turned to face the door, we saw that it was our principal, who had fully opened it and let himself in while giving us a very somber look. We were both unsure of what to do. We were so shocked that we couldn't say a word. He simply said, "You don't need to explain anything, girls. I saw the injuries and heard everything. I knew for years that there had to be something going on between you and your uncle, especially when it seemed like there was some kind of strain between you two that I couldn't explain. I knew that there wasn't anything right about all of this, but I didn't have all the evidence to prove it, as it seemed that you kept everything in the dark for an unknown reason. But now I know. Miss Jade and I had no idea things were this bad for you. I mean, I know you kept it all a secret for a very good reason, most likely to protect us and anybody around you, but to see that things are so bad that even going to the police alone isn't an option anymore, especially with a lack of proof, or so most will believe. I was actually coming to see you both, or at least see Ginger, given that it seemed that you weren't going to be in school for the rest of the day until now. I got this package just today, just a few minutes after the two of you left the school grounds, and there was a letter in it that was from Lydia," he said, pulling out a thick-looking envelope, "the kind of package you send through the mail if you want to send items wrapped in bubble wrap inside." "Lydia?" I asked, mainly in shock but also with a hint of hope. He nodded. "Yes, in the letter it explains that your uncle had been acting rather suspiciously for the past few weeks, give or take, especially when it came to his routes that became more frequent around the kitchen area, and him spending much more time within his office than usual on some days as of late. She felt like something really bad was going to happen, and she did not want to take that chance. So in this package she and the servants sent in every bit of evidence they could gather from your uncle, everything that has taken place for years involving his interaction with you, and anything they kept hidden in the shadows. She sent it all through the mail to me just in case. It seemed like she made the wise choice. Were that woman still alive now, I would give her a medal for her wise efforts. The only reason you haven't gotten this package yet is, as I've stated already, this package only just came in today just after you two left. I felt like something was suspicious about it when I came by the mail office this morning for inspection and to collect my mail, so I decided to take a look and see what was going on against my better judgment, as the time I usually check the mail would have been tomorrow, only to realize that it was the right move to make. He then approached us as he knelt down to meet us at eye level. I had no idea your uncle was so despicable. Someone as monstrous as him shouldn't be allowed to roam free in the streets. And I knew that Intius was a horrible student, but to think that they would do something even worse than what they already had done of this degree, to think that boy would side with your uncle to do to you something so unspeakably monstrous that it wouldn't be a surprise to anybody if the courts sentenced them both to death. Trust me when I say, young lady, that if I had known what was going on straight from the start, I would have made sure that he would be put out of business and locked away years ago, and I most certainly would have personally put that rotten boy away behind bars for the rest of his life. Had I've known what sort of horror you were facing every single day, I would have personally adopted you or put you into protective custody, at least to make sure neither of them could ever do harm to you ever again. I'm so sorry you've suffered for so long. I've seen a lot of very ugly and abominable things in my time, even in my time in the military, but this above everything else, and this is really saying something considering everything I've experienced over the years, really takes the cake. I wouldn't even inflict this kind of fate on anybody, not even to anyone who had done some pretty bad stuff. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so sorry for failing you not only as a former military official but also as your school principal. This whole thing shocked me. Knowing that the principal was on our side, Lydia had sent us all of the evidence they had on my uncle right before she and the others were killed. It was simply too much. Even though Lydia and the servants had once again broken my heart, I was thankful that they were able to complete this final task before their imminent death. Their sacrifice had not been in vain, even if they were unaware of it. And even though I felt a little violated that the principal was prying into such matters, I was prepared to overlook it this time because he was on our side and was as appalled by all of this as we were, if not more so. You don't have to apologize, sir. I'm just sorry I never told you anything straight from the start. Things were just really difficult for everyone, and the only reason why things hadn't gotten worse until recently is because all the servants had my uncle cornered with an ultimatum that he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to, until now, that is, as he broke the deal that we made. I just don't know any other way to describe it really, except for it all being extremely difficult. I said as I wept. You have no reason to apologize either. Given everything you went through, you had every right to. And I must say I'm really proud of you for having to brave through all this, for doing everything you could to try and protect those closest to you even if it wasn't always successful, and most importantly for fighting back against your uncle with all you could, especially today. And I'm definitely proud of your friend too for sticking by you through it all. Any lesser men would have completely broken down or abandoned their comrade at this point, but the fact that she hadn't is commendable and admirable. It really shows the true dedication of friendship and even family. Were I still a general, I would give you both a Medal of Valor. His voice was comforting. I'll do everything I can to help you and Ms. Jonathan through this. You have my word as your principal and as a former member of the military. We all nodded to him as he helped us pack, knowing that staying in New York was no longer an option. His words were firm and certain, and I felt a new sense of hope rise. As he had warned us there, every minute of delay means the enemy is getting closer to ambush you with your back to them. To cut a long story short, he completed all the necessary paperwork to get me transferred to a school in Japan. This school was run by a colleague of his who was equally kind and like-minded and who was willing to take me in and keep me safe until I graduated or until everything was resolved, giving me the assurance that I would be safe and able to continue my education. After some discussion, Ginger reluctantly agreed to move in with her mother abroad, even though she wanted to accompany me. I wanted her to be safe in case something went wrong, so the principal completed the necessary paperwork so that we could both depart New York as soon as possible that day. He was able to safely transport us to the airport without being noticed or discovered thanks to an underground tunnel he had long since built into the school during construction in case of emergencies. After speaking with her mother, who approved the plan in order to keep her daughter safe and sent me a message advising me to be careful, the principal even had new passports created for us so that there would be no problems during immigration. In order to help the transition go a little more smoothly, they even provided us both with a letter of recommendation. After saying our final goodbyes until we crossed paths again, we left New York for our individual planes, never to return until my uncle and my old bully were permanently imprisoned. And in the meantime the principal himself would do what he can to keep your uncle and that boy from following you, either of you, while he got in contact with some of his contacts in order to help in the situation. Nezu inferred from my nod as I responded, right on the nose. Tsukauchi sighed in relief for the 1000th time and said, "It's a good thing that man's on your side, otherwise escaping as quickly and stealthily as you had then would have been impossible given what you said about your uncle's hitmen." "Yeah," I replied. He made sure to get a copy of all the evidence that was sent so that even if I still have the original still stuffed in my backpack, he would have all the evidence with him on his person to turn over to the police in New York. Even if those two were to somehow escape, the police others would be very well notified, so there would be no way for them to try and weasel their way out of this time. After expressing her anger earlier, Inko asked me, "And how was the plane ride?" With a worried expression on her face. "First time on a plane. It was a little daunting, but it was nice, although the takeoff was a little unsettling, although thankfully I had some cashews to munch on in order to prevent me from having my ears stuffed up from the takeoff." I assured her, even though I felt a little lonely as James had to be kept in a dog kennel in the luggage compartment in the back, and that it was my first real time riding a plane and it was the first time ever leaving my home state, so yeah, it was all very new and daunting, yet I knew that we would both be fine. I was very tired from everything, so I decided to sleep the rest of the flight there. Not just because of one of the drugs that was injected into me, but also from pure physical, mental and emotional exhaustion from it all. Izuku, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Who wouldn't be tired after going through all of that?" As I turned to face him. Although there were some similarities and many differences, we both suffered greatly from circumstances that were not our fault, and we both felt serious pain. Even though he had his mother, he was still very lonely, and even though I had my best friend, two in fact before one of them was killed, and James, I was still alone and orphaned. Seeing his expression again made me feel pain in my heart. I also knew about his childhood. Even with the principal's and the servants' assistance, I still experienced loneliness in my own unique way. Even though the Greenet now had All Might on his side, supporting and training him, the same is true. A tiny smile appeared on his face as he told me, "I'm glad that you had someone the two of you, including James, could count on yesterday. And most importantly grateful that you're both alive after having gone through everything." The pain quickly subsided, though. I nodded and said, "Thank you." The sincerity in his eyes and voice struck me hard, and I couldn't help but smile back, feeling a sense of relief I haven't felt in a long time, possibly to the point where I can't remember when. I could see that everyone else was grinning back at me because they were all in agreement. Mr. Yagi asked me, "Did everything go well for you once you landed in Japan?" Before he spoke, I sighed and replied, "No, it didn't actually. In fact, I never actually made it to Japan in my world. And what happened during my plane ride was what led me to being sent to this world in the first place." Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to this, and the top hero inquired as to what had transpired. I told him and everyone else. I don't know how long I've been unconscious, probably hours, but all of a sudden, I was literally jolted out of my sleep as the plane began to tilt and shake more violently than a maraca. As I and everyone else looked around, most of us panicked, some of us screamed, and some of us exited in confusion and alarm, concerned about what was happening. As the intercom came to life and the plane's alarm went off, the captain informed us that the aircraft had unexpectedly malfunctioned, became stuck in some extremely dangerous turbines, and had to make an emergency landing. He advised us to brace ourselves and hold on. Even though it would be extremely risky, I knew I couldn't stay in my seat because I knew James was in as much trouble as we were. He was probably terrified because there was nothing he could do because he was confined to his kennel in the luggage compartment. I turned to face the bathroom door in the back, but before I could leave my seat, I heard James's familiar barking. When the door opened, one of the plane's stewards and James ran to my side, practically crashing into me. I held on to James like he was a lifeline, and he buried his face in my chest as we braced for everything that was about to happen. Even though I had no idea what had happened back there, I was still relieved to have James by my side. He might have been panicking like the other animals in the back were, but he was thinking of me and came to my side as quickly as possible, which touched my heart and made me very happy because I was already terrified and needed him by my side to avoid passing out or having a heart attack from sheer terror. Even though I didn't know where we were, I knew that any place we could land was better than nothing, or worse, in the middle of the ocean where we would be in even greater danger. However, for what seemed like an eternity, the plane's stewards did everything they could to try and keep the other passengers calm and make sure everyone was secure. They double-checked the luggage in the compartments on top of our seats, which were still locked so there wouldn't be anything falling and any serious harm coming from it. As we prepared to plunge, the pilot's voice called out over the intercom, "Everyone brace yourselves." This was our only warning. Just a few seconds later, we felt the plane bump around and begin to rattle with such force that it was even worse than a hard plastic snow globe falling down the stairs. I heard a lot of metal bangs, screeching, clanks, and crashing noises, and I was one of the few people who didn't scream but just held on for dear life as we waited for it all to end. James whimpered as he agreed with me there. Once more, after what seemed like an eternity, everything began to slow down until it finally came to a halt. There was a brief period of silence before the pilot announced that we had landed and instructed us to calmly exit the aircraft via the intercom. Before we all got up, some of us, including myself, grabbed our luggage from the compartments above us. I kept all of my luggage in that compartment in a single backpack so I could keep it close to me and not have to worry about needing to grab it from the way the rest of the luggage was sorted out in the compartment in the back. I and everyone else sighed in relief, and some people even clapped, knowing that we were all alive and well. I was able to slide down the inflatable evacuation slide without any problems because the stewards made sure to take attendance, ensuring that everyone was present and accounted for. Some of the other passengers also assisted those who were elderly and in need of extra help or had sustained an injury that required some assistance. Even though everyone was shaken up and some were still a little scared, everyone was fine. Even the other animals that were still in storage in the very back were all surprisingly in good condition, despite being shaken up themselves. Some had some bruises here and there, and some had jostled some of their pre-existing injuries enough that they needed an extra hand, but overall, they weren't in such bad shape that they needed to be taken to the hospital right away. The stewards even assisted in returning all of the animals to their owners, which was a plus. The other luggage that was still in the plane was also in one piece and could be returned to its owners without any problems, with a few exceptions, like any fragile items kept in boxes, which would be a bummer later for others. Even though there was a 1 in a million chance that everyone, human and otherwise, would escape, we were all eternally thankful that no one had been seriously injured or killed. Owing to the situation, we were all forced to set up a makeshift camp. The flight attendants instructed us to stay close to the aircraft but to keep a safe distance in case something went wrong while they went to get assistance. Many, including ourselves, were surprised to learn that some of the passengers had apparently already arrived ready for a camping situation. Not quite like this, but close enough, and were even open to sharing their camps with other travelers, which was fantastic. We all got to know one another in an effort to distress and to escalate from everything. We shared our fair share of stories about our struggles and joys, as well as some snacks and campfire tunes to keep ourselves occupied. We all needed each other to lean on after everything that had happened, so even though it was a huge bonding experience that nobody anticipated, it was still a very positive thing. From the smallest to the largest, from men to women, from children to the elderly, from human to animal, we were all getting to know one another, and it truly helped us all there. It was an experience that none of us would soon forget. While they waited for a confirmation from the pilot and the others, some of the people even brought out games that they and others could play. They even came up with some entertaining games. Everyone around me appeared scared, but then they were all relieved again. That was definitely a very stressful situation, but as you've said, everything turned out well despite it all. Inko was the first to respond. I can't imagine going through that myself, but I am glad that you all got out of there in one piece, and all of your pets too. Me too, I replied. According to the pilot, it was 1 in a million chance that something like that was going to happen. Even though he doesn't know why the plane suddenly malfunctioned, he was nonetheless glad that he managed to get everybody to safety despite some bumps here and there, and was proud of his employees having handled the situation well and did a good job making sure everybody was okay too, both in the emergency landing, in evacuation and tending to anybody who had some bumps here and such to make sure that nothing went wrong. Was your uncle involved in that too? Sukauchi asked. I immediately shook my head and replied, no, not this time. In fact, just before I fell asleep I got a call from the principal telling me that we had not been followed and that everything was good to go. And I even checked myself. There was no foul play involved in what happened to the plane. Mr. Yagi nodded and remarked, at least that's good to hear. Were any of you able to be informed of when you would all be rescued? Izuku asked with a worried look on his face. I smiled and nodded as I replied, yes, after about a few hours we got the confirmation that there would be a rescue team sent to come pick us up. However, it wouldn't be until the very next morning due to various reasons, so we had to sit tight and camp out for the night, which was fine by everybody knowing that eventually we were going to be rescued and either get back to our homes safely or get to our destinations without any more issues. And according to the pilot, if all goes well then the team would be at our destination first thing just as the sun will rise. The boy grinned at that realization and nodded. For all but one, it was the same. Did anything happen while you were all in camp there that eventually led you to ending up in that black space where you were rescued? Was the next crucial question the principal posed, shattering the positive atmosphere. The question instantly captured the interest of everyone else, and they all focused entirely on me. I frowned, but this time I was serious as I replied with a nod. Yes, that night before we would all go to bed, each of us who had animal companions went to take them on one last walk to do their business, or those who didn't have pets but still needed to do their business too before heading to sleep. I and James being among them, not wanting to get lost, we all took a partner or two with us so we weren't alone, as for this case the buddy system was going to be a lifesaver. Me and James were with a young man in his 20s named Aaron and his Maine Coon Leona. But just after the respective buddies had finished doing their business, the same went for us, and as we were about to head back to camp, Leona suddenly ran off after having spotted a mouse and started chasing it, to which Aaron had to chase after her, telling us that he would be right back as me and James stayed where we were so we could wait for them and make sure we wouldn't get lost ourselves. I nodded in agreement as the recovery girl chirped, a wise move there. In an unknown environment it's better to stay in place until someone can find you, be it your traveling companion or someone walking close by to help you get back to where you were. No matter how sensible it was, it didn't alter the fact that what came next quickly left us with no option but to flee. I then go on to tell the last part of my story, letting out another breath of exhaustion and dread knowing that the end was near. Since my phone had already died from a low battery a while ago because I hadn't considered charging it at any time after waking up that morning, I felt even more foolish for not asking any of the passengers where we were or if any of them knew where we were. After a while, I started kicking myself in the rear end, not literally, though, when I realized that I had no idea where we had crash landed. With the heavy silence of our new surroundings, the darkness of the night and the eerie atmosphere around us were only made more unsettling. In fact, it was so unsettling that one might think it would make anyone suddenly fearful of the dark, let alone being in a dark forest in the middle of the night. Which is very unfortunate because it took me a full year after enrolling in Lotuswood Academy to finally overcome that fear. Stressing out and panicking wouldn't help, so I told myself to calm down as I let out a breath and waited for Aaron and his cat to return. James, the German Shepherd, was by my side, keeping watch in case something went wrong. Indeed, something did occur. 10 minutes later, Aaron and Leona were still gone, which only made me anxious because I could only hope they were okay. I told myself not to worry because I guessed that there were two possible reasons for their absence. Either the cat was really chasing the mouse and kept running despite her owner's persistent pursuit, or his cat had already caught or lost its prey and was now just being stubborn and simply climbed a high tree, causing more problems for her owner, or all that chasing eventually caused those two to get lost themselves, which would be really disgusting. I had no idea where we were, but since none of the trees around me looked like anything associated with Asia, I could at least tell we weren't in Asia yet. There were a lot of oak trees all around me, ranging in size from small to large, with some standing tall and others having twisted, curved roots that protruded from the ground, though that didn't help. The worst-case scenario would be that, as I previously stated, the two of them got lost themselves. I can only hope that this was not the case because, as far as I know, Aaron still had his phone with him and it was fully charged. Unless he broke it, he should be able to use the flashlight on his phone to find his way back to us so that we can all return to the camp. Another favorable scenario would be if he had a real flashlight with him, at least that's what I hoped, even if his phone broke. The sound of a twig being snapped abruptly broke the stillness around us, startling us both. It jolted me out of my reverie and made James start growling and looking around, while I, on the ladder, tried to find out what was making the noise. There was nothing for a few minutes, but then without warning, I was overcome with fear. I'm not being literal here, I promise. No, it wasn't the typical kind. Rather, it felt like a torrent of fear that I had never experienced in my entire life was being projected onto me. The same thing happened to James, who went from growling to whimpering in terror as that terrible hold on us became so tight that we nearly lost our ability to breathe. Despite the fact that it shouldn't be possible, we felt as though we would die if we moved. Whoever or whatever was to blame for this didn't want us to flee. Nevertheless, that didn't stop me from gathering all my strength to attempt a second survey of the area, to see if there was anything we might have overlooked or anything that would identify the culprit. I was terrified, but I couldn't give up even though my heart was racing, my ears were ringing loudly, I was trembling like a character in a horror movie, I had already fallen to my hands and knees from the impact of the wave, and James had collapsed and was now on all fours on the grassy floor, feeling like he was about to throw again for the second time in a day. If it meant that our lives were now in jeopardy in a way that neither my uncle nor my fiancé could ever accomplish, I simply couldn't. I was eventually able to see something, or rather, someone, but when I saw him, my blood became extremely cold and I felt even more fear. Taller than any man I've ever known, heard of, or read about, this dark figure had an indescribable appearance that I was unable to describe, but I could clearly see his outline thanks to ominous-looking red waves that practically vibrated around his body. Despite the fact that I couldn't see his eyes, I could tell that he was grinning at me, but I was too terrified to tell anything else. He was being studied while I tried to think of anything at all, to divert his attention long enough for us to flee and get him out of the camp because, if he was this dangerous with just this, who knew what might happen if he faced a huge crowd of people? There would undoubtedly be mayhem. I was on the verge of tears as my desperation increased. I was racking my brain like there was no tomorrow, trying to come up with anything that would work. I really thought that it was going to crush me like a tiny box of toothpicks, and I could only imagine that James felt the same way. As much as I wanted to think that this couldn't be possible at all, knowing that something like this can only be achieved in an anime or cartoon, the more I tried to deny it, the grimmer it literally became. However, I couldn't describe it, but I felt something at that precise moment. It was almost like something clicked inside of me. I wasn't sure what was happening or why, but it was exactly what I needed because I managed to break out of it long enough to grab a large, sharp-looking rock and throw it as hard and quickly as I could right at his face. I was thankful to Ginger for encouraging me to take up baseball as a gym hobby in addition to track and gymnastics, and I was internally, though momentarily, cheering as the rock struck the target. However, as soon as we took that cue to start running, James started following behind, realizing that attacking at this point was not a feasible option. We both ran as fast as we could in an attempt to get as far away from the person pursuing us as possible. We knew that person would be suicidal to confront, especially since we had no weapons other than pepper spray. We did everything we could to avoid becoming entangled in the forest around us as well as escaping the person pursuing us, including dodging trees and rocks, getting scraped and bruised, getting caught in branches here and there, and avoiding possible bear traps. Even though we wanted to scream for help, we were too afraid because we thought the creep would kill anyone we encountered without regret. He was supposed to be made up, a fictional character from a popular anime, but I couldn't help but be confused because I had a strong feeling that I knew who he was. I couldn't think clearly because of the fear, but I could tell, and I was wondering how this could be possible. This had to be a dream, but my screaming legs, these chains of fear, and the pain I was feeling from almost falling or crashing into anything in the surroundings said otherwise. Ignoring how my eyes began to sting from the tears that were accumulating, how my head hurt from my hair getting tangled in the branches I was hiding beneath, and how the cuts burned from getting dirt or splinters in them. We would both lose the game if we stopped. And if that man was who I thought he was, even though the name and other details didn't immediately come to mind because of, once again, everything, then I and possibly even my entire world were completely destroyed because there was only one person I could think of who could have caused such a thing to happen by his mere presence in real life. I fervently hoped that we could distract him from any other people nearby in order to prevent him from considering hurting them. Unfortunately, because of my thoughts at the time, I was not aware of my surroundings. As a result, James and I fell into a huge, gaping hole that appeared to have no bottom. There was nothing we could do to avoid the mass of darkness beneath us. Our fate was sealed. The last thing I saw before everything went black was that same figure, glowing in red, staring down at us. James could only howl, and I could only scream. "Did he hurt you too?" Inko asked fearfully as soon as she was in front of me, almost grabbing hold of my right hand out of deep concern while my other hand was still around James, who turned to face Inko and assuredly licked her hands. "No," I said, letting out another breath before elaborating. As I said, everything went black after we fell through that hole, or rather that portal that had opened up under us. What happened after that? Mr. Yagi, who was once again All Might, persisted in asking me to respond, and I realized why. Now that I think about it, I know who had followed me back there. His face was glowing with denial, but he knew he needed confirmation before drawing any conclusions because, in any case, no one would like it. Even though the veteran hero and living lie detector had a neutral expression, his eyes conveyed a different message. They all knew, felt the same way, and understood. From the corner of my eye, I could see the shared looks of shock and horror on their faces. I can only assume that I was unconscious for a brief period of time because James was already awake and licking my face as I slowly pushed myself up, fighting through the pain I was experiencing from everything that struck me in the forest to my back flaring up again, but somehow I still felt the adrenaline pumping through me enough to numb some of it. The pain would be even worse otherwise. However, James was still fine, which was somewhat perplexing but also comforting. When I looked around, I saw a black and purple void that seemed to go on forever. It was frightening and menacing. James could only snarl as he took in our surroundings, and none of this was allaying my fear, rather, it was making me even more terrified. A voice called out from the darkness as soon as I was upright and somehow managed to keep my backpack with me through everything that was going on. To put it briefly, I was a little too paranoid to leave my backpack behind at camp. "Come to me." I knew that voice all too well, that voice that only confirms my worst fears, and I felt a very violent shiver run through my entire body, regardless of how many more tears were being produced from the pain of doing so instinctively and from fear itself. This only made matters worse because I knew exactly who he was. Our lives would end if we went with him. I had to run. We ran even more than we had previously, even though it seemed pointless. Regardless of how worn out we were, we had to keep running. "Come back." I did everything in my power to ignore the voice, and the adrenaline and fear already coursing through me made it hard for me to understand what else he was trying to say in an attempt to call us back. Nothing could stop me from screaming my heart out, just as James did. I was out of breath, crying uncontrollably, terrified beyond belief, afraid of being hurt, killed, or worse, captured, tortured, and killed. "And that was when we heard you screaming last night." Izuku jumped in and began to put the pieces together. I replied, "That's right, I don't know how you guys did it, but somehow you managed to tear open his minion's warp dimension, thus leading to you two finding us both. Had you guys not been close by at the time, then that would have been the end of us for sure." Tsukauchi grimly remarked, "And we know the rest from here." He turned to face his friend, and Recovery Girl did the same. All Might was holding his hands so tightly that they turned white, trembling not out of fear but out of pure horrified rage. When I and everyone else saw this, the living lie detector, the veteran hero, and the hybrid were the only ones who weren't shocked. The two greenettes, on the other hand, were confused, worried, and even afraid because they sensed that something negative had just occurred. "All Might," Izuku questioned anxiously. "You know who he is, don't you?" Inko boldly inquired. As he looked back up at me, he said grimly and direly, "More than you could ever know, Miss Midoriya." I gave him a grim nod and responded on his behalf. All for one.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.